Hi. Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining. Welcome to this Saturday night. So you have to forgive me because every time I'm usually a little bit confused as to adding myself on the camera, and then I see a black screen, and I just be a little lost. But I would normally be on a Chaotic Truth Live today, but that topic I know nothing about, so I couldn't necessarily speak on that today. But how are you guys doing? Did you guys get my link today? Did you guys share the live? Did you guys subscribe to the channel? And if you know someone who doesn't know about the channel, have you told them about the channel as well? I'm waiting to hear some answers. I don't think so. I'm really not sure you guys did that. I'm really not sure. So anyhow, this is the third live of me doing by myself. So that's something that is monumental in my life, and that is something that is about commitment, and I'm proud of myself. So let me just say that. Before I go further into it, let me share this really fast with some people, because if you want something done, you got to do it yourself. That's like the only way it's gonna get done. So just give me a second. Oh God, I almost sent one. Almost sent it to my child's extended day people. What was I thinking? Hmm. Yep. So this Saturday night, you know how it goes over here. We vibe. And the vibe consists of your vices. I don't encourage anybody to do anything illegal or against the law or anything like that. But if you like tea, if you like drink, as in alcohol, wine, a little beer, something like that, whatever it is that you like, make sure you bring it to the party and feel free to enjoy yourself and indulge in the space. The next things that I have are of course I don't promote tobacco smoking, but if by all means that's what you do, then kudos to you. Go ahead and do that. But this is a smoke zone live, a drink zone live. I do want to say happy Black History Month to everybody in the chat and everybody who might be joining. So if you hit the panel tonight, the rules for this month are that we will address each other as kings. Hey King, what's up King? Our queens, hey Queen Rise, how you doing Rise? That's how I think that we should address each other, kings and queens. And if you are someone of the other persuasion, if you would like, you could be addressed as a queen or a king too. It is Black History Month. So with that being said, I'm going to move on. I myself am drinking on a little tea tonight, mixed with a little something, something. It's a little strong. It's a little strong. Yeah, it's a little strong. And I got some goody good. Can't really tell y'all what that is, but if you are interested, then we talk about that some other time. I do want to thank Eve for joining. I see Mo Love in the chat, Lionel Suggs in the chat, San Jose. Thank you so much for joining. My great friend Seven Still, I do see you, so thank you for joining as well. You guys are great and very supportive. I appreciate that very much. If you have not hit the like, please hit the like. If you have not shared the live, please share the live. And also, if you want to show your support for my time up here this Saturday night after 10 o'clock, you can definitely hit my Cash App at RodsGirl37. I don't have a super chat yet. Don't really intend to anytime soon or in the future, but show your appreciation. A like is always greatly appreciated as well. With that being said, How has your Saturday been? Has it been rocking and rolling? Did you get some errands done? Are you ready to go to work on Monday? Are you not looking forward to that? Did you lose your job last week and you spent your whole Saturday sending out new resumes or something? Or was it just one of them days for you? For me, I can't really tell you what I did. It went by. I can tell you that much. So y'all know I am a big fan of Kevin Gates, and if y'all don't know that, I am a big fan of Kevin Gates. Oh, Lionel Suggs said he's working now. Well, I wish you a wonderful work shift. I hope that it's positive and productive for you, and I hope that I'm helping you get through that. So kudos to you, everybody. Give Lionel Slugs a round of applause because he is working. If you guys don't have no jobs, make sure y'all invest in completing some applications. Thank you, Lionel Suggs, for showing the people what it's about. But as I was saying, I like Kevin Gates. So if you guys don't know, I like Kevin Gates. Hi, my name is Roz, and I like Kevin Gates. I like Kevin Gates and been liking him for a very long time in regards to his music. I think that he's very influential. I think he's very controversial. I like his love that he presents to his wife or whatever they got going on. I don't really know, but his music for me has always been influential, heavy, somewhat spiritual, and higher self. So Kevin Gates has a new CD, has a new album. I said CD. Guess how old I am? I said CD. Lord Jesus. Kevin Gates has a new album out, and that album is called Celebrate. Y'all, when I tell you that that album is the bomb, it is everything in a pot of rice. He described it as his higher self motivational album. He described it as his God sent album, but to me, I think it's great. But anyway, from that album, I generated a topic from one of that, and one of those questions was because he has a line in there called something about San Jose got a lot done today. Ordered my son's B-Day backdrop, goodie bag boxes, decorations, new shoes. Tomorrow we got the bakery for cupcakes. Stressed out until next weekend. Oh, San Jose, that is wonderful. Thank you for answering the question, girl. That is excellent. Like I have a little 8-year-old too, so I love like doing all of that. The parties, doing the whole Easter and holiday stuff. Happy birthday to your son. I hope he enjoys that day. And kudos to you, mommy, for doing everything to make it a special day for him. Lionel Suggs says, I appreciate the energy. I don't get energy like that. Very much appreciated sending it back. Thank you so much. It is received. I need this energy too to be sitting up here and talking. But like I was saying, I usually listen to Kevin Gates. Kevin Gates has a line in his song called in a lyric in his song saying, "Are you purpose driven or being pleasure driven?" So I thought about that and thought about purpose driven and pleasure driven, being instantaneous, being wanting happiness for the moments, wanting great things for the moments, and purpose driven, focusing on life, focusing on things, being steady, being standing on some things. Appreciate you, beautiful Roz. I appreciate you too, San Jose. When I think about a person that is pleasure driven, it said that that's someone who is pleasure driven is someone who is like could be in a mental funk, suffering from silence, a state of depression, anxiety, stress, not knowing the things that they're really meant for and not having the ability to step out and get out and achieve those things. Basically being in their comfort zone and being comfortable in the confines of, what their mind can conjure that they can complete. And sometimes these pleasure driven people can be very limiting to themselves as experiencing life experiences that they will take and places that they might go. They also can be negative because they can't see the positive in other people, or they can't see the bigger picture of the journey. And they also can be, I would want to say, like stagnant. as far as like moving forward. They could be codependent, needing people to push them and motivate them and things of that nature. But furthermore, they are for the moment. So if you know a pleasure seeking person, you know that they're always looking for the next high. They're not the person to stand in it, quote unquote. They're not the person to work for it and reap those benefits and be patient. Whereas a purpose driven person would be a person that sees life with no boundaries, no limits, or any of that. They know what their dreams are, they know what their purposes are, so they're going for it at all costs, and not limit to themselves. You can see the difference in those people because some of them are somewhat serious, stoic, very structured, critical, anal, things of that nature. Those are superficial things that I said about it, but that's definitely what I got from Kevin Gates. So I wanted to know, in this new culture or this new year, I don't want to say new year, this new world that we're living in 2024, where everybody wants instant popcorn, everybody wants instant love, relationship goals, everybody wants to get to the bag, everybody is a boss and not a worker. Are these people purpose driven or pleasure driven? Are you purpose driven or pleasure driven? And how does that help you or impact you in your life, good or bad? So you guys remember that question, because throughout the show, people come in, they straggle in late when the show starts at 10 and I'm already like 5 minutes late. They straggle in late and then we get lost from the topic, and I can't remember that question because by then I done got a couple of J's in. So we're going to say once again, that question is, are you purpose driven or pleasure driven? And if you are, how does it impact your life in any way? Thank you for that. Lionel Sugg says, San Jose, I don't forget about you. Sending you tons of positive vibes too. San Jose says to Lionel, oh, thank you, Lionel. Blessings to you. You the man. You guys are showing so much love in here. Thank you so much. So once again, if you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like. If you haven't shared, it's a thumb under there. It's a share button under there. You can click that. So if you got Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all those social streams, definitely share that live, please. Before I get into this now, the main topic for discussion at the bottom, it says, what are your side effects? Or what are the side effects? Did anybody think about that? Did anybody think about that? What's she talking about? What she mean? What's she talking about side effects? I ain't got no side effects. Because everybody on YouTube and in social media is perfect, and nobody has side effects. Nobody has bad characteristics or little pet peeves about them or quirks about them. Nobody has all of that, because in YouTube land, everybody's rich and everybody has a Maserati and everybody has a big house and everybody gets it how they live and everybody been in the hood, all of that. But tonight, just for tonight, because Roz Girl likes to promote transparency and authenticity and respect for one another. Just for tonight, maybe we can just drop all of that, and you could be real with yourself and you could talk about your side effects. Like, do you have some side effects? Side effects being just like you see on the commercial when they have, we got, I think what I saw the other day, because me and my boo thing was laughing at it. It was called Copaxaville. Copaxaville. I believe that's what it was called, y'all. Copaxaville. Or some shit like that. Excuse my language. But anyways, it was a medicine that's being promoted now by the pharmacy, not FDA approved as usual. But it had a million side effects. Like, it was coming down, runny nose, eyeballs falling out. It said you can get your right finger broken. What else? It says stomach, bloated stomach, arthritis, diabetes. It had all these side effects on there, but it left it to you to decide if that medicine was for you. If you thought that this was an important investment in your health to prevent yourself from getting the, you know what, that was out 3 years ago where everybody was taking up and nobody could say the word and we couldn't say the, you know, a number type thing. So we ain't gonna say it here now because I don't really know the guidelines on it. But they had a commercial for that, and it left it with, if you want to take it, go ahead and take it. Seven still says the works. Yes, definitely had the works. So knowing that, you have free choice to go out and get therapy, free choice to eat where you want to eat, free choice to meet who you want to meet, spend your time with whoever you want to spend your time with, free choice to go to a job and get a job. But whenever you meet a person or you go and get a job and you go and get this, you said that job and you had that interview, they tell you how great it's going to be and they tell you what the salary going to be, the days you're going to be working. Oh, you're going to be off every weekend. Oh yeah, sound really good. Oh yeah, you're going to get paid every Friday. Oh yeah, sound really good. And you're going to get a bonus every 6 months. Oh yeah, really sound really good. But don't tell you side effects that if you're there for like the next 90 days, you're going to have some coworkers that's going to drive you insane, or you're going to have to pay for parking, or you can't park in the front, just all types of, so side effects, right? Or in this new age dating, when you're meeting women and men on Instagram, Facebook dating, whatever that shit is, or if you go out and go to a park or Dave and Buster's or whatever they doing today, because I don't really know. But if you go to the places and you meeting somebody and she look real good and he look real nice, ooh, because you know how it go. They be banging and he be, ooh, oh Lord. You don't know their side effects. Side effects as in, do she talk too much? Do she like to work? Do he like to work? Do they got a place to stay? Do they got a bad attitude? Are they mentally stable? All this stuff. Do they eat too much? Do they got groceries in their house? I don't know any great side effects. I've never seen any medicine with wonderful side effects, besides the fact that you would get well. So we know that's not printed on the medicine, and we know that when people present themselves to each other, and when jobs present themselves to you and offer themselves to you, or new places and property and real estate offer themselves to you, you're looking at the best. But if you knew the side effects, would you choose? Would you choose that? And since we don't know those side effects, but you know your own side effects, should somebody choose you with your side effects? Or are you accepting of your side effects? Have you learned to live with them? Have you learned to present them? Do you tell people about them? Do you show them to the world? Do they hinder you from anything? Those are the questions that I'm asking. Lionel Suggs says, was talking to an associate. I was able to get a lot done today. You're not familiar with me, but I write books and I was able to get some art drafted. Oh, wow. Concepts drafted and updated my website. Oh, that's awesome. I love books. I love reading. Indigenous Black man, thank you for joining. Call it the Valona Cyrus piece. Indigenous Black man, the jab. Mo Love says, great question. Yes, Mo. If you're thinking about it, thinking about yourself, like, do you have side effects and do you recognize your side effects? I personally have side effects. And I recognize those side effects. I have someone in the back. If you are in the back, could you please just wave your hand so I can see that you're a real person and that I know who you are? Okay, thank you. I am bringing someone up now, I think, who wants to talk about his side effects, or if he's purpose-driven or pleasure-driven. We have Barnes in the building. Barnes, how are you doing? And happy Saturday to you.
Happy Black History Month, Ross.
Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that. Happy Black History Month to you and all to
Thanks.
your Black friends.
Right on.
You know, so
You said something that really I feel like a teacher's pet. You know, when you have an answer to something and
Uh-huh.
you really think you're clever and smart. You said something earlier about medicine and side effects,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't want to derail your show, but FYI, um, what's that? What's that dick pill called? The blue one. Viagra.
Okay.
Viagra started off as a heart medication,
Mm.
and then the side effects were raging hard-ons, and then it got remarketed. Just I don't know.
Really?
Yes, and they still use it on children sometimes. Sildenafil or something it's called.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
so could you imagine if you had like a heart problem? Could you
Mm-hmm.
imagine the testers? And they're like, "Do you have any side effects?" You're like, "Yeah, I got this uncontrollable erection lasting more than 4 hours. What should I do?" I mean, it's just I don't know, kind of funny.
Wow, that's really interesting, Barnes. Thank you for telling me that. So, are you saying that it was never intended for like impotency? It was always intended. I mean, I know you can use medicine for all different types of things, but that specifically, it was never intended for the purpose that it is now.
Yeah,
Wow.
heart medication. No, but now it's getting rebranded too. Like I've seen it. I've seen it used on children in rare cases. I don't know what they're up to nowadays, but
Okay. Well, thank you for that, and thank you for joining the panel, Barney. So, Barnes. So, I like to listen to Kevin Gates. I'm not sure if you know who Kevin Gates is, but he is a rapper. He just put out a new a new album called "The Ceremony," and one of the lyrics in the line was that he's learning to live a purpose-driven life and not a pleasure-driven life anymore. Achieving his higher self. Would you say that you're living a purpose-driven or pleasure-driven life?
oh man, that's a real in-depth question.
Okay, well, take me in depth with you. Take me down the road if you would like.
Purpose or pleasure? Well, you know, men going through midlife crises. It's kind of an interesting time for 47-year-old men
Mm-hmm.
because sometimes we've perhaps lost our purpose, or we're looking for a purpose, or we're trying to find a new purpose.
So
But we also want to enjoy life at the same time. I don't know, maybe a balance. I think I knew Kevin Gates is like that fake Muslim who wears feathers in his hair, right?
Kevin Gates is a Muslim.
Oh,
I'm not for certain that he's a fake Muslim, and
oh,
yes, at times he has feathers in his head.
God, I know who that is. Well, I don't really know his music though, but I know what he looks like. I know how he talks.
Mm-hmm. So, at this time in your life, okay, so you've lived both. You said you've been purpose driven as well as pleasure driven. So, at this current time in your life, what would you say that you are?
I'm trying to find a balance.
Mm, you're trying to find a balance.
Yeah,
And when you say balance, are you too focused on your purpose or are you too focused on your pleasures?
maybe I'm a little too focused on my pleasure at the moment. Maybe I should get back on my purpose.
Oh, really? Okay. So if you don't mind me asking, and if you don't mind sharing with the crowd, Barnes, what is one of your purposes that you are trying to get focused back on?
I think I just need to be a better version of myself, and I'll be more able to help the people that I care about around me. That
Oh,
makes sense. And whatever needs they may have that may arise, I'd like to solve their problem for them, perhaps.
okay.
And when I don't have my own house in order, maybe I'm not as effective.
Understand. Would you say that your pleasures now are overruling you, and are they detrimental to your purpose or your life?
I think I play video games too much.
Oh wow! What kind of video games do you play?
Uh, Old ones, like some, nerd games. Like the shoot 'em up games. I like.
Hmm.
Yeah, I need to slow down a bit there.
Oh, I play video games with my boo thing, and he loves them. He's good at all the games. I usually play like the stuff that's real simple, where you press one and two buttons to run or jump. But he's doing the Spider Man and all types of stuff. So I like to watch it because the graphics be like popping. I have somebody in the back, Barnes, if you don't mind. If you do, you mind me bringing them up?
No, it's fine. I gotta go. I just want to say hi, shout out.
Thank
I
you so
love
much.
your show. I
Thank
think
you.
you're a great host. I love your cadence and you're great at it. So take it easy.
Thank you so much. And tell your queen I said hi.
Sure enough. All
Mhm.
right, bye.
I also have a new panelist in the back. I have Mr. Lionel Suggs joining us from work. Thank you, Lionel, for joining the panel tonight. How are you doing?
I am feeling mighty. How are you doing?
I am doing wonderful. So when I started the show, I was talking about Kevin Gates and how a lyric in his song, one of them was how he is learning to live a purpose-driven life opposed to a pleasure-driven life. So I asked you the question of, are you living a purpose-driven or pleasure-driven life?
I am quintessentially living a purpose driven life.
Oh, wow. And have you always been on that path, or was it hard to get to that, find your purpose?
Since I was a child, I would argue I've always been on this path.
Oh,
Blame my mom for that one.
or thank your mom for that.
That too.
So, what is this purpose that you found yourself to be focused on and put here for?
It has to do with the writing world that I am in, and I am trying to present Black people in the highest conceptualization that's possible.
Oh, that's awesome. So, you're an author? You said you write books, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of books is it that are that you write? Like
I
mystery?
write I write books that dabble with metafiction, dealing with crossing boundaries with reality and illusion.
Mm, wow. And this all comes from your imagination, or
I mean, it comes from studying too,
oh,
but I I try to defy that no idea is original
yeah.
type of mentality.
Oh, okay. Lionel, have you been published, or are you self-publishing or anything?
Yes, I am. I've been published since 2010,
Oh, wow. That is awesome.
and then I started self-publishing just to have absolute control over everything I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, was that hard to transition into doing things for yourself?
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh, okay. That's awesome. The next question that I had, the other topic was, if I don't want to stray too far away, was side effects. If you knew the side effects, would you take a leap? So, my question to you was, based on your side effects, or based on the things that you are real with about yourself. If someone knew those side effects, should they invest in you?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. And would you say that because you have control of what I would possibly deem the worst parts of you or myself when I think of side effects, you're able to control and balance those things and not let them overrule you?
Training is a discipline, and all I do is train the mental.
Mm-hmm.
So I have absolute control over, let's argue, the negatives that could be a scenario, but I don't let it manifest. I'm
Mm-hmm.
aware of the potentiality, but I don't let it manifest.
Okay. So, when you say mental training is all you do, what does it entail to mental train? Like, what do you do for mental training?
Well, for me, for mental training is it's how do I put this? It is the music you listen to, the TV that you watch, the reading that you assimilate, the conversations you have with people, the sheer listening that you do.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to constantly build all of that. You have to make sure that, oh, if this is going to distract me, get rid of it. If
Mm-hmm.
this is going to put me off my path, get rid of it. If this person's not benefiting me, get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't dismiss it. You just, but you got to get rid of it. You can't allow it to stop you from what you're doing.
Thank you for that, Lionel, because I was going to go into self preservation and if self preservation was a selfish act. But based on your answer, I don't think that you would think that it's a selfish act at all.
Not at all.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever had to deal with people not being able to receive what it is that you have to do for your own self-preservation?
Oh, of course.
And how would you normally deal with that, if you don't mind?
Well, so it's always definitely about the individual and their life experience, and people have a need to be right. And
Mm-hmm.
the second it doesn't, if it doesn't feel right to that person, they
Mm-hmm.
get offended, they get defensive. And if you can't if you can't communicate, if you can't see eye to eye, then what are we doing?
Yeah.
You're free to leave. We don't have to keep doing this.
Yeah. And that's in business and love and in relationships and friendships and all, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you
I
for
don't
that.
want to make it sound like it's that simple though when it comes to relationships, since you
Mm-hmm.
technically have a bond with a person. So
Mm-hmm.
you will try to make it work somehow. So you
Mm-hmm.
might try to compromise, but it doesn't always work that way.
Mm-hmm. Now, a lot of people think that or say that if you have your side effects and if you're able to be accountable for that, um, if in any way, however it affects someone, if you're able to be accountable for it, then you would be okay, or that person should be okay. Do you think that accountability values for anything if it's not followed with apologies or compassion?
Ooh. Because I don't want to. I want to stand on an answer. I don't want to.
Take your
I
time.
mean, yeah, because I want to stand on an answer. I don't want to just say yes or no.
Uh-huh.
Ooh. I mean, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Because in my experience with, let's say, with me and my mom, every
Mm-hmm.
now and then we have this huge fight. We might have a huge fight, but we don't apologize to each other.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just start talking again, like we didn't just have this big argument. But if it's one of my friends, it'll simply be like, I was wrong, my bad, let's keep going.
Mm.
But that doesn't work with all the friends. Some of them are just like me and my mom's relationship, where it's just like, haven't talked to you in a few months, what's good?
Yeah.
But because I mean, it's not answering the question completely.
I mean, but you're leading into it, so sometimes we have to walk ourselves into it.
I
I
think
Go ahead.
I do think you do need to apologize and have some compassion.
Mm.
I'm not saying it's going to always work though,
Mm-hmm.
but I do think you should come like that.
Do you think that with always showing accountability, it should always be followed by some type of compassion?
No, no,
No.
no. I hold myself accountable because I was raised never to make excuses.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it sometimes can be detrimental when you think everything is your fault, and it can also look like a form of narcissism.
Mm.
But I don't sit here and be like, I'm sorry and I feel bad for it. No, I stand my ground. I made that error. It is what it is. But
Okay.
that doesn't mean I didn't learn from it or can't adapt to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that. I ask these questions because when you're dealing with people or situations, or just on YouTube, I always see that issue of accountability. Take accountability. Or when I'm dealing with people in my life, or the closest ones, it's always a statement of you need to take accountability. So, in my experience, I feel, and I could be completely wrong, I feel that when I say something and do something, I am completely firm on that. And if I have wronged you in any way, I want to apologize about it. But I don't want to take accountability for something that I am completely sure and intentional about. if that makes sense. Is that
Yes,
wrong?
it does.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got you.
Is that wrong to feel that way? I don't feel that you have to take accountability in every situation if your intentions were exactly what they were.
And I actually agree with you. You shouldn't, but at the same time, everyone believes they're the author of their story,
Mm-hmm.
and some how people receive the message isn't always how you want them to receive the message.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so sometimes, what's that wording? You got to take the high ground, or you got to
Hmm.
be the bigger person.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So Lionel, tell me more about this metaphysical. You said that's the text that you write about, or metaphysician or something.
Oh, metafictional.
Okay,
It's
meta.
metafictional, dabbling in between fiction and reality.
Mm-hmm.
It borders on metaphysics in itself because that's the whole worldview of most of the books.
Mm-hmm. So
And it, go
I'm
ahead.
I'm sorry. Is this like the shift changers and things of that nature?
It can be.
Mm-hmm.
It can be. I would argue I border on a lot of impossibilities
Mm-hmm.
since the lowest layer of my work already borders on the highest conceptions that man has created in
Mm-hmm.
terms of thought. So, and then I just keep ascending upwards, if that makes sense.
Okay. To like your higher self.
Kind of.
Okay.
I need to. So let me just note that if you look me up, you'll definitely find me like immediately. If
Uh-huh.
you try to type me in AI situations, the AI will tell you that it can't really comprehend my work
Oh, okay.
because it's just that sophisticated. And it's not like to hype my ego up, but
Mm-hmm.
that's the point, to basically border on the edge of human comprehension and keep expanding upwards, keep challenging myself, but
Mm-hmm.
putting black people in that presentation.
Okay. Oh wow. Oh wow. That's awesome. So where can we find your books and things of that nature?
Oh, I mean, you can go to www.airtothestars.com.
Mm-hmm.
You can look up Lionel Suggs in Google. It'll take you to either my Wikia, my website, Google Books, certain areas.
Oh, that's cool. I love I love books. I love words, the art of words. I love the fact that you can say things to people in so many different ways to convey a message. All my life I've written wrote for like some music artists and things of that nature, but the greatest thing that I do is do poetry where it reference mental health and mental wellness, like putting stuff on platforms and things about that nature, and describing that in the ways that it can be described. So I I am so glad that I met you tonight, and I am
You too.
about your work. That is tremendous. You have blessed me tonight. If you don't mind, I do want to speak to the people in the chat. So
Go for it.
thank you. I see San Jose is here. Blue Jay 99 has arrived. 999 has arrived. Thank you, Blue Jay. Mo Love is in the building. Hey Mo, thank you. Indigenous Black Man is here. He says, if a person wrongs me, I feel I don't want you around until I'm done being upset. Well, a lot of people say that. Indigenous Black Man says jungle fever. Oh, wow. Thank you, Lionel, for joining the panel. You're awesome, Lionel. Mo Love says, oh my God, I love to hear it rise. Yes, there are a lot of platforms that are around like for mental health and stuff. So I do a lot of poetry on that. I haven't done it lately, but that's where I get my start. Got well, not necessarily got my start, but in writing, I did a lot of stuff with that. So you can find it on platforms and stuff, but it's a lot about healing and helping others heal. We do have Lionel back. So Lionel, you're working tonight, you said. So I guess you're not partaking in the festivities of this Saturday night vibe.
Yeah, I'm working overnight. So Absolutely not.
Oh wow, so you're not getting off until it's daylight.
Yes, ma'am. I don't get off till 5 in the morning.
Oh wow. Oh, salute to you. I remember when I was pregnant, I used to work overnight night from like 12 to 8. It was like the best shift for me. But now I couldn't do it for nothing in the world.
Hey, I like the money, and I get to basically do what I want.
That's really good. Do you like Kevin Gates?
Not really. I mean, I don't have a problem with them, but not my cup of tea.
Oh, okay. What type of music do you like, Lionel?
Generally, I'm listening to orchestras, and
Mm.
yeah, that's basically what I listen to. No one in particular. I just have a whole playlist, hours full of it.
Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
I am from Baltimore, Maryland.
Oh, cool. That's
Not really.
not. I just actually moved in that area from Texas, so I love it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not in Baltimore though. I'm in DC, so it's a little bit
When
different.
I was there, it was probably a lot worse than what it is now.
Oh, really? So then that's great to know.
Yeah,
Because it's a little rough now, but I love it.
I understand. Yeah, it was definitely rough when I was there.
hmm So, Lana, what do you do? So are you born and raised from in Baltimore?
No, I was born in Baltimore, but I've been up and down the East Coast basically all my life. I'm
Mm-hmm.
currently in Georgia right now,
Mm.
but I think I probably would say I've spent more time in Baltimore than anywhere else.
Oh, okay. Do you like the South or the East Coast better?
Eh, it doesn't matter to me. They're all the same to me.
Really? I guess that's
I
because
know.
you can adapt in any place.
Yeah, I think that's what it's been.
Yeah. I I definitely see major differences, but I prefer the East Coast more than I do the South. And I
Okay.
do try to stray like to the Delta parts. Like I love the great state of Texas where I was born and raised. But like in like Louisiana, but if it comes to like Memphis or Florida and all them places, nah, I'm not trying. I can't do it. I ain't trying to go there.
Yeah, my family, they're all on the West Coast right now.
Oh, okay. I went to a college in California for a minute. Yeah.
What did you major in?
Oh, I majored in sociology and criminal justice, and
Okay.
later on, social work, like for a master's degree, and health administration as well.
I feel it.
Yeah, yeah, it's a lot of money in healthcare, but of course, I am into the message of health and wellness. So want to move into a industry that's going to be ever changing, but constantly moving and improving. So that's what I try to think about.
No,
Now,
I agree.
yeah. San Jose says love sociology. Roz takes a special person. Yeah, I worked in a lot of different places like CPS, APS, all that stuff. So I just love working with the people. I feel that's what my purpose is. If I was asked that tonight, my purpose is to give service. I think that's what God put me here for. But in that, I have to always maintain a certain level of mental wellness. So I was going to talk about that tonight in regards to being able to function mentally and physically and being able to make appropriate decisions and present positivity to people. What is it that you do, Lionel, to maintain your mental wellness?
To maintain it.
If it's
Well,
ever
I have my mom's voice in my head, if I'm being honest.
okay.
I always have her voice in my head, and I don't have a choice but to maintain basically my composure.
Mm-hmm.
Because in my head, I'm always gonna hear, "Why are you being so weak?" It
Mm.
may not sound pleasant, but it does help me. I mean, I walk around, I keep a smile on my face.
Yeah.
Like,
Wow.
I'm a very happy person. I prioritize my peace and happiness.
Mm-hmm.
And but I have her voice always nagging in my head.
Mm.
But I
Oh,
make sure also I don't hold nothing back.
so you're not a person who suppresses anything. You usually speak on it at that moment.
Yes, there's no point in me holding it back.
Are you able to? Do you have to speak on it in that moment, or are you able to give everyone the ability to blow off some steam, and then you can come talk about it?
It's both. It's honestly both.
Mm-hmm.
If it's bothering me,
Mm-hmm.
I'm bringing it up.
Mm.
But if I understand that, okay, maybe it's a situation that is kind of hostile or this person might be kind of defensive, I'll give you a moment.
I know what that means already. Okay, you'll give him a moment. But that ain't like 3, 4 hours on the next day, right?
No,
Hilarious. Hilarious. Now, when it comes to side effects, do you have any side effects that you would like to disclose? And has there ever been a situation where there was difficulty for someone to deal with that, or difficulty for a company or in any type of vicinity for someone to deal with that?
there's definitely two major side effects. One side effect is you're like real talk. If you're around me, you're gonna do better. You have to do better. You're gonna try to be the best version of yourself around me because that's the energy I give off.
Mm-hmm.
It comes with a lot of ego as it comes off, but you're that's the side effect of being around me. And also, there's a negative to that because when I talk, a lot of people feel like I am either belittling them or have this superiority complex.
Mm-hmm.
So it can go one way or the other. And it's like you're going either too hard and I can't keep up, so I got to step away, or as people have told me, I make them feel stupid.
Mm. And do you ask them how?
I have every time.
Mm-hmm. And because of those things that they say or their responses, has that made you want to change anything within you or how you relay messages to people?
It does make me change how I relay messages to people, but I'm also not a fake person. So I try to give people warning in conversations that this sounds bad, but I can talk at your level or I can talk at my level.
So, do you think that it's important? Okay, you can talk at their level or you can talk at your level. So, what's more effective, Lana?
I get it depends on the person.
Mm-hmm.
That's honesty. It depends on the person. Some people are willing to, and I say willing like that because it's a stretch, but some people are willing to just outright accept it and not feel anything negative towards them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's usually the older people that have no problem receiving it. It's the younger people who feel offended.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
So you have to talk two different ways. The older people like me exactly how I am. I can talk however I want. But the younger people, they have a problem keeping up normally. And
Mm-hmm.
so, that, at least in my experience, they have a problem keeping up and they get defensive, they feel offended. And so I have to adapt to them in
Mm-hmm.
order to communicate better.
Mm-hmm. What about in regards to gender? Is it more accepted easily by men or women? Are women the way you put out a message?
I would argue it depends on what message I'm trying to put out. If
Mhm.
it's more so about me, men will accept it better.
Mhm.
For women, you have to come at it a different way, regardless.
Mm. Okay. Interesting. Thank you for that. I
Hey, being
always
honest.
say when you said that you can part of your side effects is that you may have too much ego. Now maybe I'm thinking surface driven or surface feel right now. I don't I can't think of like ego being negative because it's more so of a self type of thing. Like is it ego or does it come off as arrogance to
It
people?
comes off as arrogance to people.
Okay.
It's not until people, now let me know, it's not until people get to know me
Mhm.
that they definitely change. I've heard way too many people have this one opinion about me, but
Mhm.
once they got to know me, they completely realize it's not what they thought it was.
Mhm. Mm. Okay. And do you have children or anything, Lana?
I have no children.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Are you married or anything?
I am not married.
Oh, are you seeking that, or is that one of your things in life that you want to do? Marriage and kids?
If I'm sold on it,
If you're sold on it, oh, meaning
yeah.
like by that individual.
Yes. If I'm sold, well, I mean, not just the individual, just on the concept in itself.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
And in terms of children, because it's a whole story, but I raised my brother and sister.
Mm,
And so I'm like wiped out.
I can understand.
I mean, I'm only 34, but I'm
That's,
wiped out.
mm-hmm. Oh, wow. I can definitely understand that. Wow. And are your siblings grown now?
My sister is about to turn 20, and my brother is about to turn 30.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. And were there like some hardship or some circumstances that forced you to have to raise them?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. And was that in like Baltimore or in Atlanta? If I'm asking,
It was definitely in Baltimore.
oh, okay. And you guys like moved to, and all of y'all are in Atlanta now?
No, I'm here in Georgia. My sister is in Arizona. My brother's in Colorado.
Oh,
My
okay.
mom's in California.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Interesting. Now, when you spoke about your mom, I don't want to interview you, but you are up
You're
here.
fine. You're fine. Open
When you
book.
when you spoke about your mom and you said that we were talking about accountability, you said that usually you guys just come back and start speaking to each other. So I presume that more so than not, you argue also about those same things. And when you come back to each other, there's never no resolve. Do you attempt to try to show some resolve, or do you think that if you could apologize or show empathy or compassion, that you guys could cease that particular issue?
It's gener. I'm not trying to sound funny. It's generally me doing that. Um, she'll do it maybe a year later, but it's generally me that does it.
Mm,
So it's nothing that we have not talked about and nothing that we have not resolved. It's just sometimes it might take a minute.
hmm So, are you a person who shuts down?
Wait, say it again.
So, are you like a person who shuts down and don't feel the need to talk about?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
That like I'm always ready to talk about it.
uh huh.
I never dismiss a question. I never dismiss a topic. I'm always ready to talk about it.
Mm, okay. Do you have your own channel, Lana?
I do.
Oh, what is that? You didn't even tell me that. Have I been there before?
You
Because
probably have not.
some people have like a different name, and then
Right. Yeah, mine is Suggs Verse.
oh, okay, I have not been there to that channel. I don't think, but I will. come. What is it the channel about, or what do you talk about?
I'm just promoting my books, basically.
Oh, okay.
That's all the channel is.
Mm. Do you read some excerpts from the book?
Yes, not a lot, but I do read some. They're mainly summaries, and a lot of it is concept breakdowns because a lot of the ideas have to be broken down for people to understand.
Mm. Okay. Okay. So what I try to promote over here is about mental wellness and mental health. Um, do you think that mental illness, not mental wellness, but mental illness, a person that's, not stable, do you think that is a real concept, or do you think that is just a person having a hard day or a hard way in life?
No, it's absolutely real. I know I have people in my family who are experiencing this currently.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely aware that it is real.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that you know people that are experiencing it, because a lot of people, they think that you can pray it up out of you. They think that can you hear that helicopter in the air?
No,
Oh, okay, because I live in DC, so it's gonna be a helicopter somewhere. But
I got you. No, I got you.
a lot of people don't think that mental illness is real. They think that you can just get through it, and when people have hard days, they're just sad. They don't think that it's any difference between being sad and a mentally ill person being sad. So you are personally aware of those things. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Um, let me think about it. No, because I mean, I, I've had friends who had mental illnesses,
Hmm.
and I definitely didn't think that was something that could be prayed away.
Hmm.
And I have family members who have schizophrenia, and I don't think that's something that can be prayed away.
Hmm.
And they're heavily involved in the church,
Yeah.
but some of these people are struggling with reality.
Uh-huh.
So I mean, I don't think that can be prayed away.
And do you ever wonder, or do you know where it comes from? Like these issues, like people argue if it's biological, genetic, environmental, things of that nature. Do you have any type of opinion in regards to that?
I know some of these issues do run in a family.
Mm-hmm.
My grandma has a whole list of family members that have mental illnesses.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to say it might be genetics, but it might be genetics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, like you're not being, yes, that's just what you think. So
Yeah.
understand. Yeah. Mo Love is speaking to Blue Jay. She says, Blue Jay, the blackish cracker says, the church don't heal prayer, don't heal only Jesus. Mo Love says, hereditary in some cases. Blue Jay says, that is genetic, but usually triggered by drugs or trauma. And Mo Love says, certain circumstances as well. Some people are predisposed. Yes, I work a lot with mental illness, and I think it's a great community of people. It's different walks of life as far as like people who suffer from particular mental illnesses and deal with it. So my walk in life is to try to get people to understand that it is a real issue. It is a health issue. That there should be insurance that pays for therapists and medications if needed, or my employee is alternative medications and alternate holistic health. Just because I'm a person who deals with mental illness, I was clinically diagnosed with bipolar some years ago, and I went through a spiral of medications as far as like what they would deem trying to manage the disease. Like if you were diabetic and your sugar was high, you would crash, and then they're trying to, figure it out. So that's what they were doing. And eventually I went through that for years, but the medication was more detrimental to me than it was a help to me. So I had to learn and educate myself on other means of health as far as like foods, particular foods, what they would offer, vitamins, supplements, marijuana, um, exercise, all those type of things. But I also was a person, Lionel, who grew up with a strong hand grandma in the South, and that was just something that they didn't think was real. I remember telling my mom, "Oh God, it's so bad. I gotta go on medications." And she was like, "Girl, you such and such years old. All your life you've been going through this, and you about to take some medication." I had to like
Yeah,
pick.
I got you.
I was like, okay, let me just go ahead and remember who I'm talking to.
Yeah.
But it's a struggle. Like I say, for me, it's many people from different walks. I've managed to work, be a mom, get through school. Comes with a great support system. I have a boo thing in my life who supports me, help me wean myself along with the psychiatrist off medication. You know, it's not something that you ever want to put out to the world, but there's so many people that suffer from it that you don't, in my mind, I never want someone to feel like they're alienated or they're the only person, or you're so different from someone else, because people see the face of mental illness as, somebody homeless with three jackets on, screaming and hollering on the bus or something. And that's just how they see it.
Oh, you're right.
I try to change the face of it, try to encourage people, talk about insurance and all those type of things. So, that's what this was about tonight, Lana. So I truly appreciate you up here with me.
Hey, I appreciate being here.
So what do you plan on doing the next day when you get off? Do you sleep right away, or are you up for hours?
I'm up for hours. I get maybe 2 hours of a nap, and then I'm wor- I'm working. I'm constantly working.
So when you get home, you're gonna get to sleep, get up, and go back to work.
No, no. When I get home, I'm taking a shower. Then I'm going. I work at home, so I work from home.
Okay, okay.
So so I work from home during the day, and I work overnight at a store.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh wow, that's a lot.
But then, of course, I'm building my own work also, so I don't really have time to really sleep because I have so much I have to do.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Jewel, if you don't mind me derailing for a second, Julia Murray or Murray says, "Why is it we expect Jesus to fix it when it comes to mental health, but we're taking blood pressure, diabetes medicine, meds all day and every day, and don't take that to the altar?" Oh wow, Julia, thank you for your comment. I personally think that you can take anything to Jesus and He could work it out. But I don't think that does not come with works. Faith doesn't come without works. So if you want Him to meet you and to do something for you, you also have to surrender, sacrifice, and work towards it. Also, I don't think that people just look for medication for diabetes. There are numerous of people who preach a healthy lifestyle, alternative lifestyle, holistic lifestyles where you can go out and work out, lose weight if you have to, do certain things, eat certain things that don't raise your glucose levels, opposed to being insulin dependent or any type of medication dependent. So I don't think it's necessarily that everybody's just taking mental illness to God. I think that when we talk about the issue with mental illness, we're thinking about people being of demonic spirits, being overtaken by demonic spirits or Satan. That has been the conversation when it comes to people who suffer from schizophrenia, bipolar, dissociative disorder. things of that nature. Things where they're in out of body experiences. For a long time, people didn't understand it and couldn't explain it, so they called them crazy. They called them deranged. And in the Bible, are when people who are religious backgrounds, they would deem it as a demonic spirit, so they wanted to pray it up out of you. So when people from the church see somebody with diabetes, they see you with sugar, they see you with high blood pressure, you messed up, you can't take you can't eat no salt. They not saying those type of things. So no, they're not talking about that more so at church. But when they see you like that, yeah, oh, the devil got her, the devil on her back. So that's why that conversation is why I brought it to the church. I see we have King Shenard into the building. Thank you, King Shenard. They are selling products that contain up to 100% THC, and it's not for everyone. King Shenard, I totally agree. I think that if you have the power to grow, definitely grow. If it's legal in your state, do that. It's hard to buy the stuff now out here on the street. Everybody's selling, everybody's growing. They have the what is it? What's that stuff they got now? That new drug that's in everything now. Can't touch certain things because they put it on there. You don't want your stuff laced with stuff. Blackish Cracker, I'm sick of the retards. How dare you? King Shenard, psychiatry is a scam, and those therapists that recommend weed are part of the problem. King Shenard, please elaborate. It's irritating. Mo Love says the Blackish Cracker you just make up. Are you talking to me, the Blackish Cracker? Fentanyl. Thank you, Distance Light. That's what I'm talking about. Fentanyl. San Jose, the days when smoking mids was the best thing were the best days. Now they're lacing it. I have dropped the link for anybody who would like to join the chat. Blackish Cracker says nothing is a 100% THC idiot. So these guys are having an argument about THC and cannabis and all those different types of levels. Lionel, do you partake in ganja smoking or any type of things of that nature?
I do not.
Okay. And do you see that as a drug and people should be arrested for it?
I don't think people should be arrested for it. I mean, you're free to do what you want. It
Mm-hmm.
works for some people. It doesn't work for everyone. My mom owns a weed company and
What?
she smokes, but
That's
she tells me not to.
but she what?
But she tells me not to.
I guess because parents will always be parents, so do better than I do or something. Does she really own? Is it in Georgia?
It is in California.
Oh, that is awesome. And is it like thriving and all of that good stuff?
It does well, from what I know.
That's good. So your mom, she's a black woman?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, cool. So she's like one of so is she like one of the I mean, at one time they promoted like some black women who had dispensaries and stuff, and there wasn't many of them. Is she one of many or one of not many?
She's uh, she might be one of many. Yeah,
As far as like black women, because I
yeah,
didn't.
sorry for black women.
Oh wow, that is awesome. I yo you
But she has three different businesses, so I don't really keep up with it completely.
uh-huh. Mm. Yeah, I'm
And
trying to
that's just
let your
one
mom,
of them.
Lionel. Like, I'm trying to let her know I'm trying to work. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying,
And that's her. Like that's her too.
yeah. Blackish Cracker says, your mom let me get some weed. This light says, Shenard is right about weed being way too strong these days. Weed is under 20% and dwarfed by the 24, 25 up to 30%. Roz passed the, you know what? I don't do no passing, y'all. I will roll up your own for you before I pass to anybody. Keisha, know those vape pens and dabs there are literally selling crack. I am loving where y'all going with this chat. So Blue Jay and Blank Shenard are blocked. So I'm guessing Rock has blocked you guys. So if y'all are sending him messages, he is not able to see any of that. By the way, hello everybody. Hello Distance Lights. And thank you for joining. And Rock is once again mad. Rock, would you like to come up and talk about your grievances? Rock, I also want to ask you, how are you doing? I know that you told us last time on a different panel that you had stopped smoking. I wanted to know how that's going for you. How is your temperament? How are your moods? How is the withdrawal, if there is any? Okay. Lionel, how are you doing over there? How's work going?
It's busy.
Is it?
It's busy.
So you're working at a store tonight, like right now?
Yes, ma'am.
And are people buying things, or are you
No, the store closed 20 minutes ago.
oh wow, 20 minutes ago? Lord, that's late.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Wow. Oh, okay. And is it like retail or grocery or something?
it's retail. It's grocery.
Oh, okay, cool. So what type of things do you do at night at the job? I'm nosy. I just be asking all types of questions.
I just do replenishment. I mean, that's basically it. I mean, but I manage the area, so I have to do manager things too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Ignite TV, thank you for joining. That's a lie. He's smoking right now. People don't think that you stop. You quit your journey. Rock says, but y'all talk so much blank about me and nothing about it. Yeah, you right for everyone. Yeah, y'all are real feisty tonight. So once again, you guys, thank you for joining on this Saturday night. This is a smoke-filled channel, as well as if you like to drink things of tea and all those type of things, then go ahead and drink that. I myself drink wine on Saturday nights, and the rest of the week I'm drinking water. At the bottom, you can see Happy Black History Month. Today is, hold on, you guys. So, I had a back door open because the office is like in the back room, like, and the cars just be going by and they be loud. And I have to pause sometimes, so forgive me.
No,
Um,
understandable.
but I was telling everybody, I think, to hit the like, hit the Cash App. Happy Black History Month. It is the third day. Today, this day, God bless my family with a great cousin for me. My little baby cousin had her first child today. She's 26 years old. And she had a baby girl. Yeah, I'm so excited for her. She's a wonderful person and a great woman. So I know she'll be a wonderful mom. So blessings to her. But you said that you're not at this point even thinking about children, and you're in your 30s right now.
Yes, ma'am. 34.
Oh, so are like, hmm. So do you date older women or younger women? If you don't mind me
The
asking.
youngest I'll date is probably 27,
Mm-hmm.
but I've dated older women too.
And if a woman wanted to have children, would you be opposed to it?
I gotta be sold on it.
Mm. And what is sold on it, like with the for the children, like marriage and all of that, or
Definitely is got we have to be married if that's one thing, and I gotta see the benefits of it.
mm-hmm. The benefits of having children?
Yes.
Do you see any benefit? Do you know of any benefits of having children now that you could think of?
Not really, but I guess it depends on people's experience. Like for my mom, it saved her life.
Mm-hmm.
But for my godmother, she got rid of her kid a year after she had it.
Wow. Okay, because what? Because I was thinking like, because when you said you have to see the benefits of it, because I think like when you have a child or decide to have a child, you're investing in that child's life. So the benefit of that is the choice that you make to invest and be responsible and to raise this child to be the best human being in that they can be. I think that's the greatest investment that you can get from that. Do you see any fulfillment in that
Hmm.
possibly?
But no. No.
I love the honesty. So, what type of fulfillment are you looking for when it comes to the discussion of children? Then, like,
Okay, so it's kind of dark, kind of, but like my mom didn't have the best childhood,
mm-hmm.
and she got pregnant when she was 11,
Oh wow.
and because of that, she wanted a best friend. Basically, she was going to the abortion clinic. They had to go to a whole other state to go there, and right before they got to the door, she broke down on her knees and started crying, saying she wanted to have this baby.
Mm-hmm.
And so once I came, she felt like now she has a best friend finally. Now she has something that can be her whole world. This is a little girl, by the way.
Yeah.
And she was absolutely focused on doing everything she could to give me the life that she couldn't have. And she put her all into it. She put
Mhm.
her all into it.
Wow.
And so I have kind of this mentality when I've seen everything she's gone through, but I also note that everything she's gone through isn't what I should expect also,
Mm. You
because
everything that she. Oh, you're saying that everything she went through as a parent isn't what you should expect?
yeah,
Okay. Okay.
because I don't think certain things should happen would happen to her.
Okay. Understand.
So I would never think that my journey would be as hard as hers, but at the same time, me and her effectively grew up together.
Yeah, I can
Like
definitely see that.
people sit there and they've made comments like, what are you going to do when your mom gets older, or she has to go to one of those places for the old people, and we both make jokes like we're going to be in there together.
I think that's a great outlook on that. Your mom is your mom. It's unfortunate that whatever happened to her for her to give birth at 11. But the outcome is that she had you, and you guys you're successful, and it sounds like she's moving and thriving. My mom had me when she was 17, and the world would say that was young, and I used to think that was young. So I can completely relate to that because I watched my mom grow up. Like, I remember her being 17 and 18, and of course I was 1 and 2, but I remember the ages of 5 and 6. But she was a young girl, 22, 23, and then her transition as a woman. So every year her birthday comes, it feels like it's a celebration because I just remember her growth as a woman, and it wasn't always easy for her, you know. So kudos to your mom. I hope that you guys have a wonderful relationship, and I
Well,
hope,
we do.
yeah,
She's definitely like my best friend. So
that's
we do.
that's awesome. Well, Lana, we have a new person on the panel. We have the Blackish Cracker. Thank you for joining me this Saturday night. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. How
Okay,
are you?
I'm great. So, the Blackish Cracker. Before I get into it, I just wanna.
Can I say something really quickly though?
Sure, go ahead.
If you put Shatard up here next to me, I'm getting the fuck out, and I'm not coming back the rest of the night.
I will not put him up here. This is my channel, so I will
I
not put
appreciate.
him
I'm
you.
just a request. You don't have to oblige me, but it's just a request.
Okay. So, the Blackish Cracker. Tonight, we're talking about. Well, the question that I'm asking is: are you living a purpose-driven life or a pleasure-driven life?
Hopefully, purpose. If I would have been, I've had the chance. I still have the chance every single day to live a pleasure-driven life, but I choose not to do so because I have morals and character, and like I can't consistently be bent by my body's will, because it's the body's sinful, the body's of this world. So you got to really think about your decisions, before you do them. I
Mhm.
definitely learned that at an early age. So no, I'm purpose driven. My purpose is to build an empire to when I'm gone, the empire lives on.
Hmm. Have you always been focused on your purpose? Has there ever been any point in your life where you wasn't clear on what your purpose was?
Oh yeah, probably before I was like 17.
Oh wow.
You
Okay.
know, when I was young. But as soon as I turned 18, I had decisions to make. I was finally adult. I could make adult decisions. Because even and when I was 14 or 13 years old, making adult decisions, those really don't count because I'm not an adult. You know. So
Mm-hmm.
whenever you turn 18, you start making adult decisions. Those are the ones that actually count.
Mm. Okay. So what would you say your purpose is, the Blackish Cracker?
What do you mean? Like the number one
Can't
purpose? My
hear.
number one purpose?
Yeah. Okay. Now I can hear you. Yes. Your purpose in life. Your purpose as a man. The purpose that you know for sure that you're always focused
My number one purpose is probably making people laugh and making people happy, making people feel appreciated. That's what I'm best at. So I mean, I might be a tough ass because I'm actually am a tough ass. Like I'm just as tough as anybody else. I don't really care. You know.
on.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and it's to my self detriment sometimes, but it kind of is what it is. Like I was just in the store earlier, and I speak a little bit of Spanish. I could tell these guys are kind of talking shit because I live in San Antonio around a bunch of Mexicans, and
Mm-hmm.
these dudes is like actually from Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard them talking, talk a little bit of shit. I don't remember exactly what the fuck they were saying, but I was like, there's like three or four of them. I'm like, ¿Qué pasa, bien? I'm like, what's up? Are you good? And you know what they told me? They said no. I was like, so there's the big headed shit is still around. I'm still, it is what it is. I guess it's because I have so much testosterone.
Okay.
I'm just a man. I can't help myself sometimes.
Distant Light says, King Scenario, that's pretty sketchy. I remember that issue with defective oil pins. Distant Light also says, I hope they don't do that issue with medical marijuana they sell too.
It
Um,
wasn't defective. What the fuck is it? This pisses me off, and people don't know what they're talking about.
they're talking about weed. They're talking
We're
about
talking
vape.
about the pins that were giving people basically water in their lungs, and it
So,
wasn't because the pins were coming from China, which all drugs are illegal in China.
mhm,
It's because people here in America were mixing the THC improperly with a bunch of it's like glyphosate or some shit. I can't remember the exact word.
Ignorant TV.
Glycol or something. It's like a plant. It's like a plant oil, and if you smoke too much of it, it
Mhm,
it uh it 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 builds up in your lungs. So what
mhm,
it basically does, it basically builds up in your lungs
mhm,
and drowns you.
mhm,
That's what was happening to people. They were drowning because they had so much of that glyphosate or glyphosine, can't
mhm,
remember the exact word, in their lungs from those fake THC cartridges.
mhm. Ignorant TV says, who's going to ruin the Empire Rock? Blue Jay says that's not biblical, but okay. Hey, Blue Jay. Lee Clinton says it's crazy how this dude called Roz Girl out her name and now is on her channel.
Shut the fuck up, niggas. Worry about your motherfucking self.
Rock, no cursing,
Bitch
please.
ass. I'm sorry, my bad, no cursing.
Please don't
You
disrespect
punk.
Lee like that.
Punk ain't a cuss word, right?
Yes, it is. Blue Jay. Not,
Punk's a cuss word?
what's a cuss word? I'm sorry.
Punk.
No, that isn't. But we
Oh,
don't
okay.
IGGA or any of the other expletives here. Blue J99 says, Lee, that's right. He calls me those names too. He's unhinged.
Let me tell you the story about Blue Jay. Okay? I'm in This Might Be Risky's channel, and all of a sudden Blue Jay starts talking to me about how she's never going to go back to CT's channel, and she can't believe she sent him so much money and all this other crap. And you know what I told her? Good. Don't come back. I said that's good. I don't give a shit. I don't date white girls anyway. And then she got upset, and she's been upset ever since.
Rock, why would you
And
tell
then
still date white girls when she says she's not coming back to the channel, though.
Well, it's just to piss her off, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Ignorant TV says, Rock, you say things, but we don't believe you.
I don't give a shit. What? Like, I'm saying these things so you can believe me? I don't
No,
care, bro.
they don't believe. Yeah. So,
I
Rock,
don't care.
the topic tonight that is broadcast is, what are your side effects? When we talk about, so when I was talking about side effects, I was talking about like if you got a medicine bottle or something. One second.
Medicine bottles are bad.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. And all the medicine usually has side effects, or a commercial with medicine that they're promoting has a bunch of side effects. And you have the choice and ability to make that decision. And of course, we don't know all the side effects of people, but we do know our issues and our side effects and our inner demons. If people knew your innermost, your side effects, should a person take that chance, and would you be a good candidate for someone based on the side effects that you recognize and accept about yourself?
Uh, oh yeah. I'm a damn good person.
Mm-hmm.
I could be your best friend or I could be your best enemy. You get to choose. You know, you get to choose that because I'm going to go into any situation or relationship or whatever you want to call it with the utmost positive attitude of not only trying to bring myself to the next level, take myself to the goals that I want to accomplish, but bring everyone else with me. And that's more important than me being successful is people around me being successful. That might sound a little crazy, but that was my whole 20s. I you
Mm-hmm.
know I told people this the other day. It's like I've given away thousands of dollars in my life
Mm-hmm.
ever since I was probably about 16, 17 years old.
Mm-hmm.
If I have a bunch of money and somebody needs help, it's 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 like second nature for me to help them, as much as I can. And that got further reinforced because I met a lady here in Texas that gave me an opportunity that, if I tell you, I think I'm crazy, but I don't really give a shit. I'm not going to tell you anyway. But
Mm-hmm.
gave me an opportunity that really showed me there's good people like me out there. Because I'm the person that I'll give the shirt off my back because I understand I'll go get another shirt. I'll give you if you need the $20 in gas money, I'll give you the $20 in gas money, even if it's my last $20, because I know I'm going to get more, you know? So, yeah, hell yeah, yeah. But the problem is a lot of people are not consistent enough to be considered, uh, to be worthy to be around me. So I cut people off all the time. Cutting
Wait.
somebody off is as easy as firing someone.
Okay, Rock. Thank you for that, and I think that is very honorable to be such a generous man. But the question is side effects. Like, what are some things that are bad about you that you accept? Like, do you have a temperament? Do you smoke a lot? Do you snore? Are you are you like, is there no agreeing with you? Do you not let things go? Do you eat a lot? Like, are there any negatives about you that hinder you from hinder you from starting relationships or friendships in life, or businesses or companies and stuff? Anything
I'd say the
bad?
biggest thing for me is unforgiving.
So you are unforgiving, like grudgeful.
No, not a grudge. I just won't mess with you. Like I won't talk to you. I won't deal with you. I'll block your number,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't care. Like once somebody screws me over, what's the point of them possibly screwing me over later on down the line, you know, in a larger way, in a more important way? What
Mm-hmm.
if I'm actually relying on them, and they screw me over and they don't follow through, they don't show up on time, and they
Mm-hmm.
don't call me? So what's the point of having those people around if you're actually trying to build something and you have a certain goal that you're working towards, and all these people are going to do is distract you. Hell no. Yeah. So that's probably my worst thing because uh, I make mistakes too. I'm not perfect,
Mm-hmm.
right? But I'm harder on myself than anyone else, and
Mm-hmm.
that's what a lot of people have forgotten is self. I can't think of the damn word. It's basically you keep yourself in check. You know,
Self-preservation.
no, it's not self preservation. It's basically self respect.
Okay.
You know, there's different term for it. I can't remember it right now, but it's
So,
basically self respect. Because if you're going to have someone around you that's disrespecting you, how much respect do you actually have for yourself?
mm, so you have self-respect for yourself that you won't let anyone else disrespect you.
Exactly.
Okay.
And even if I'm wrong, it is what it is. Nobody's perfect. If
How the fact that you can't forgive people, how has that hindered you in life or in those relationships, or what was difficult about that?
I don't think it has hindered me at all. It's only
So,
improved me.
so whenever
Yeah.
you haven't been able to forgive someone, you cut them completely out your life. That is the best and greatest decision, and you can just move forward from that.
Yes, every single time,
Mm-hmm.
because
Okay.
that's been my whole life. When I was growing up, when I was a kid, we would move like every year, every 2 years. Like not ever seeing people again is just second nature to me. It
Mm-hmm.
is what it is. A lot of people feel they're so attached to everyone else around them and all the entertainment, all the movie stars. Like when somebody dies, they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe they died."
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I don't really care, dude. I don't care. I've never known that person. Yeah, it sucks, but how I think of it is when you die, you go to a better place.
Mm-hmm.
So they're lucky.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. So, thank you for that. So, we also talked about accountability and forgiveness, and being introspective about yourself, being able to recognize the things about yourself, spiritually, emotionally, and those things about you might that other people might not be able to understand. And with that comes a level of accountability, knowing that, accepting that, and being able to, if it bothers someone or affects someone in a good or a bad way, you're able to take accountability. I asked Lionel on the panel, with accountability, does accountability value to anything if it isn't followed with any type of compassion or apology? What do you feel about that?
I feel if you actually care for someone, you won't have to be accountable for something you did wrong to them because you wouldn't do anything wrong to them in the first place. And that's
Mm,
what it is. So like when I do something wrong, I hold myself accountable and I expect everyone else to hold me accountable.
mm-hmm,
But I know that they're not going to hold me as accountable as I hold myself.
mm-hmm.
Like right now with the work I'm doing, I stopped building stuff. I don't build stuff anymore. I
What?
do
What
installs.
happened to that?
I get sick of hiring people.
Mm-hmm.
I got sick of trying to teach people. So my main goal was to gain the skills so I have the skills and then figure out how to make the most money off those skills. So
Mm-hmm.
that's what I'm doing now with I don't build anything, I'm y'all would be probably pissed off at me if I told you actually how much money I make every day just chilling and smoking blunts, driving around doing like 4 or 5 hours of actual work every single day,
Mm-hmm.
because I figured out how to make the most money possible with the least amount of effort. And that's what everyone needs to do, you know.
Did you
And
like?
Lionel had a story earlier. He talked about his mom, broke down to go in the abortion clinic. That's
Mm-hmm.
probably exactly the same thing that happened to me. My mom's just too, I don't know, too big headed to admit, and actually say what was happening around that time. Because, but I was the opposite of him. I didn't grow up with her. I
Mm-hmm.
met her I met her years later, and I thank God to this day that I didn't grow up with her, because I couldn't imagine what type of man I would be, you know, just
Mhm.
because she's still a child. She's like 50 years old now. She's still a child.
Mhm.
She told me years ago to quit doing what you're doing and come move out here. I'll give you a job. And I said, how much does the job pay? She's like $20 an hour. I'm like, no, thank you. That's $800 a week. I can make $800 in a day. Get out of here. I'm making $800 in a day. Like, what are you talking about? No, you just come out here with me and move and blah. No, I'm following my dream, and that's what it is. And nobody gonna stand in my way.
So, are you and your mom? Do you and your mom have a good relationship? Are you able to forgive her for things?
So yeah, we have an awesome relationship.
We can't hear you, Rock. Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I'm not gonna really talk about that.
Okay. So, in regards to not being able to forgive people and your side effects, when you meet people, I think that it's important to let people know your side effects. I personally think that if you have a bad attitude or a temperament, if you're in a friendship or a relationship with someone, you should let them know things like that. Establish some type of boundaries so that they don't violate you or trigger you. If they know it, they can control those situations as well as you, and they should do the same
But
about.
that means they're trying to manipulate you if they're trying to tiptoe around your triggers.
Okay, so that was my question to you. Do you let people know your side effects, and do you think that's a form of manipulation if you do let them know?
So the only thing I ever tell people is if you're my friend or you work for me,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not gonna put up with the shit from my old lady, I'm not gonna put up with it from you. That's the only thing I tell them. I said if I'm not gonna put up with it from my old lady, I'm not gonna put up with from you. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? Like friends, acquaintances, business partners, I don't care. You know, I'm
Mm-hmm.
not. I don't put up with shit. People that are in my circle, they don't give me shit. They don't give me bullshit. They don't try to throw wrenches into my life just because they want to watch the fucking crash. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people out there that are like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a lot of that's they get in your ear and they whisper everything that you shouldn't be fucking listening to, but they
Mm-hmm.
don't care because they're trying to manipulate you. A lot of times is they're jealous. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of times they're jealous. Because if you walk around happy all the time, whew, you talking about piss somebody off, walk around happy all the time. You see who your true friends are. Start saying every time somebody asks you, how's your day going? It's going awesome. It's going great.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to ask you, you never have a bad day?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they ask you.
Oh, I agree.
You never have a bad day? And I answered back, I said, no, I never have a bad day. Because the day don't make me. I create the day. I make the day. The day don't make me. And that's a famous quote from I'll give you his first name. His first name's Jim.
Oh, okay. Lionel, were you about to say something in regards to that?
No, I agree with him.
Oh,
You walk
okay.
around with a smile all the time. You always happy. That is the quickest way to offend somebody.
Mm.
Oh yeah, it is. It's crazy.
So, are you actually happy every day, or when days are hard, you don't show that or reveal that or deal with that?
Mm, yeah. Yeah, you don't let the world know that it affects you that much. I play around in chat and shit. I talk a bunch of shit in chat, but I really don't give a fuck what y'all say.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't. I don't care what y'all say. I don't care what your opinions are. A lot of the time, they're completely wrong and they're misinformed, and
Mm-hmm.
it's hilarious because you know I worked like 10 hours a day. Well, all my 20s, I worked like 10, 12, 14 hours a day, and I
Mm-hmm.
was still able to gain enough knowledge to have a debate with about anybody about any damn thing. And it's based in fact. It's based in facts.
Mm-hmm.
Dudes talking about they're creating things with 100% THC.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is 100% THC, including oil, bro. What are you talking about? You're just pulling numbers out your butt. You don't know what you're talking about. And if all this shit is, they're all talking all this shit while they're going to the doctor and getting a prescription for the thing they saw advertised on TV 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm.
Oh, doctor, help me.
Okay, so I'm gonna read some of the chat. Lead says we're getting to the bottom of your psychosis. Lead also says rock. I recommend some seppuku as treatment. Ignite TV. Good question, Rise. He's literally contradicting himself every second. Um, Lead also.
What I contradict myself on? What? See, I don't understand those blanket statements, Ross. If
I
I contradicted myself on something, wouldn't they state what I contradicted myself on instead of just saying you contradicted yourself?
Yeah, I have no idea. They also said rock stop lying. Um, they're just going at you, Rock. Blue Jay says he
Haters
pays
gonna hate.
so well $20 per hour. You know, a lot of people have some
What
things.
is she talking about? $20 an hour?
Um, I have King Shinar in
No,
the back, the
I'll
Black and
leave.
Tracker. So I'm
You
gonna
put me in the back.
bring him up, and then once he's done, he just left. Lionel, are you good up here?
Yes, I'm good.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank everybody for joining in the chat. If you haven't hit the like, please hit the like. It is Black History Month. It is the third day of Black History. So happy Black History Month to you guys. San Jose, King Shenard is in the back. Mo Love is in the chat. Ignite TV, Lee Clinton, Distant Lights. Thank you all for joining. We have Lionel Suggs on the channel with us on the panel. So thank you guys. We also had the Blackish Cracker, but he went away. I was going to bring him back. So for now, we are bringing up King Shenard. King Shenard, thank you for joining the Saturday Night Vibe. How are you doing tonight?
Peace, peace. How you doing?
I'm good. I wish you was here on Thursday night. I did a show on Black History Month, and I was really looking forward to you being there, but you wasn't there, unfortunately. So sad.
Yeah. I just wanted to talk to Rock real quick, but he ran off.
Yeah, Rock doesn't want to talk to you, King
He's a
Shinar. So
coward.
you have to talk to him from here, and he would respond.
But I was actually just trying to like just talk some sense into him. You
What
know,
type of sense do you think he's lacking at this time?
it has you got he has to realize that after a certain age, like, you gotta chill off of all these drugs. Like weed is a drug to me. I
Mm-hmm.
don't care what anybody says, it's a drug. He thinks it's not. And that was the same mindset I had when I was in my teens and my early 20s. You hear all this propaganda out there saying weed it grows from the earth. It's not a drug. Just like any other drug, it grows from the earth. You know what I'm saying? So, he said something about there's no such thing as 100%. I mean, they're literally selling this shit in the stores. You know, um, I know someone close to me that started messing with those vape pens, and he literally lost it. He lost his mind basically. And this is someone that I grew up with, and he started developing all these mental problems. I don't know if it was like um schizophrenia or bipolar disorder or whatever it is. And he got that mindset like the weed can help me, it can help me, it can help me. Nah, and it started during the pandemic. Like you started to see a shift in his behavior during the pandemic. You know, I don't think it should be legalized. I think it should just be decriminalized. Once all these dispensaries started opening up, I've found I had some insider information. You know, one of my boy told me like, "Yo, don't mess with these dispensaries." I'm like, "Yo, I don't even go there. I never will go there for a reason because I'm not supporting those businesses." And I always knew not to touch those. I mean, I vaped one time, but I noticed that it was not the same as smoking. I never liked it. You know,
Okay, King Shinar, thank you for that. King Shinar, you know that this is a smoking channel, right?
yeah, I know. You're smoking right now. I got you.
So
But
you know that I don't personally think that marijuana is a drug. Can you tell me why you think marijuana is a drug?
the same way heroin is a drug. It comes from the poppy plant. You know,
Okay, so it isn't a drug until it is formulated and made into a drug, correct?
no, it's still a drug. I mean, same thing with cocaine. It comes from the coca plant. It's been chewed for centuries.
So
Um,
So
but
the natural and herbal effects that you get from a poppy plant, the natural and herbal effects that you get from a marijuana plant, those are all natural effects when they're grown from the earth, right? But if you in any way alter that so that you can get a different type of high, if you make it into a chemical, it is no longer a leaf, no longer that substance or that solid that it was. If you alter that and formulate that so that a person can get a different type of high, then it is a drug, correct? Because the purposes that it's set for to have a euphoric feeling
right,
is what it's intended for, our healing, our medicinal purposes. But when it's put on the streets or when people are seeking it, they're seeking pleasure. But that at that point is detrimental. That at that point is unhealthy and illegal.
and
So
that's
I
what
don't think marijuana is the same until they alter that and they start making all these different kinds
they
and
have. They
ingredients.
have. I mean, you have all these different variants like Delta 8 or Delta 9. A lot of people don't even know anything about that. You know, they don't know that it actually causes a lot of mental health problems. And they're spraying that on the weed that you find in these dispensaries. Even
Mhm.
some of the street cats, you can't even really trust them. Like I only have one a handful of dealers actually that I can trust. I know one that doesn't even smoke no more.
So
Or
you
they,
said you have a handful of dealers that you can trust. So are you a smoker?
I mean, I quit last year. That was my New Year's resolution, just to, it,
Oh,
it
so you
didn't
quit
really.
32 days ago?
You could
About
say you could say that, yeah.
okay, so how's that going?
I mean, it's the same as if I never smoked. I did it for my own reasons because I noticed that like some of my trades, I kind of got a little bit too greedy. I trade options, right?
Yeah, I've heard you
Yeah.
say that, yes.
So I noticed, I kind of sometimes get a little bit too greedy, and my trades kind of mess up. And I just did it for my own personal reasons. I don't want to I don't smoke around my kids, but I don't want that. I don't even want them to smell it.
Hmm.
Really, I had to grow up. I'm 31 right now.
So you think
So
that smoking is an immature activity or immature thing to do?
yeah.
In what ways?
Um. Well, I mean, I still smoke tobacco.
Yeah, I think that is wow.
Do you
Tobacco.
consider that a drug?
I definitely consider tobacco a drug. I consider alcohol a drug. I consider man-made things a drug that are intended to get you drunk or to get you
Well,
high.
I smoke cigars. I mostly smoke the most natural cigars you can find.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, I think that tobacco is a natural leaf, true enough. But I think that once it is altered with menthol and
No,
nicotine
I
and
don't. I don't
sold
do those.
as a
I
product
don't smoke
like that,
Newport.
it is
I
then
used to.
a drug.
I used to smoke. But yeah, I know what you're saying. But
Yeah, you need to stop that, King Shinar. If anything,
even
you need to be around here campaigning that tobacco is the devil.
no, but even when I was smoking weed, I always smoke spliffs. Like I'll mix it with tobacco. I'll get like a pack of cigarette, a pack of Newports with the menthols before they banned it in my state. But I could still get it from somewhere else. But I'll mix it
They
and just
banned
roll up.
menthol cigarettes in your state?
Yeah, in Massachusetts.
Wow.
That was like back in 2020, I think. Yeah.
Oh, 1 second, King Shanard. The Blackish Cracker says, maybe that's why THC stays in your system for 30 days or more because your body wants the THC in it, and most other drugs get out of your system in 3 days because your body doesn't want it. Mo Love said, King Shanard tried it. Rush has entered the chat. Thank you, Rush, for joining the chat so much, and thank you for coming to the show tonight. Lead is laughing at me because he knows that I'm laughing. Distant Light said, I'm sorry. Queen Shanar, you drink beer though, right? Queen Shanar, I'm sorry, King Shanar, do you drink beer?
Yeah,
Do you think that beer is a drug or alcohol is a
yeah,
drug?
it is.
Okay. And are you doing anything to stop that vice that you have?
I'm gonna eventually get rid of it.
Oh,
You
okay.
know, I love nicotine though.
Oh, wow.
I love
Oh,
it.
wow. And what is it that you love about nicotine?
You know, it got me through college. You know, some people will take all these. You know, they'll take like Adderall, or I know cats that smoke weed throughout college.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I've done this. I smoked weed, yeah, throughout college as well. But I noticed that it kind of affected my focus. But when I roll those spliffs, it'll make me sharp. But nicotine, it helps with stress. You know, it can. I believe that it can make anyone a millionaire. But it's bad for your health, though.
It's terrible for your health.
Yeah, it's bad for your health. I mean, like even most people, almost all of the innovators you've seen throughout history, they've all smoked cigarettes.
King Shinar. So most times it's said that when you know better, you do better. And with all, at one point when cigarettes came out, especially back in the day, Camel cigarettes, Cool cigarettes, they had like, I mean, back in the day in like the 70s and 60s, I think they could smoke then at like work still. They could smoke in public places, and they were promoting this social look and this social acceptance of smoking and nicotine. And then they said that it didn't pose any health problems, and that that you could smoke it, and all the rich people were doing it, all the professional people were doing it. So when you talk about the great smoking now, I think about that. But we have progressed from that time in those years, and now FDA and all those people are saying that tobacco smoking is not good for you. Even on tobacco products, it tells you that you could possibly be at risk for cancer. Pregnant women should use it, things of that nature. So there's a saying that I've heard all my life, or that goes around: when you know better, you do better. The fact that you preach a lot of great messages, and I approve of them, and I respect them and agree with a lot of them. Why wouldn't you want to do better in regards to killing the nicotine addiction, opposed to saying how much you love it? Like, what
Well, I
is
mean,
that about?
I don't smoke cigarettes no more. I mean, cigarettes contain all kinds of chemicals, rat poison, all kinds of shit. I get my cigars online. Um, that's what I smoke. I mean,
Oh, you just smoke cigars?
yeah,
Okay, it's terrible, huh?
but I'm not trying to advocate for for nicotine or anything like that. I'm not trying to say that, but I mean, that's just what I'm doing now. Eventually, I'll quit it.
Okay, King
Quit
Shinar. So we
alcohol.
talked much about you. I didn't get a chance to ask you the questions that I normally ask for the topic for tonight. Happy Black History Month to you. It is the third day. Did you do anything special today for Black History Month?
Honestly, no. I don't know what I could do for Black History Month. I can. I mean, what do you mean?
So, if you can't find anything to do for Black History Month, if you have kids, you can influence them or enrich them by telling them some things
Oh, I
pertaining.
do that every day.
Black history, take them to a museum, take them
Every
out to a
single
park,
day.
watch a movie with them, cook a nice Southern home cooked black quote unquote meal. I say that because Black history is usually African American history in America, considering you are Haitian and you are Black, and I myself am St. Lucian. I can understand if you want to cook up some Caribbean meal also. So do that, but make sure that you find a day in this month to celebrate Black history. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So, King Shinar, tonight we're talking about Kevin Gates putting out his new album, and it's called Celebrate. For me, I love it. It sounds really good, and I love Kevin Gates. In one of the songs, he talked about how he had to learn to live a purpose-driven life opposed to a pleasure-driven life. So we were up here talking about it. We had Lionel Suggs up here. He's working right now. We had the Blackish Cracker up here, and of course myself. And we talked about the purpose driven life and also pleasure driven. Pleasure driven being instantaneous, not necessarily focused on things, and purpose driven, being focused, being committed, and things of that nature. What would you say that you are in life? Are you living a pleasure or purpose driven life?
Definitely purpose.
Okay.
Um, I like I said, I stopped smoking weed. That gives you instant pleasure. It kind of puts you in a different reality, which is why I think I look at weed as more so of a drug than nicotine. Well, THC than nicotine. Um, you
So when you
know,
think about tobacco, you're just thinking about the tobacco flower, the tobacco leaf.
yeah, yeah. Well, the effects of it.
Hmm.
You don't get high off of tobacco. You just it keeps you more focused than something like weed. Weed makes you lazy. It can make you lazy. I look at it as a setting type of drug.
Okay.
If you're in
That
the
is
right mindset, then you smoke weed, then it can make you feel like you're on top of the world.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're dealing with some shit and you smoke it, it can make you feel like you're close to the bottom,
Okay.
and it
So
warps your reality. You shouldn't
you
feel. You
you've
should be
stopped
balanced.
smoking. What else have you done in regards to your purpose driven life?
Um, well, I mean, I focused on my health,
Mm-hmm.
eating better. Um, you know, just my work, my trades. Making sure that I'm doing what I have to do every single day. And, you know, yeah, that's me. But yeah, alcohol is much worse than weed. I'm not an alcoholic. I like to enjoy a beer here and there, like to wind down at night or when I'm eating a meal, alcohol is not as bad as people make it out to be. Unless you're not if you're an alcoholic, then it is bad. But if you're the type of person that likes to drink on an empty stomach, then it's bad. But, you know,
Mm-hmm. So what is your purpose, King Shanard? Since you are living this purpose driven life, have you figured out that purpose and what your purpose is in life?
what do you mean by purpose?
So the question was, are you living a purpose driven life or a pleasure driven life? Are you living for everyday moments? Or is there something that you're focused on? Do you have a way or an art of life that you live by? What is that purpose? What are you focused on? What keeps you, what is your drive? Like, what is it?
Uh, I mean, that's a good question, honestly. I don't know how to answer that.
Okay. So have you ever been a pleasure driven person?
Yeah, of course. Oh yeah.
What were those moments like?
Um, just seeking instant gratification.
Hmm. And what changed you into this purpose driven person? What has changed in you to make you that person?
Oh no, did you just hit a vape?
Yeah, I've been smoking vapes and, spliffs.
You gotta chill on that.
I will. Thank you for your concern and thank you for your care. I will.
No, no, I'm serious. You really gotta chill on that.
This will be my last show with this. Yeah.
Um, I'm messing with you. Yeah, I mean, I look at options trading is like a drug. I think it's one of the worst types of drugs out there.
Mhm.
You know, it's worse than gambling in a
Mhm.
casino. So when I used to look at that as like my purpose in life, I would like think like because I mean when you trade options, you're really looking. You could take like $100 investment, for example, and turn it into like $1,000 overnight if you know what to get into, right?
Mhm.
But that same thousand, you could cash out, or you could realize those gains, or you can continue holding on to it with the hopes that it can grow to 2,000. So you don't really know when to get out of it. So for me, for example, I would sometimes, even though I'll see like a $900 profit, I'll continue holding on to it. Bam, I see another $500 profit. So like 1,400.
So is that gambling or is that adrenaline rush or
Oh,
risk?
it's everything. It's worse. It's better than anything you can feel in life.
Mhm.
So I would then take profit at say 1,400, and then the next hour it grows to 2,500. So now I went from a high to a low because I
Mhm.
sold it too early. If I just wait another hour, I could have had 2,500. So
Mm.
then just I'm starting to like chase those losses that are not really losses in a sense. They're just
And chase those losses, meaning you're trying to win the money back that you lost.
know that I could have. I didn't lose anything like I said, I didn't lose anything. I'm
Okay.
trying to chase back what I could have gotten if I was more patient,
Mm.
and that never works because
Mhm.
you end up losing or gaining. It may like the reason why I'm saying this is that when you live what you saying? You said
Pleasure
a
driven
pleasure
life.
driven life.
Mhm.
That was my pleasure, even though I know that it's a losing, it's not a winning game. I still chose to partake in that. It
Mhm.
wasn't smart, and I think weed has something to do with that.
Oh wow.
I have a lot of information as far as like knowing what plays to make. Um, like my win rate is like close to 90%. But
Mhm.
greed, gluttony, all those vices that you see in the Christian Bible, that's what messes people up.
Mm. Mhm.
You know, yeah, like Lee said, like what could have been. I hate that feeling.
Mm.
So I've gotten to the point where now, like I don't, I'm able to my purpose now is to focus on just playing stocks or selling option contracts.
Does your purpose have anything to do with your family or your kids or you as an individual? Something in your inner self?
Yeah, I mean that'll always have. That's just something that's just always been that way. I mean that's the reason why I'm doing it in the first place.
Hmm.
Um,
So, the Blackish Cracker says he has been talking blank this whole blank time for 9 months. Lee says take the way and the left the left the way. Blackish Cracker says hypocrite. They are saying distant light tobacco's apparently good for focus. I thought the same, distance light. I was a little perplexed by that. He don't know. Nicotine isn't bad for you. It's the combustion and chemicals in cigarettes that are. Bacon is good for your brain. No promotion of pork and bacon over here. Vapes are 95% safer. I'm not sure about that, Blue Jay. I am going to be stopping very soon. The Blackish Cracker, he's talking ish about weed. Distance like cigars are great. They're so relaxing. My dad loves cigars. I always can buy him a great gift. I buy him a great cigar. They're expensive too. In my younger years and before I had Blue Thang, I used to go to like smoke shops where like you smoke cigars and all that. And they had like sliders and burgers and you food and just be the bomb. How are you guys doing this Saturday night? Thank you for joining me. I am not actually sure what time. Oh, it's 12:14. So it is 12:14 a.m. A new day. Thank you guys for joining me and bringing in this Sunday with me. Um, what are y'all doing? How was the day, and what do you plan to do later on today? Happy Black History Month to you. If you haven't hit the like, please hit the like. If you haven't shared the live, please do that. I will, and I am and will continue to drop the link periodically during the chat, so feel free to hit it. I have a couple of hours to spend because the whole thing is out the house tonight, so he's hanging out with his homeboy. I don't need all that, King Shanard. So, King Shanard, the
Why'd you
next
say that?
question.
Why'd you say that?
Because it sounded like you was about to start huffing and puffing, like I was taking too long speaking on
No, I was just about to
Even with
say
the
something.
Wise Girl.
How'd you catch
I just want to go ahead and stop you in your path.
that?
Anyways, once again, thank y'all for joining. If you want to hit the link, please hit the link. Tell us your side effects. Tell us your purposes or your pleasures in life. So, King Shanard, I'm going to let you say what it is that you have to say, and then I'm going to ask you the next question that was up for discussion tonight.
Yeah, right now I have been drinking. And I noticed
You
that when
know what? You are so full of it, yo.
I do drink,
Yo, we
I don't,
gotta get him up out of here. This is what I'm talking about. Everybody on YouTube is holier than thou. Everybody is rich. Everybody is drug free. Everybody is the next doctor. Everybody has lived the best life. Everybody is from the hardest hood. This man came up here and tried to ridicule us in my Gunja crew following, even if they don't smoke, they support the host who does. Try to ridicule us over here, and then you try to manipulate us with your tobacco use and try to tell us how. Did you hear him, Lionel? And now he's sitting up here off with 6 cases of beer.
Yeah, I hear them.
Is this the kettle calling the whatever it is black?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So we're gonna bring him back up here so he can hopefully be authentic and transparent with his alcoholism.
no, what I was trying to say is that I noticed that when I do drink and come up on these panels, I'm not as articulate as I really wanna be. You know,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of times I'll say things that don't really make sense, but I mostly speak in code because that's what I really do for a living. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I do lots of debugging. Um, I code programs and stuff like that. So sometimes I'll say things and I may not get it, or you may call me stupid. But I noticed that that's something that I have to, I got to get rid of. Alcohol is not good. It's really not. It kind of. I started noticing a little bit that when I do drink, it it's like messing up my mind in a way. It's kind of I feel a lot of blank thoughts sometimes. Like I know what to say, but I just can't get it out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that way when I'm sober, basically. But I was always the type when I was younger that I could drink. I used to be able to drink a lot, and no one would be able to tell. I
Mm-hmm.
always the one that could. I can always. I can hold my liquor. Even right now, you would not be able to tell that I'm drunk. But if you have a good ear, you can kind of tell like, yeah, something is kind of off.
So, King Shanart, the next question was side effects. You know, how pharmacies promote medication, how you can eat something and have some bad effects from it. And if you just knew a little bit about those things, you can make a better choice, a better decision about your health or in life or in anything. So, when we think about ourselves and how we present ourselves to people, jobs, relationships, just how we show up for people, and we know our innermost demons are our side effects or things that aren't the best about us. Knowing those things that you know about yourself and that you accept about yourself that you would deem a side effect, do you think that people should or would take that chance on you?
Say it again.
King Chanel.
No, I'm sorry, Roz. Just say it one more time.
I said, if you people knew what you did, how what your if you know what your side effects are, um would you would people take a chance on you with you knowing your side effects? Should people take a chance on you?
I mean, I don't care if they do or not.
The question is, would they or should they take that chance on
It doesn't matter make any difference to me whether or
you?
not they do. But when you say side effects, what do you mean? Because I kind of came
Side
in.
effects meaning like the bad things about you.
Um, I mean, I'm not. I'm really an emotionalist person. Like you, I always carry a poker face wherever I go, so no one can really tell the good or bad about me. You know, we all have good and bad things about us, right? But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm not as emotional as someone like Rock.
No, King Sean, that is not what we're going to say. So we
That
have
nigga's always on my balls, bro. It's weird. The
Rock
fuck off
back
with nigga.
on the panel. We also have Lead on the panel. I am going to go back to King Shanard. But Rock, you were up here. Do you have anything to say before I go to Lead because he needs to speak?
Yo, peace, Lee. Peace, peace, Rock.
Peace, Shanad.
And King
And
Hey,
Shanard,
I do have some. Can I say
I'm
something
working on
really
that,
quickly?
Shanad. I'm working on that.
King Shanard, Rock got you up out of here for a couple of minutes as
Yeah, 4 minutes and 20 seconds. You know, hint, hint. Wow, it's surprising the pothead has money to send to you,
and
Ross.
going
Ross
further,
girl.
I am respecting King his cash app at this time for that. But we don't vote people out over here if you don't mind.
No, I was trying not to, but you know, he kind
Uh-huh.
of dug himself a hole. But
Mm-hmm.
isn't that amazing that he's admitting that he's drunk right now, but he always sounds the same.
Mm.
Hmm. Yeah.
So, Lee, thank you for joining the panel. How are you doing this Saturday? And happy Black History Month to you. Can't hear you.
Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. Good
Thank
evening,
you.
panel. Good evening, panel.
Good evening to you.
I'm just enjoying my evening spliff.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm in
Really?
the city of New York, so it's legal here. So, uh, just doing a little self medicating.
Yo, that
This
looks.
is
Whew. You like
yeah,
you feeling good when you just step outside and it's cold. You just blow it
yeah,
out. What?
absolutely, absolutely. So,
Okay, go
I
ahead.
mean, everything is not for everybody. Some people are into some things, some people are into others. My opinion, alcohol is way, way worse. I used to drink a lot of alcohol. I don't anymore. And yeah,
Mm-hmm.
when you're drinking and you wake up the next morning and you're all the way in like you're from the Bronx and you're all the way in like Far Rockaway or Coney Island and you're waking up on a train and you're checking your pocket to make sure your wallet is there. You say,
Mm-hmm.
you know what? I think I need to slow down on this drinking. And then you see other people, you see the old timers, still boozing, still drinking. They waiting in front of the liquor store early in the morning before it opened. You know, so I mean, can people do that with marijuana? I guess. I guess if you have an addictive personality,
Mm-hmm.
anything can become. I think someone, you could abuse milk. Pause. You know what I mean? Just drinking too much milk and you diarrheaing on yourself. Anything could become addictive, I guess. But you know, um, I don't know. I just do what I like to do. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I think people should just do what they like to do and don't project whatever it is that you have onto other people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like just do what you live and let live, and do what is good for you. That's how I look at it. If
So
it's something that's bad for you, then don't do it.
yeah, I definitely agree with that. Lee, so Kevin Gates has a new album out called Celebrate. I don't know if you know Kevin Gates. I
I'm,
love
I'm familiar with Kevin Gates.
Yeah, I love his music. Um in one of his songs he says that he had to learn to live a purpose driven life opposed to a pleasure driven life. He's a Muslim now, he's lost a
Hmm.
couple of pounds, everything. He's just basically focused on a lot other more things. So
Hmm.
in your life, would you say that you're living a purpose driven or a pleasure driven life?
Well, I would say both. Number one,
Mm-hmm.
for me, both. And also, real quick, me personally, I don't worry what entertainers say at all. They're just human beings,
It's the
and
lyric, though. It's just the lyric.
no,
The
no, no, I get it. But yeah, but for me, I'll say both. Um, is all what you consider pleasure, right?
mm-hmm,
Like for example, I'm not into sports. I think it's boring.
mm-hmm,
Watching it on TV, I'll play it, but watching it on TV, I find it to be boring. I'd rather watch a 3 hour lecture, and I'll turn the 3 hour lecture into 6 hours because I'm stopping and rewinding and things like that. Other people will find that
Hell
boring as
yeah.
hell. You know what I mean? They'll find that boring as hell, and I understand that.
mm-hmm,
So to me, that's my pleasure. I find that pleasurable,
mm-hmm,
and at the same time, there's purpose in that because I'm learning something. I'm gaining insight.
mm-hmm,
So I will use that as an example of, for me, both.
mm-hmm. So do you feel you have a balance between your pleasures and your purpose?
I think you should. I try to.
Mm-hmm,
Sometimes things could be off balance. You know, but I think that's life, and you just try your best. You
mm-hmm.
know, yeah.
Do you
So
do you watch those lectures because you know that information is king?
I watch those lectures because the information is interesting to me. Um, and just because I watch it doesn't necessarily mean I subscribe to what's being said.
Yeah.
I try to look at things objective, and I could watch a documentary and disagree with it, or a lecture and disagree with it, but I'm getting their perspective. And then sometimes what I like to do, I like to just debate the lecture or debate the premise myself, like just put my own arguments against it, and I just find that entertaining. So yeah,
That
mhm.
sounds like me watching a movie. Yeah,
so
you
I do
can.
the same thing with movie.
Yeah,
I
you
do the
just
same
you
thing with
just
a
pick it
movie.
apart naturally, and you try to
Yes,
figure out what's the next move and what's
I
what's
mean,
the angle that people are coming from.
if you watch a movie, sometimes people watch a movie on a surface level, but a lot of times the movie is deeper, especially if you watch a movie more than once. If you watch it like 5 times, you may see something that you haven't saw the first time. One of my favorite movies, Mad Max, I watched that movie more than 100 times. And the last time I watched it, I saw something that I never saw before. So, you know, everyone is different, you know. But what's good about being different is that is your perspective and how you look at it. Um, we could look at each other different as a bad thing, or we could look at it as you're a person that's bringing something that's a necessity to the bigger picture,
Well,
right?
could you?
So, Rock,
You
can I say
couldn't
something real
imagine a
quick?
world
Well,
where
hold on, Rock.
saying,
Can I say something real quick? Since we talking civilized, could you apologize to Ross girl? I mean, I don't want
"Man,
to be
this
phone.
nigga,
Listen, listen, listen. No, no, no. I'm not yelling. I'm not cursing you. Let's just
this
be real.
nigga."
I don't want to. To me, it'll be phony for us to just keep talking regular, like
So,
what happened
excuse me,
Thursday. Just
excuse me,
just
sir.
apologize.
Respectfully, sir. Do you think do you think Roz is a grown woman?
He thinks I'm sure he thinks I'm a grown woman.
Well, it seems like he thinks you're a child and you need to be coddled by a random man on the internet.
No, I think that he's a man, he's
Yeah.
a gentleman, and men who respect women are offended when they see other men or so-called men
So you take that as you playing me and King Shenard against each other, and then somehow me asking to be put up with the retard to argue with the retard is somehow me disrespecting you.
Rock, can I
I,
say something real quick? I don't not to cut you off.
the
I don't
echo.
mean to be rude. I just want to say this real quick. When you and Shannon was going at it, right? She dropped the both of you. This is something that she does. When I was on there with Black Moses, she dropped the both of us, right? She that's how she runs her panel. You know, she well hold on. She did it to get control, right? And then
you're
you
not
just flipped
you're
out.
not
You flipped
understanding
out on her.
the whole premise on it. The premise was she dropped me because I was acting like King Shenard, and she's the one that put me up there with King Shenard to act like his dumbass to entertain the rest of people that are
No,
usually too afraid to hit the
Wait, wait.
link.
But this is the thing, brother. In all fairness, if you could just do what you did just now when he came on. You could have just dropped off. You can't blame her. You stayed on. You engaged. So that's besides the point.
yo,
There's nothing wrong. Be wrong. We all wrong. We all talking.
You know what? I am gonna blame her for filing me with King Shenard. Yeah,
yo, the
for her
only reason
putting
why I
me in the
came up,
same
Rock,
category
the only
as
reason
King
why,
Shenard. I'm gonna blame her.
the
Yeah.
only reason why I came up because you were talking about how
Shut up,
you
dude.
got tired of hiring people, you
Hey
got tired of
Ross, how
this,
much to
that.
ban King Shenard from your channel for
See
life?
what I
A
mean? You
thousand
don't even want to
dollars?
listen.
Wait. Well, hold on. Hold on. This not. Let's. Can we do this a good way as
Dude, I've
adults?
been
It don't
trying to
got to
do
be
this a
always
good way for
trolling.
like
Like we
nine
could
months with
we
King
could
I
Shenard.
didn't.
There's
disagree.
nothing he's
We
gonna
could
say.
disagree without. Let's just disagree and have our arguments without all the other stuff.
Yeah,
Just it's possible.
yeah. So, Lee, the other question on the panel was about side effects. If you knew the worst things about something or someone, and someone has some feedback from somewhere, if you don't mind, if you're not speaking, could you mute up? Um, if you have some type of side effects about you, those things are the worst things, are the bad things about you, temperament, you're always late, things of that nature.
Hmm.
Knowing those things and those things that you accept about yourself, if someone else knew that prior to, should they and would they take a chance on you?
Uh, I would say so. I would say so. Thinking about it, it could be, it could be dangerous, but I would say they could take a chance.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm
It
being
could be
honest in answering your
dangerous.
question, yeah,
Uh-huh.
because repeat the question again. I want to make sure I'm answering correctly.
I was saying if people knew your side effects, and side effects being the things that you deem the worst things about you, if they knew that prior to encountering with you or building any type of relationship or business arrangement or agreement with you, would they be able to take that chance with you? Should they, and would they? Would that be an investment for them?
So yeah, they should. I would say the only well, not the only, but I guess a danger would be um like my reaction to things or whatever like that. But because I consider you're talking about side effects of my personality, I would say sometimes becoming angry too quickly, and that is dangerous
Mhm.
for myself, right? Because I could have something planned out in my head, but that doesn't mean it goes the way I plan it.
Mhm.
I could end up putting myself in danger and ending my life because of a quick reaction.
Mhm.
So if I would say that's the worst part of me. So if someone knew that and they saying, well, I don't want to be near that, but that's not the only part of me.
Mhm.
And then knowing your shortcomings and being aware of it lets you have control over it
Mhm.
or manage, you understand? Manage whatever it is, you know. So you're not aloof to what's going on. You're clear. You're conscious of what's happening.
Mhm.
So if you have that and someone, you see something going on, you say, you know what, I know if I don't remove myself from here, it could be a situation. So let me go. And as a matter of fact, let me not ever come back around here ever again.
Mhm.
So that was a very complex question there. Right. Yeah, because it took a lot for me to really think and give you an honest answer. You know.
Yeah, well, that's what it's about, being authentic and transparent if you're willing to share that. So when we talk about when you talked about all that, and I appreciate that. When it comes to having that issue or a temperament of some, so to speak, do you think it's better to let people know that as you get more into building something with them? Do you think that it's better to let your side effects be known so that people can know how to operate or deal with you or make a more in-depth decision? Or do you think it's better to just let it roam freely?
I mean, for me, anyone that spends time around me is gonna know my personality.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So I'm never in a situation where I have to let someone know anything. They already know how I am. You know.
Rock said earlier that if you let them know, that could be a form of manipulation, trying to.
That's true. Absolutely, I agree with that. That's
Mm-hmm.
true. Absolutely, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. But that wouldn't be a reason why. Well, I guess that would be my ego is to think that they can't do that. So that wouldn't be my reasons for that because I'm aware of myself.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it would be just not being involved in anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because earlier I think you was talking about what was you saying earlier? I think you was talking about like what do you do for like rest and relaxation and stuff like. Did
Mm-hmm.
you say something like that?
Yes. What do you do for your self
Right,
preservation?
right, right. So things like for me, things like solitude and
Mm-hmm.
and and nature,
Yeah, I love
right?
nature. Oh.
These things are therapy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Who's
And
ever been bird
even
watching?
I'm sorry.
Have any of y'all done bird watching before?
I
Yeah.
mean, I mean, you could say I have like then I mean, you see them in the park, or is that not considered that? Because
That's
we have
considered the same thing. Basically, you sit for like an hour or two and just watch the birds, dude. Just watch
because
them.
Yeah.
Like
I
watch
like.
because
how they interact with each other. Watch, just watch them, observe them.
I love to listen to them chirp. Like I could be sitting outside and I'd be so engrossed in hearing them chirp and communicate with each other. Like, and I'm like, y'all hear it? You hear like, oh, it's everything for me. But go ahead.
The different ones, I like to spot I'm like, oh, that's a cardinal, that's a blue jay, all that type shit. We got a
Mm-hmm.
bunch of crackles out here. They're like blackbirds, but they mimic sounds that they hear in the city. So they
Mm-hmm.
can sound like car alarms. They can sound like all kinds of different stuff.
Wow. So Lee, when you were thank you for that, Rock. So Lee, when you were speaking on self preservation, I also asked, is that an act that is selfish? Um, what do you think of it?
Absolutely not. How can that be?
And I'm asking that because sometimes when you're trying to preserve yourself, you may have to refrain from certain people, places, and things. And it's not to hurt them, but it may be to your detriment if you interact in or engage in certain things. And it's hard for people to understand that. So they can
If they don't understand that, then something's wrong with them, not you, because you're not trying to do anything that anyone shouldn't want for themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
We all should want that for ourselves, self-preservation.
yeah, you're right. You're were you finished speaking on what the things that you do to maintain that?
Those basic things are, solitude, nature,
Mm-hmm.
and studying
Mm-hmm.
and learning.
Yeah.
You know,
I
those
also
are things that are pleasurable to me.
I'm sorry. I also asked about accountability when it came to your side effects, knowing that you have the things that you have that you deem your side effects. People feel that if you are accountable for these things, that you are somewhat, you're aware, you know this about yourself, so you're okay, and it should be good with them. I wanted to know, with accountability, do you think accountability has any value if it's not accompanied with any type of compassion or empathy?
Can I answer that?
Oh,
Lead, you still there?
say it one more time.
Can
Uh,
I answer that real
Yeah,
quick?
definitely say. Yeah, definitely say. Well, if Rock knows, he could go.
Can I answer that real quick?
Go
No,
ahead.
I don't think in society that we have nowadays we need to be more compassionate and more understanding because that's how we got to where we are today.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I say something against something, s- for whatever reason, it seems like this mob mentality comes after me and tells me that I'm wrong and I'm a bad person because I have the opinion that I have. When you know, it's the opinions that I have are based off of me caring about humanity, so that's why we're here where we are because we're too compassionate, we're too caring about everyone else's feelings instead of saying what's right, what's correct, and what needs to be done about it. We have to tiptoe around everyone else's feelings and how what the 1% is going to perceive it as.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yo, Ross, can you see that? Yeah, see that question again?
Thank you for your response, Rod, and I can understand that. The question was, in regards to like your side effects and the things that you know about yourself. People always feel that if you are able to be accountable, then you're good, like you have an understanding and everything is good. I am saying, does accountability have any value if it isn't accompanied by any type of compassion or empathy? You guys heard that's what Rock was responding to.
Yeah, I do think that we need to be more compassionate, more caring to others. Um, I don't agree with Rock at all.
Is that why you're
Um,
always talking shit about me, King Shinard? Because you're so compassionate and caring about others?
I think that's the main problem with society today. A lot of people will see a homeless person on the street. They'll just walk past them, not even try to say hello or how's your day. Well, just
Does that hurt your
they
feeling, King
won't even
Shinard, when they do
acknowledge
that?
them as human beings. Um, or they just like I try to come up here and try to talk to Rock real quick, and I came here in peace. I wasn't really trying to like roast him, anything like that. I was just trying to like let him know, like, yo, you're smoking too much weed every single day, man. It's not, and weed is nothing wrong with weed. I'm not saying that. I'm not against. Like, listen, I'm not against weed. I don't care. I'm just saying. I just feel like it should not be everywhere. It should not. There shouldn't be all these shops opening up, selling it to where anyone can get it, including children.
So,
You know what I
King
mean?
Shinard, do you think accountability has any value if it isn't accompanied by compassion or empathy?
Accountability doesn't have any value if it's not. Uh, you said accompanied by compassion
Or empathy.
or
Like,
empathy.
just because someone says, yes, I did it, I know I did it, this how I act, da 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 da. But if they're not compassionate about that, if they have no empathy about that, if they're not willing to change that behavior or anything, does that accountability value for anything? Have
So
any
you, it's
value?
like I think what you're saying is it's like the um like a drunkard telling someone not to drink, right?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah.
Basically, you, King Shenard.
I'm not an alcoholic, but I like to drink at night. But
Why do you always sound the same then?
I mean, I don't. What do you mean by that sound the same?
The cadence of your voice is always the same.
Well, I mean,
You always
when I'm on
you're like
chaotic panels, I usually
you're
don't get
not
a chance to
and it's
speak.
not like you've ever been quicker or sharper. You're still at the same level I've ever talked to you in. And this isn't a slide. I'm just wondering, have you been drunk this whole time? You've been
No,
talking
no,
shit
no,
about
no,
me smoking weed.
no. I mean, when I'm on chaotic panels, I usually anticipate me being thrown in the back, so that kind of makes
Dude,
it
that has
sound like
nothing.
I'm
What?
drunk,
So you
right?
start drinking because you anticipate being thrown in the back?
I didn't say that.
What
I'm
are you
saying
saying right now?
I usually drink when I'm done working for the day because what my work is very
What is
stressful,
that? 12 o'clock?
and I think like
Okay.
my
What
Okay.
is that?
Okay, King
12
Shannon Brock,
o'clock.
we're going to get into that in 1 second. Can we let Lee answer the question about accountability? Lee, did you hear the question and are you able to answer it?
It's usually like 4.
Could you repeat it again, please?
The question was, when people take accountability, does that value for anything if it's not accompanied with compassion or any type of empathy or apology?
No, because that means it wasn't sincere.
Mm,
You know, if that it means it wasn't sincere. You know, it was. I mean, uh, I would assume compassion would be coupled with accountability.
hmm
Um, so I don't see how you could do one without the other.
Yeah, I think that a lot. I have seen a lot. Like Rock says, people should be able to say things or do things without having to apologize for their behavior. If it's like the right thing to do, if it's legal, even if it makes people, get in an uproar or something. Like, do you agree with what he said in regards to that? He says that we live.
I don't know. That sounds subjective. I don't.
He be-
That
You
sounds
said
like a
people.
very broad statement.
he
So
believes we live in a world where people are too sensitive now, and people.
I mean, that statement I agree with. That's
Mhm,
a true statement. But the other part, as far as saying whatever you want, or as far as how you described it, Ross girl, I'm not too certain about that.
mhm,
But yes, we do live in a very oversensitive world. We see that you know, in that regard is we regressing. You know, we have look at the sitcoms from back in the day. You couldn't have those now. George Jefferson, All in the Family. They couldn't play those. You couldn't play those back. The George Jefferson, All in the Family. Maybe even Good Times. That'll probably all of those will probably get canceled for some type of political correctness. So there is a regression in sensitivity as far as what people can say. Um, but I don't think we can hide behind that as far as other things. You know, like if there's malicious intent, you can't hide behind that.
Thank you for that, Lee. King Shinar, did you want to say something else in regards to that question?
Um yeah, I do think that when you always had like an order, someone order, your life, giving you, like, I know, like, one of my uncles used to give me some life advice, and I'll be like, yeah, 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 and he can tell, like Like, yeah, he's just saying, yeah, he's not really, taking what I'm saying. And as I got older, I'm like, this dude's really telling me the truth, and it was based off of his own life experiences. I'll be like, oh, so why are you telling me this when you're doing this? But he was really telling me that because, based off of his life experience, don't do this because I did this. So in my mind, I'm thinking, well, why should I listen to you when you're doing this? But in reality, that's just, you know, that was compassion, that was empathy. And I didn't see it like that. Like, for example, like in my early 20s, um, I was like, I'll say like right after my mother passed when I was 18. My father, he passed a year earlier when I was 17. He always tell me, get up, like get on my grind. You gotta do what you gotta do. And he himself lost both of his parents by the time he was 13. And he told me all the stuff that he was doing and this and that, and I wasn't really trying to listen until um I'll say like when I was 20, because I had like a year worth of credits. I didn't go back to school until I was like 23. I didn't graduate until I was 25. But I took a lot of time off doing bullshit,
Hmm.
hanging out in the streets, smoking weed every single day, didn't really care about shit. Um, and like even right now, like I'm telling people like, I don't think even just like I told you, lay off for that weed. Well, mostly
Bro,
the vape
bro,
pens, but
you're such a hypocrite, bro. And that's
that's what I'm
what ticks
saying
me
right
off
there. See,
most
he's
about
calling
you.
me a hypocrite, but
But
that's
that's
And
what
you are.
that's what he's talking about, Rock. He is realizing and having an introspective moment right now. He's realizing that he's been hypocritical. So let's hear him out.
and I think no one is perfect. Everybody learns from their mistakes. The smartest learn from the mistakes of others, and those that um learn from their own mistakes, that's another thing. But it's always best to learn from the mistakes of those that are older than you. And I was just playing with you with that, Russ. I was just saying that with the vape pen because I don't. I think people when you. I don't like those concentrates. I think that like I
Hmm.
said, most of those things contain like 100% THC. They contain other chemicals in it. It's not. It's
Hmm.
different than smoking like the regular flower.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that.
And I hope those
It's not as
shits.
strong as the regular flour either.
No, no, no. Some of them stuff contain like close to 100%. Even those dabs and shit. Like I don't.
Well,
Those stuff.
I don't know about the dabs. I know about the pens. And for
Hmm.
me, the pen is not as strong as flour for me. You
Yeah,
know,
I don't like him as much
the
as.
you
That's
know
probably because
yeah
they're mostly fake ass pins, dude.
yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, you get a little buzz from it or whatever, but you're not. It's not the same as flour. You know,
Hmm.
To me, a edible is stronger than the pen. To me, you
Yeah,
get a good edible, it'll
yeah.
be way stronger than the pen. To me,
I
I've been,
Edibles
did try
do
the
nothing
edible
for me.
once. I didn't really. That was way back.
Yeah. Mm.
but like the edible. So if it was a thing as well, you don't like the smoking or that's the issue.
Hmm.
Like I was saying, that well, then you could do that. You could consume THC that way with the edible, and you still get the effects of, it doesn't come on as fast, but you still get the effects of it without the smoke.
Yeah, because
So
it's really about the way it's being ingested in regards to like the vaping and then smoking it are the forms of the way that you take it in. And like Lee says, edibles. I know people who just chew the plant. Like I have people in my family who like who have the bud in their mouth as if it's like tobacco. You know how like people chew tobacco.
But I read studies though. As far as like the vape pens and the dabbing, I think they call it
And
shatter. They call it like a shatter or wax, whatever. Those things are causing. There's a whole psychosis epidemic going on with that stuff.
Here we go.
People are losing their minds.
Oh, here we go.
No, I've seen it like with my boy.
Never
Like
have
I,
to mind in the first place to lose it.
and
So,
this was someone who smoked all his life.
do you find any validity in that statement? You do the drug, don't let the drug do you.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And people like to say weed is not addictive. It's not addictive. It can be addictive. It can make you feel like, I mean, just from smoking. All I only smoke are spliffs. I always mix it with tobacco. But even
You
then,
know
I
what's
would
really
realize
crazy? You know
that
what's really crazy about weed is
I
that
can't talk. I
your
can't finish what
body.
I'm about to
Yeah, I'm
say.
gonna cut you off because you're not very intelligent. But
Go
your
ahead. Go ahead.
body
Y'all be
actually has
quiet.
certain receptors in it, right? Like when you drink coffee, there's a it increases the dopamine. There's certain things that happens, but there's no caffeine receptor in your body. What it does is it mimics a chemical which your body accepts. Just like cocaine, it mimics a chemical that your body accepts. Just like prescription pills. Uh, Unlike nicotine, your body does have nicotine receptors. Your body does have THC receptors, but your body doesn't have, let's say, Xanax receptors, you know, or cocaine receptors or heroin receptors. It doesn't have any of those things. So when you're looking at your body and you look at it as this vessel that's been created, uh, it seems like your body was created to accept THC. That's one of the reasons it stays in your system for so long, because your body is trying to use every bit of it, every part of it. The
So
only
that's why you.
reason it gets out of your system is because your body uses up all the THC. Now, when it comes to cocaine or prescription pills or any other drug, including alcohol, it's out of your body within 3 to 5 days. Now, why is that? It's because your body doesn't want it. Your body's trying to get rid of it as quickly as possible. So you people that talk all this crap
That's
about
really
weed
stupid, man.
have absolutely no idea what you're talking about
And that's why I let
because
you
you've
cut me
never
off because
studied,
I
you
wanted
never
you to
taken
keep the
hours
flow.
out of your life other than to watch Netflix and chill to study anything. I study law. I study biology. I study all kinds of different things. I can't even name them all because that's what I understand. Information is king. The more information I have, the more money I can make.
So you think we were all born to smoke weed because we have these
Not smoke.
receptors in our
Not
brain, right?
smoke.
He's saying that our bodies can accept. He can defend that our bodies can
Yeah,
accept the
that's his. That's
different
his.
form.
Your
Where if
body's
the
your
drug,
body
the
was
body will
created.
accept that.
Your body was created to accept THC.
So
Your
do
body
you
was
think
not created. Your body was not created to accept
it can be
caffeine.
mentally addictive? Like, let's say if you were to stop smoking right
Dude,
now.
what do you, can you
No,
just talk
wait.
about can you
I'm
talk about
saying
the subject I brought up instead of trying to
if
change the
you were to
subject?
stop smoking right now, do you think would you go through any like withdrawals, anything like that? Like, would it make you more irritable? Or would you be more um
I
you
don't like to deal with stupid people if I'm high or not. It doesn't matter, dude.
is that why you continue
Always been like that.
smoking to
I don't like
improve your mood?
stupid people. I just don't. What are you saying right now, King Shinar? If you
I
stop
can't
drinking tomorrow, how
I
about
can't
this?
really argue with
No,
this
no,
dude.
no. Let me make this comparison. If I stop
Yeah, I'm
smoking
showing
weed
empathy to
tomorrow,
you
if
right
I stop
now, but
smoking
not
weed tomorrow, if I stop
cooking you
smoking weed
real
tomorrow,
quick.
my body's not going to go in with to withdrawals that are going to kill me. But if you quit drinking alcohol tomorrow, cold turkey, your body will go into withdrawals and kill you. So shut up, you fool. You don't know what you're talking about. And what annoys me the most is people like you get a chance to even influence the children out there because there's kids that are listening to you. There's young adults that are listening to you. There's old people that are listening to you, and you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. You
Do I
talk
sound
out
like
of
I'm
your
drunk right now,
ass.
or do you sound like you're
You
high right
talk
now?
you sound normal. That's why I was asking you, are you
Right.
always drunk? because you sound the same.
I think I explained it earlier.
You didn't explain anything.
If I'm like when I used to drink like crazy, no one can actually tell that I'm actually drunk.
We
Um,
can't now, bro.
yeah, but I mean, I'm not an alcoholic if that's what you're asking me. Like, it's
I
not like,
think you are.
well, it's fine.
And
I
then
don't think
you're being a
Like,
hypocrite
like the Blackish Cracker, what makes you think he's an alcoholic? He said that he
because
was
he
drinking some beer.
because he says he's drunk right now, but yet he sounds the same. He
said I've
sounds the
been
same as he's
drinking.
always sounded. It doesn't matter if it's 9 o'clock in the morning on CT stream or
No,
12
I don't
twelve
drink in the
thirty at night
morning.
on Roz's stream. He sounds the same.
Mhm.
He thinks the same. His cognitive ability is the same. So it's not like he's diminished at all right now. He's the same.
Maybe he's just not at that point of where he's intoxicating it.
Rock has an issue with listening, man. That's his
Okay, you
problem.
guys hold that thought. Andog, thank you
Listen
for
too well.
joining. He says, salute, rise girl, peace and love. Blue Jay says, definitely not the Mexican dirt weed with stems and seeds like the smoke back in the day. Yeah, girl,
Yep,
I understand what you're talking
yep.
about. Blue Jay also says, I think you have to burn it or use fat like butter to activate the THC. King Shenard is on the panel. Blue Jay says, I'm a recovering addict, King Shenard, so I don't judge anyone. But I did not have control over my addiction. I've been alcohol free for 3 years and 3 months.
That's what's up.
Alcohol is a poison, so you can have an overdose on other drugs when you combine it. Your body processes the alcohol first, but it's so toxic, so the other substances build up and you overdose. Well, salute to you, Blue Jay, for your sobriety. Proud of you. Do you
Yeah,
guys
like
have anything else to say?
what I was saying earlier with the drinking is that I noticed that when I do drink sometimes, I notice that I have a lot of blank moments. Like I know like what I'm about to say and I don't say it, or I can't get the words out right. As far as like when I'm, compared to when I'm sober. And Rock is trying to say, "Oh, I sound the same way um, when I'm on Chaotic's panel, right?" But I mean, that's kind of different because usually I don't really get to say anything before getting thrown in the back. And it's every
Dude,
single
that's the
time.
biggest lie I've heard all night.
I mean, that's the truth, though. It's the truth. But
Well, I was talking about mental wellness also today. Having the ability to be in a good mental state, a physical state to make decisions and live everyday life. Do you guys, are you guys into mental wellness as far as like how you keep your physical health up? And if so, what are the things that you do to maintain your mental wellness?
I think the best
tobacco
exercise,
and alcohol is what I do.
Go
Like
ahead,
that's
Rock. You can speak on that.
the best exercise is to smile every day.
Mm-hmm. King Shinar, what is your answer? Tobacco?
and alcohol. But I mean, I would say like
He's a
the best
drunk,
thing, the best thing anyone can do is to exercise.
a
Get a bike.
wino.
I used to
Mm-hmm.
love. I used to. I'm not still a bike also, but cycling is one of the best things that you can do
Is
for your
that what you
body.
do for your mental wellness?
Well, not now. I'll say like a couple of years ago, I used to be like I still got my bike rack on my car, but I got to get back into that.
So you said that your job was very stressful and you're having a couple of beers because your job is so stressful. So I'm getting I'm getting a notion that maybe your mental wellness can be a little stressful as well too, as far as like trying to maintain that because you're self-medicating with the beer. So do you think that you could try some other things that would help you, such as cycling, like you said?
Yeah, but I don't really have. I don't. I can't. I don't really find time. Well, I mean, as far as like that, like I mean, I used to. I mean, it's kind of like a thing where I'm getting older. I don't want to risk it because when I used to cycle, I used to go crazy with that.
So it
Going
became
in between
Can I
cars,
ask you a question, Ross?
mm-hmm.
speeding on that shit.
Go
Nah,
ahead.
Oh,
I posted a
Did you
video
have
in the
did you have
Discord.
skinny tires or wide tires on your bicycle?
I mostly rode hybrids, so like somewhere in between. I don't like those road bikes, those skinny ass type. Nah. But I posted a video in the Discord. I'm
So
not on it no more.
but you had one before, right?
Got into a crazy accident, almost died.
I'm sorry.
I was going downhill. You can probably find it, but I'm banned on there if you scroll up.
Mhm.
I was going downhill, like almost 40 miles an hour. Some chick sped up and cut me off and stopped. She tried to make a left turn, flew over a hood, smashed my head on the concrete. And I
Lee,
had
did
so
you answer?
many.
I'm sorry, King Shinar. So I wanted to keep it moving. Lee, did you answer the question in regards to mental wellness and what did you do? I know you said that you enrich yourself with books and things of that nature. Was that your answer?
Yeah, and I also self-medicate, like what I was just doing
Yeah, I
earlier.
self-medicate too. Yeah.
You know, so
So
I
when it,
find it to be helpful.
mm-hmm.
I'm
and
sorry, I was gonna say something.
Can I,
some,
about self-medication, man. I saw so many people ruin their lives through prescription pills. That's probably why I smoke so much fucking weed. Because you got me screwed up if I'm gonna repeat the same thing I've seen happen the last 20 years. And 5 years ago, it just came out.
mm-hmm,
5 years ago, they just started talking about it. They started talking about the Sackler family. Now everybody knows what the Sackler family's name, you know. But I've
mm-hmm,
been dealing with those assholes my whole life,
mm-hmm,
and I will never become a slave to the pharmaceutical industry. You know, I won't. I don't take Tylenol. I don't take anything. The other day I was feeling under the weather. I tried to go find the most natural. I bought all natural everything. I bought
mm-hmm,
emergency and some other like lozenges, what the fuck ever there is, cough drops or whatever. You know.
mm-hmm,
So that's probably the main reason. And all these people want to talk all this crap, yet they're ingesting alcohol, which is like one of the most refined drugs
Yeah,
there is. It's just
yeah.
as refined as heroin or anything else, buddy. And that's the facts of it.
You know, I'm gonna say it again.
What I ingest is most naturally from the ground, unrefined. There's no process you do to it from the time they pick it off the plant to the time I roll into my blunt, other than dry it out. You know,
I think weed is worse for your mental
that's
and
ridiculous. That is
tobacco
ridiculous.
and
You're no,
alcohol are
no.
worse for your
Listen,
physical.
if you're stupid, you're going to always be stupid if you can't learn or
Let me
recollect.
say it again. I think
Listen,
marijuana
no,
is.
it's just what it
Can
is.
I
It's
talk?
just what it is, and that's why all these people are
I'm
like, "Oh,
saying,
you shouldn't smoke weed." There was a person on here that said that people shouldn't smoke weed because she smoked weed one time because she thought she was going to lose weight by
bro,
smoking
I've been
weed.
smoking this shit since I was in my teens.
And you quit. Shut up.
All right, so I'm
You ain't
telling you,
smoking no more. You quit. You're a quitter.
I think
You're a
it's
quitter.
bad. I think it's bad for your mental,
You're
but
muted,
alcohol
Ross.
and like say tobacco
thank
is
you.
bad for your physical health.
I know people who continue to smoke
So
cigarettes
what is what? Hold on. What is worse, your
because it
mental health?
suppresses their appetite.
What is worse, your mental health or your physical health? I think your
Cigarettes
mental health.
suppress your appetite.
Yeah, and they
I think
continue
your
to smoke
mental health is. I
cigarettes.
think mental health is more important than your physical health. That's how I see it. And I think weed is worse. Is the worst drug for your mental than say tobacco or alcohol. And alcohol in certain amount,
Mental health.
small
Oh
amounts.
my God.
So that was
Mental
my
health.
next question because I asked you guys about mental wellness. The opposite side of that would be to be unstable in your mental or to suffer from mental illness. And a lot of people don't deem mental illness to be something real. They think that it's a made up term or cliche now that people are describing to say that they're just truly sad. Do you guys believe in mental illness and do you think that it's a real
Yes,
state that people can be in?
yes, and I think it's
If
mostly
mental illness was
drug.
real,
You
hold
cut
King
me
on.
off.
answer
You
I'm gonna
cut
first.
me
answer.
off.
I'm gonna answer it real
Why'd you
quick
cut
because
me
you ain't
off?
gonna say
Though?
nothing. You're not gonna say anything.
Let King
Let me
Shabar
go.
answer. You answered the last question. Go ahead.
Counterclockwise.
I think.
Counterclockwise.
I
Go
think.
ahead, King. I'm gonna let Lee answer that question. Go ahead, Lee.
Some kind of something.
Absolutely, absolutely. and America's home of it.
Um,
Absolutely. Look
mm.
at all the people with identity crisis that be on CT show. So, absolutely, absolutely, is evident. Is
Mhm.
evident. So it's a real thing. So
The Blackish Cracker, your response?
I think some of it is real, but most of it's all crap, right? Like there are psychopaths, there are schizophrenic people, there are people with Down syndrome. There's there's only but you can count these actual mental illnesses on your hand. There's like five of them. But all this other crap, and then if it was real, why don't they call someone that thinks they were born a a boy in a girl's body or vice versa mental illness? Why don't they call it that? If it's really true, if these people are
they
actually
did at
caring
one
about
time.
people's well-being, if they're caring about people's mental health, why are they not actually talking about the what is actually going on? Because obviously that's some type of mental illness.
Yo, Rock, has anybody ever told you, do you see
Answer the
yourself
question.
as a schizophrenic?
I don't care what you think.
So, Rock, at one time they did deem in the DSM for that's like the book for psychology and the diagnosis and stuff. They did deem homosexuality and lesbianism to be a mental illness, and then years later they took that out as a mental illness.
Yeah, because psychology used to be something that was actually a uncontrolled, let's say, practice or science. It's a science actually. I can't remember the exact term of the science that it's called. But
Yo, Rock, do you
And,
believe in
shut
and,
up.
and
conspiracy?
Rock, I wanted to correct you about something. There are more than just five mental illnesses. No,
No, I don't think so.
there are way more than five
I don't
mental
think so.
illnesses. They have psychotic illnesses, they have mood illnesses, they have anxiety disorders, and all of those different categories have
No,
different
those aren't
types
different
of
categories.
mental
A lot of
illnesses
no,
underneath them.
no. A lot of things are offsets of others, and a lot of things show themselves on the surface as something else. But at its root cause, it's usually about three different subcategories that everyone suffers from. Like when you're having depression, it's not just depression. It could also show as self-harm. It could also show as all these different other things, just like when you have multiple personality disorder, or whatever else these people subcategorize themselves as. It,
So
it could be it could be I forgot what it is. It's like when you people that spend money to become happy. Like I can't think of the damn word, but
So
it's
those are actually what you would describe symptoms of those particular diseases, and one is not like the other. A person who is depressed isn't the same as a person who has bipolar depression. They
it's
have,
under the same category. It's. I
but
mean, I
yeah.
haven't really looked at it very long. I mean,
Well, we can get more
recently,
into. We can.
recently, but no, they are not all their own little mental illnesses that are separate from all the other ones.
So okay, so we can definitely get into it. I love the conversation about mental health. I am a professional in it. I want to welcome Blue J 999 to the panel. Thank you for joining. You're always here, and I'm always appreciative of your presence. So you've been hearing us talk tonight. Are you living a pleasure-driven or purpose-driven life?
Um, Hi everybody. First of all, can
Hi.
you hear me okay?
Peace, peace.
Yes, we can hear you, and salute to you, Mike
No,
Dougie.
you're blocked. I can't hear you.
I can hear you. You can't hear her, the Blackish Cracker?
Nope.
He's lying.
Yeah, and that's why I asked him because Rock kind of fits some of the early symptoms of schizophrenia.
Go ahead, Blue Jay.
Um,
Okay. Well, I would say both. I think that when you're focusing on your purpose, then you get pleasure from that.
Mm-hmm.
Just takes away guilt, feelings, or anxiety of if you know if you're doing something that you know is you're not supposed to be doing, and it causes just a certain level of angst. So I would say both. I mean, not probably to the degree that I would like to, but getting I
Mm-hmm.
work on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And do you know what your purpose is that you are focusing or driven to achieve or obtain in life? Or if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Makes sense.
We couldn't hear you. You were
Oh, okay. Yeah, mine cut out. I don't have a specific like something that I could write down, like a statement
Mhm.
of my purpose, a mission statement or anything, but just certain values that I hold that I try to
Mhm.
practice daily, like kindness and compassion, understanding, dependable, obviously good mother, good to my family.
Mhm.
So those are just certain things that I feel like if I, put those principles into place, then daily over time, they add up to a good life and something I can be proud of.
Mhm. Got it. So we also was talking about side effects. The thing, and when I was talking about side effects, I was talking about us personally as individuals. If we accept certain things about us that we deem are bad and would be known as side effects if we were a product. If people knew those side effects, if they were disclosed about you, would you be something that they should purchase or take a chance on with those side effects?
In terms of just any type of interpersonal relationship or
Personal, business, however you would want
yeah,
to
I
be.
don't think I have any, big barriers that should be a deterrent from associating with me. But one thing that a lot of people know about me is I'm very blunt. And so, but for me, that's a form of honesty. So, and I
Mm-hmm.
prefer people to be pretty straightforward with me as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, depending on personality types and communication styles, that may not work for everybody, but um, I'm also very honest. I don't lie. People, what I tell them is what I mean, and I don't go behind people's backs and things like that. So I feel like people that do appreciate that, that's a positive.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay, so what would you deem something bad about you? Like, is that some because you think you deem that as a positive, or you're saying that can be negative, but certain people can accept it?
yeah, that's not. I don't necessarily think it's bad or good. I think it just is, and
Mm-hmm.
depending on the person that I'm interacting with, they may feel a certain way about it. Probably, I could really say the biggest thing I would think of that I struggle with is like tardiness, not excessive, but just always seem to be running a little bit late. so and it's not because I don't respect that person's time, or it's more like an ADHD thing that um, I try to set, systems into place, but it just seems like at the last minute, it's always like
Mm-hmm.
hectic. So that really bothers some people. And so that might be, but
Mm-hmm.
that, yeah, I didn't really hear what everybody else says. I don't know if I'm on the right
Well,
level.
it's a personal question, like an individual question. So we only know what's bad about us and what we think is a hindrance for us. So they answered it based on what they deemed negative about themselves. And everyone said that people should take a chance on them with the things that they deem not great about themselves.
Yeah, my opinion is if there's something that I know is bad about me, then I'm not content with that. Then I'm willing
Mm-hmm.
to take active steps to work on changing that and improving that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't have anything that I just say, "Oh, well, this is me, take it or leave it. Too bad." I don't feel that way
Mm-hmm.
in general. I like progressing, so
Yeah. I do want to address the chat, and thank you so much, Blue Jay. Address the
Yeah.
chat. We have Mike Dougie in the chat. He says, "Rod's girl salute." Thank you, Mike Dougie, for coming. Blacks Who Defy is here. He says, "Good evening, y'all." Everyone say good evening to Black Who Defies. Good evening, Blacks, and thank you for coming.
Peace.
Um,
What's up, my favorite, one of my favorite black guys. You know, I don't really like black guys very much.
Dirty Dude is in the chat. Here, Dirty Dude, and thank you for joining. Everyone is speaking to everyone. So, Blue Jay, you did come in on the tail end of this conversation we were having about mental wellness, and mental wellness being the things that you do to keep yourself in order and maintain yourself emotionally, physically, mentally, and things of that nature. Are there any things that you do to maintain your mental wellness?
I really try to avoid stress. So,
Maintain? You mean treat?
No, maintain your mental wellness, being in a good state of mental health.
right. So, if I come across people or situations that just cause me to be overly anxious or it's negative, then make I don't stay in that situation because I feel like it's not worth it. So
Mm-hmm,
I don't like to fight. I don't deal well with people that are always kind of instigating arguments. I don't.
mm-hmm,
So other than that, I do believe in therapy. I'm not currently in therapy, but throughout my life at different points in time, I've had, a a few months period up to like a year's period where I will actively try to improve on something that I know is hindering me. So
mm-hmm.
that is something that I truly believe in. In fact, I'm actually going to do my master's in licensed clinical therapy soon. So
Okay, girl.
yeah, I'm excited. I made a like kind of figured out where I just have to make sure that all the requirements for the state that I live in are covered with the program that I do and all
Those
that. So
clinical hours are hell. Like, it's just a lot.
that it's about 9 months is what I hear that you do
Mm-hmm.
the intern, basically,
Yeah, it's terrible.
or whatever they call it.
So, I know that you're possibly are trying to get into the clinical psychology program. So the next question was, when we're speaking of mental wellness, that is being in a good state of mental health, and mental illness is those who suffer from particular mental disorders, or those who are just not healthy in their mental state. And in time, those things will eventually pass. Do you believe that the state of mental illness and mental health and people that have mental illness, that is a real thing, or that is just the talk of the town now?
Sorry, cut out a little. Yes, I do believe that it's both psychological and physical. I believe there's genetic predispositions and genomes. In fact, they can see them on brain scans. So, for instance, like ADHD, OCD, and bipolar are all part of the same genetic link, and they manifest differently in families. So, one member may have OCD, one member may have bipolar. For myself, I have been diagnosed with ADHD. I don't medicate all the time, but I have been, on Adderall and things, and it does help me. But I try to only use it when I have something like a regiment that I have to stick to.
Mm-hmm,
But luckily for me, I mean, in my family, we don't have a lot of personality disorder. My sister has a very mild form of OCD, but nobody has the bipolar. So I would know at this point if I had a personality disorder just based on the amount of therapy that I have done. And, so, I'm very open about things. But
mm-hmm,
yes, I do believe that they are physically, I believe they can be triggered through trauma or psychosis through drugs, and different substances that can activate those
mm-hmm.
reactions. So yeah, that's where I stand on it.
Well, that was a wonderful answer, Blue Jay. Rock, do you want have any objection to Blue Jay's answer?
No, no, each their own, man. There's no real wrong answer to any of this.
Yo, Ross, can I ask you something real quick?
No,
Rock, are you finished with your answer?
but it's it's one of those things where I feel that more than likely, this whole mental thing is usually used to control people, because I've actually seen it happen in my own life. I've seen therapists do things that they're not supposed to do, like they're not supposed to really suggest certain things, right? They're not supposed to give people financial advice and shit, but they do it, and they abuse their power. So I feel like it's more or less used to control people nowadays. And what people really need to rely on is themselves, because when it gets thick, your therapist ain't gonna be there to coddle you. Your caseworker's not gonna be there. So at the end of the day, you're the one that has to figure out whatever issues that you have. And if you're always consistently leaning on someone else to figure out those issues for you, you never solve the underlying problem. All you do is treat it.
You're Roscoe.
Bernard, go ahead.
What do you think is the psychology of somebody that makes fun of those that are mentally ill or have a mental disability?
I don't necessarily know what the psychology of it is. Everyone doesn't have compassion for certain in particular things, and they don't have to. So I would think that if you were asking me, I would think that the comedy that they're making at that time could be a little bit morbid or disrespectful.
Because I mean, like with someone like me, and I've seen this on Chaotix panels. I'm not gonna mention any names, even though the person knows what I'm talking about. They feel comfortable calling certain people R words and asking them what kind of R word that they are, laughing at them, making fun of them. And yeah, I will mention the name Rock, for example, since he basically said that saying basically that there's no such thing as mental. I think mental illness. I think he has a mental illness. I just don't think he
What
sees
makes
it.
you think that Rock has a mental illness, and what makes you qualified to even say that about
I
him?
mean, I can't imagine myself making fun of somebody that was born with autism or that was born with some sort of mental disability. I just don't understand
Just
people
go
like
ahead and
that.
tell us what you was born with, bro, so we can stop making
I don't
fun of
get it.
you. Just say it.
And then to do that just to get a laugh out of it or to feel good.
What's your deficiency, bro?
I think Rock, you're depressed in life. I do think that your weed habit is affecting a lot of aspects in your life, your development.
Why are all Ross? Can I ask you a real
Um,
question, Ross? Why are so many people? Why are they so entrenched into my life and what I got going on? It's like they've they've bought into my life, and I never
even the
invited
way
them.
you treated Blue
What do
Jay
you?
one day, I still
Who
remember that.
gives a shit? I don't give a
You were
fuck, dude.
yelling at
Like,
her
why?
for no reason.
You don't understand that Blue Jay was talking a bunch of shit about CT and every fucking body else in
No,
chat,
she
and she
wasn't.
was
You're
beefing,
lying.
and Blue Jay was beefing with every fucking body else, and all I was doing was putting my foot down and stop fucking with the dumb bitch that's gonna go behind people's back and talk shit about them on somebody
Rock,
else's
please do
channel.
call her
I
a
did
bitch
not say
on
anything
this
about
panel.
CT.
He's
So
I
lying.
said
He's lying.
Twitch. I
He's
said
lying.
dumb Twitch.
Okay.
I did not talk about CT. And I was talking directly to Portia, and she was the one that she and I had a disagreement.
Maybe I take offense to you talking shit to Portia. Maybe
Yes,
Well,
you
Yeah,
she
do.
doesn't need
that's an
you to
unnatural
Yes,
defend
you
attachment
her.
to
do.
someone you
Yeah.
don't even know
Maybe,
online.
hey, you know what? You know what? You fools, you lames. Maybe I have a reason. Could
You
you
don't
ever
know the
thought of that?
backstory.
Maybe I got a reason, nigga. Maybe when I message somebody, they fucking answer. Maybe people try to message me. Maybe people call me. You know what I'm
I
saying?
honestly
Whatever
don't know
So
what
it
you're
you
makes
talking
fucking
about.
lames out there, you fucking lames,
But you see how
always talking shit about
was
me.
so quick to
Maybe you should
lie. You
fucking
see how
listen.
he was so quick to lie. I already, yeah, I already know that whole situation. You got mad at her for no reason. You're saying it's because she wasn't talking trash about CT. Why'd you lie like that?
I
She
was
was talking
upset because
directly
I
to
wasn't
me,
able to
bro.
defend
The fuck?
myself in a
This is not the first
misunderstanding
time you've
about
ever lied,
China's
bro.
word. And
Don't
I
fucking
wanted to
make
be able
beats.
to
I don't
speak
get
about the
listen,
disagreement, but
listen.
I was timed
You
out.
didn't hear what I said earlier? it's hard for me to forgive people.
I don't
So
want your forgiveness.
if somebody show me they're a
That's your choice.
snake and they're weak and they're easy to break, I don't mess with those people because it's not worth it.
Well, I don't like people that butt into other people's business that don't know anything about it. So we're good on that. We don't need to interact with each other.
You're the
So-
one that brought me into it. You was talking to me about it. What are you talking
You were
about?
timing me out.
So Rock, she
So
so Rock, don't
I'm
you
going to
think
say something about that.
I was timing you out on probably this might be Risky's channel. What are you
Rock,
talking
you gotta
about?
stop smoking weed, man.
Yes, you were. But I was
You
having a
gotta
conversation
stop.
with Portia, and
Y'all
you were
niggas
coming
need
to
to.
her defense. But
This,
she
Ross, this is why we need to close all the grocery stores for a couple years. I swear.
Rock,
We close all the
think
grocery stores
that
for a couple years. We solve this problem.
I think that Rock, maybe you could possibly be a little like, be listen to what Blue Jay is saying, because she's clearly saying that she had no disrespect towards you. It was towards Portia. I do
Ross,
understand.
Ross,
I understand that you
I
have.
personally had the conversation with Blue Jay,
Mhm.
and she probably thought I was like, I don't know what she thought, but she probably thought I was like a regular person that doesn't remember everything. I remember everything, and she's the one that started talking to me about it. I wasn't even really paying attention to her,
What I'm
and
saying.
then she started talking shit about my people, whoever I consider my people. You could say
Mhm.
CT, you could say Porsche, you could say including
She was a
yourself,
liar.
Ross.
It was
You could
about
say
the
here for the
angel
T.
situation
You
with
could
Keisha.
say Mo Love. You could say many
King Shadar
other
knows
different
exactly
ladies,
what I'm
all the
talking
great
about.
ladies.
He's lying. He's lying. It
Why?
was about
What?
the angel
And
situation
So,
with
Rock, what
Keisha.
I'm saying is, regardless of all of that, even when she says that she made peace with Portia, you're still saying that you have an issue and that
It
she's
wasn't about
fake.
Portia. It
She's a
wasn't about
flake.
Portia.
And
Yeah,
she's
I
so,
don't mess with flakes. She's a flake.
but she's
A fake.
entitled to her opinion. So a person
I'm
that has an
entitled to my opinion, right?
opinion who
So why do
disagrees,
they have such an issue? I'm not bringing the crap up.
so the
They keep
question is,
bringing it up.
the person who has a disagreement or who doesn't disagree with you, why are they a snake, or why aren't they just someone who you guys just can't find any agreement with? I don't understand, because you don't know her personally.
Actions. They have snake like tendencies.
okay,
That's
here's
It's
why I
here's the
think
deal.
he
You
has
have
some
the
sort of
right,
it's just like
Rock.
King Shinard sitting in
schizophrenic
somebody's
disorder.
Discord talking shit about them
That's
and
another
trying to
lie.
bring up terms of service of YouTube and telling people that are on the channel that you're violating terms of service of YouTube. Who the fucking side are you actually on?
Can
You
I
see,
speak?
another
Yeah.
lie.
Well, it sounds like Blue Jay
It's not a
wants.
lie, dude.
And I
What are
already
you
explained
talking
it.
about?
Let's let Blue
That
Jay
had nothing to do with
respond.
Why
CT
would I
though. It was
lie
about
about any
Risky.
of this shit? You
Let's
You're the
let
lame
one that
Blue
ass
hated.
Jay
people.
That's why I think you have
respond
some sort of
to Rock,
schizoaffective
because
disorder,
Rock
man.
has some really heavy things to say. I
Because
think
you
that
was
she should respond to him. So, King Shanard, can you allow her to speak, please? The Blackish Cracker, can you allow her to speak, please, so that she can respond to you? Go ahead, Blue Jay.
Thank you. So here's how I feel, Rock. I don't expect you to have an opinion about me differently than what you do. However, I don't feel that you have a right to blast me, call me names, accuse me of things that aren't true, because people don't know, and I don't feel I deserve a bad
What if
reputation
I
because of
accuse you that's
your.
not true?
Don't interrupt
let her
me.
talk.
Let her speak, and
No,
then
I'm gonna
See what I
address
mean?
the
This is what
bullshit
I'm
when it
saying
comes up.
about
you
Because
can
otherwise
this
it's
dude.
respond,
a
That's so
I'm
stupid
ignorant.
speaking in vague
conversation.
terms. There's nothing to
What did I
address.
say? What did I say was incorrect?
You don't have to answer that. He can ask
Yeah,
that
Rock, we're
if
trying to
you
help
called
you
me
right now.
names, extremely degrading,
King
derogatory
Shinard telling me
names.
that he's trying to help me while he's an
Just
alcoholic stuck in the attic, always on
listen,
YouTube, is
listen.
hilarious.
That's a very unfair label to put on him. You don't know
That
if
Go
he's
is
an
his
alcoholic or
label.
not.
That is it. He is. I know.
Let him say anything. But go ahead,
Well,
Blue.
that's just it. He says anything, and the thing is, it's not appropriate to bring up people that aren't there, aren't talking to you, aren't able to defend themselves, don't care enough to have this drama with you when it had nothing to do with you and it's been over with. And there wasn't even that dramatic. Basically, I just wanted to be able to clear a misunderstanding that was said on panel. I was trying to do it through the chat. But if somebody listens to the playback, they're not going to understand that I said something different in the chat. So I was trying to protect my own self because I didn't want to be portrayed as something disgusting, as someone that would agree with books about child, sexual things in children's libraries at school. And my name was brought up. I wanted to clear it up. I wasn't able to, and then I was timed out. So that frustrated me. And I said, I'm not going to come on here anymore if I'm not going to be able, first of all, be talked about negatively that way. And then not only that, not allowed to clear it. And that was the only thing. And I didn't call her name. She didn't call me a name. That was all there was to it. I happened to be on come up on T's channel when she was there. I didn't go looking for her. But I told her, you know what, I'm sorry. It's not worth it. Let's just be good. And she said, I appreciate that. And that was it. So I don't understand why you have these issues with me. And if you do, that's fine. I don't have any desire to change those. That's your opinion, and I can respect that. But I also need you to respect me as a person, as an individual who doesn't deserve to be trashed left and right with what may or may not be lies in your opinion. But it's just, I don't bring you up and say things about you when you're not there or that are not pertaining to the conversation. And I just ask the same.
Thank you for that.
So, Rock, can you
Blue
apologize to her?
King Snark, shut the
Honestly, it's
fuck
not
up.
necessary. This isn't
Shut the fuck
necessarily
up,
about
King Snark. You already got banned off of one channel for
all
being a
I'm
damn
not banned off of
fool.
any channel.
You're you don't listen, Blue Jay. I said King Shenard, shut the fuck up. You
You
already
said
been tanned
you,
off.
so it's kind of
You've
hard to know
already
who you're
been
talking
banned off of
about.
one
You,
channel, you damn
when
fool.
you say you, that could pertain to me or him.
I
So
said King Shenard, you fool. How does that pertain to you? Are you a fool? Do you
Bro,
identify
you got
as
too much
you
anger in you,
fool?
bro.
well,
You
I
got
didn't hear
way
the
No,
too
it's
much
King
anger
Shenard
in
part.
you,
I think
bro.
I was
you
speaking, and
people
you
are
interrupted
For
me while I
no
was still
reason.
speaking. So I
so
missed that first part.
stupid. You're just
No,
dumb.
listen, I'm actually very intelligent.
Blue Jay, you could be intelligent, but you're arrogant.
No, I'm not.
That means you don't know how
That's
to connect your
crazy.
intelligence
It's a
to
little bit
life.
hypocritical for you to be telling me that I'm
To
arrogant.
life.
It's
Listen, first
crazy
off,
that you
it's
do the
it's
same.
hilarious that you're asking someone on the internet to have respect for someone else on the internet. You
Bro, stop
obviously
It's
don't
smoking
common
know.
weed. I'm
decency.
You
telling you,
don't
bro.
know how the
If you were
internet
to quit
works.
that
It's
shit
common
today,
decency.
you
You
will see a
don't know
whole
how the internet
change
works.
in your personality, bro. It's not for you. Stop smoking weed. It's not for you, bro. You will see a change in your life for the better. Just quit that shit. Like it's not
You
doing
know what,
anything.
King Shenard?
I can see it. You
Well,
can't see
Rock
I'm
what
knows
I
going
can.
to
amongst
I'm
me that
going to
he
get
Everyone
you
doesn't
else
have
can
anger
see.
banned.
problems.
I'm
It's
going
not
to
about
get
the
you
weed.
banned off of every channel
It's
that you
about
want
an
to.
internal. You have some
I'm a
anger or
I'm a
something, and
smoke
I'm
a
not going to here
couple
to diagnose you.
I'm
I
gonna
don't know
smoke
what
a
you have,
couple
but I
less
just don't want
blunts
to
a
be a part
day.
of it.
I'm gonna listen to you, King Shenard, and I'm gonna smoke a couple less blunts a day, even if weed is only like $5 a fucking gram. You know, 20, $30. I'm gonna put that to every time I see you on a panel. I'm gonna spend $30
Yo, how
at
old are you?
least
I know
to
you're
kick
older.
you.
I know you're older
And
than me, but
you
how
know,
old are you?
as that adds up, because I'm not always online because I actually have a life. I got to do stuff.
Yeah, how
You know,
old
I
are you
work.
though? How old are you?
Uh, that's gonna add up a lot. So I'm tired of you,
Ain't you
dude.
like
I'm tired of
35?
you.
You're like 4 years older than me. Ain't you like 35?
I'm tired of you, King
Why are
Shenard.
you so tired of King Shenard, the black man?
Because he
You gotta
he is
grow
the
up one day, bro.
definition of an uninformed leftist hypocrite.
I'm a
He is the
leftist.
walking definition of that. He's up there talking shit about me smoking weed, yet he's an alcoholic. Yet a self-admitted alcoholic. He admitted to talking shit about me smoking weed while he was smoking weed last year. So for someone
Now
like
I'm an
that,
alcoholic.
I have absolutely no respect for, because you're a hypocrite. You're a liar, and you're uninformed and misinformed.
You
So
had no respect for him before you do that to
by
me.
me listening to you,
That's,
all it does is a detriment to my psyche, maybe my mental health, if that is real, because all I hear is a bunch of shit. That's all you ever say is a bunch of shit. You've never said anything that made me sit back and think. And I know that a lot of
All
people
right.
can agree with me. And
Here's some of the early
that's
symptoms
what it
of
is.
schizophrenia.
Now for you, Blue Jay,
Decline
the
in
problem is
grades or
the
job
problem is Blue
performance,
Jay, maybe you
difficulty
don't
thinking clearly,
remember
trouble
things
concentrating,
as well as you used to for whatever
uneasy
reason.
or suspicious with others,
But you know, if I'm in a mob and
irritability,
I don't, here's how the internet works, Blue Jay. If I'm in a mod on a channel and you say some shit I don't want, I don't really care to see, what I can do is what they call it is the hammer. I can drop the hammer on you. And that's what I did. I dropped the hammer on people when the hell ever I want to because I have that internet power. And then when you want to bring me into something from another channel and say that you're never going to donate and you're never going to be back
No, I
there,
said I
all
wasn't
this
going
other,
to
this
be a
is
member
exactly what you
anymore.
said. This is exactly what you typed to me on This Might Be Risky's
I
channel
was
is
talking
that
to
you
Pork
never be
Chef.
back there. You're never donate any more money. You never do this. You never do that.
No, I
You
didn't
can't,
say all
you
that.
can't
You're
believe those
exaggerating.
people and all this other shit. And you know what I did?
I
You know what I
said,
did? I dropped the hammer on you again
well, that's
because I
like a
had that
police
power.
officer that abuses his power. So I bet you don't like those
It's not,
police officers. It is. And you know what? It's silly. It's petty.
Ross,
It's the hall
Ross,
monitor at
I
school, the
hate to bring you
tattletale.
into this, Ross.
If I didn't
Ross,
violate community
is
rules,
is
I
that
didn't say
is that
anything
me?
inappropriate, you had no right
No,
to do
listen.
that.
I make the rules. I make the rules.
You sound stupid right
I
now.
make the rules.
You
I
sound
make the rules.
ridiculous.
If I'm a mod,
This
if
dude is
I'm a mod,
mentally ill.
and I'm
He's
allowed
mentally ill.
to, usually if I'm a mod, people give me basically
This is
free reign.
mental
My
illness.
guess is that you didn't have very much control over your situation when you were a child, and now you're trying to overcompensate.
So as I'm a mod in many
That's
chats.
pretty funny. That's pretty funny, Blue Jay, because I've had control over my life since I was about 12 years
I'm
old.
a mod in
So,
many chats.
I mean,
The black.
basically my whole life. When the street lights came on, I didn't have to come home.
Well, maybe you're in defense mode then.
No, it's because you don't understand how the internet works.
I don't need an internet tutorial from you. I do understand
Maybe
how
you
the
do
internet
if you're.
works.
Yeah, get that clown up out of here. Rock doesn't know what he's talking about.
So
There's
I'm
something
a
wrong with
mod
him.
in many chats. The Blackish Cracker, and I think that is kind of excessive to just take people comments out or delete them and remove them when you want to. I think that's kind of an abuse of the position, and I think that as a moderator, you should moderate it based on the personality of the host, what they allow, what they want, what they do, and what they're into. Like if they have guidelines or rules and things of that nature. That's what I've learned as a host. As a moderator. So I'm going to bring you guys back up so you can respond to that. Go ahead.
Yep, my number one job is to protect the channel from cancer.
Mm. Okay. So you feel that?
And if I'm made a moderator on the channel,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure the host of the channel has enough trust in me to make decisions.
Yeah, like if they do, like yeah.
Especially when I've actually done things to maybe save certain things. Maybe I've had ideas.
Like what?
Maybe I've brought people. Maybe I talk to other people. Maybe I do a lot of things behind the scenes for a lot of different people that I don't talk about. Maybe there's a lot more than meets the eye, like a transformer. You
Yeah,
know,
I do a whole lot of things too behind the scenes, but I still don't feel that it's not my channel. It's not my show. I don't know what money is being donated to the host by certain people. And just because I feel a certain way about what people are saying, as a moderator or a host, you never should bring your personal feelings into it. So if you feel offended, you need to know that in that position, I'm willing to take a couple of
no,
bullets
it's
for this
not being
host.
it's not being
I'm willing
personally
a
offended. It's
couple of bullets.
protecting.
But look, it's like I'm willing to take a couple of bullets for this host. I'm willing to take a couple of bullets for this channel. That means that people are going to say some things that I don't like to me about my family, yada, 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 whoop-de, whoop-de, whoop. That's not for you to just delete them about the chat and take. That is the position that you're in.
I think what Rock did with me
What are you
was
talking,
even more
Ross?
crazy.
Go ahead.
Ross.
Hold on, let me explain real quick what Rock did.
Let
Shut
Rock
up,
say
King Shenard, or I'm gonna leave. It's 12:42 for me. I could be doing other better things at 1 o'clock in the morning, bro.
Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, this is the point that y'all are missing. If you made a moderator in
Mm-hmm.
your channel, Ross,
Mm-hmm.
aren't you entrusting them with certain powers?
So if you were a moderator and brought this up,
Yes.
Shut
I
up,
would
Blue
be
Jay.
disbarred and I would not be
Yes.
there.
Don't
But
I
you
tell
would
don't
me.
have already
moderate.
blocked
I don't
us.
moderate for white girls anymore. Okay,
You know how many times
Ross.
I've let
Yes, I'm
that
interested
go
in.
when you've said, "Oh, Blue Jay just wishes I was." And everything. I have really been very kind to
Man, you
you, and
did. You was
not.
trying to
I could tell you
whatever,
there's
man.
absolutely no chance, but the thing is, I'm not that petty, so I laugh it off, and I'll say, "Oh, I still like Rock. He's funny. Like he's just
You
kind of
still
crazy."
talking
I've
about it.
always been
You
like
still
pretty
talking
nice
about
to
it.
you
You still
because
talking
it's
about it.
not that deep. You don't affect me on a
Why are
personal
you still
emotional
talking about it if
level.
it doesn't affect you? Why is every time I say something about it, you have to say something about it if it doesn't affect you?
The only time I said something is when you timed me out
Every
because
no, every time I say something about it, you say something about it.
So Rock,
And
the
a
comments in
joke
the
around.
chat, are interesting. Some of them are saying things like it should only be up to the host, not based on personal feelings as far as timing folks out. Mr. Speak on it says Rock shouldn't have a wrench on any channel. You're not supposed to block people because you in your feelings. Lee says, oh shit, Blue Jay. King Problem says Rock was in. Oh, we're not saying that. I'm sorry, Rock. Mr. Speak on it says, no, you're abusing the little power that you have. Trust the
nigga
mod
said
to time
caustic.
people out when necessary, not based on your experience. Lionel says, sending all that energy that Blue Jay gave to me back to her. Much love.
Thank you, Lionel.
So, Rock, some people are
You know
basically.
what? You know what? It's funny because I feel a lot of these people that are speaking on this
Mm-hmm.
haven't really done much uh in general, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are people that have always worked for somebody. They've never had to make tough decisions in their life
Mm-hmm.
that, boil down to livelihoods.
Mm.
So if they want to look at it from the outside in window shopping, basically, they can. Because I'm going to make the tough decisions because I was entrusted with the power to do so.
Mm-hmm.
If I
You're
make a
abusing that
mistake,
power.
if I, well, maybe y'all don't have a place to speak on it because you didn't give me that power, so you don't understand the power. You plebe,
I personally don't believe that Risky would be
plebes,
okay with that. Like
plebes
he's
don't understand power. Peasants do not
oh,
understand
now
power.
we're peasants if we don't have a
You
wrench
are,
on
you
YouTube.
are, you're
Okay.
a peasant.
This
Okay.
is a mental
You
illness.
and
You know
King
what I mean?
Shenard are peasants. You
Rock, you need to
both
get
are in
some
the
help,
same
bro.
What
category.
do you
That's
guys
why I
think?
blocked both of y'all.
What
You need
do
to get some help,
does
bro.
anybody
For
else
real.
have any thoughts in regards to Rock's decisions as in getting rid of people in chat?
Yeah, like with me, for example, in the Discord, he brought it up earlier. I was only mentioning, like, I posted it. I was like, like, because I think it was EAE. He mentioned something about trying to remember about Tommy Sotomayor being in Risky's chat, and I was just saying, like,
Wow,
if
a
someone,
gay man cursed me out. Maybe I'm doing something good.
if
Maybe I'm
some
doing something right if a gay guy's mad at me, huh? You're the
EAE
ones
didn't
that
say
want
anything
gay
about.
men to like you. Maybe you're doing something wrong if
I
you want
can't
gay
even
men to
finish what
like
I'm
you.
saying. He was saying something about
I'm sorry.
Tommy
They're the
Sotomayor
ones that
being on
got
the
problem
panel,
with the wrench. Like
and
they're
then I
some
mentioned
idiots.
that Risky could be
Thousands of
banned.
people chat,
Can I finish,
thousands of people
man?
chat, and only a couple people get chat
I
banned.
mentioned
But
that.
A couple
I
people get
mentioned.
timed out. So
finish.
what does that say? What does that say if a
All
couple
I
idiots are getting
mentioned
timed out?
was that Risky could be banned if he has someone like that on his panel consistently, and I brought up the terms of service. You know what Rock did? He went to Risky's
And you know
chat.
what? You know
He
what? You
told
was
he told he
wrong.
told Risky. He said
Listen,
verbatim,
listen,
King
listen, you
Sharad is
idiot.
talking shit about you. Ban him,
Hey,
ban him. And
hey,
that's not
listen,
even the truth.
listen, King
He just
Shenard.
made that shit up on the
You
fly.
was wrong. You're wrong.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's how you
What you was
interpreted
saying
that.
is,
That's what I'm saying. There's something wrong with
shut
you
up for a
mentally.
second.
Yeah,
Shut up
There's
you
for a
something
second.
slander
wrong with you.
people and
What you was
with no
saying is, you could be banned from YouTube for having someone else on your show that is already banned from YouTube.
Yeah,
And
and I
that's not
posted
true.
evidence from.
That's not true,
I
you
posted a
idiot.
link
You idiot.
from.
Have you read the terms of service? Do you
That's
read
why
the
I was sending
updates?
to EAE. And the
Maybe
way
it
you
was
interpreted
old.
that, it was
That
that
was
I was talking shit. And then you ran to Risky and told him, King
you
Shannon is talking
idiot.
shit about you. And I'm
You
actually cool
idiot.
with him. So, like, I want to know, what was your intent? Like, why did you do that? Like, was it just to just start conflict? Is that your personality? Is that the type of person you are, just to
You're
make up shit?
wrong. You're wrong. And I wasn't making up shit
Well, then
because you
it's
did bring
extremely
it up,
casual.
right?
You know, and this is what I mean
You
about
brought it
you
up.
having some
You brought it up
some
and you
sort
was
of
wrong. Hey, if
schizoaffective
you're gonna mute
disorder.
me, why don't you mute them?
To be honest, I've been offered wrenches and I always turn them down. I
Anybody.
don't want to be a moderator. To me, I don't.
I don't. Who
It doesn't.
cares? Who cares? No
It's
one's
not.
talking about you being a moderator, Blue
You
Jay.
act
No
like you
one.
were
Why
hands
are
and
you
legs
bringing it
out
up?
of, all these
The
candidates.
point
You're
is,
so
King Shenard
qualified.
is searching through terms of service
You're working for
in
free.
order to get people banned when he's supposed to be
See,
friends with them. Why don't you
it was
just
a
message him? Why
conversation
didn't you
that me and
shut up?
EAE
Shut up.
we were
Shut up. Why
having
didn't
that
you just email
conversation.
him?
It had nothing to do
Why
with
didn't you
you.
just email him? Why
This
did you
is
bring it up in the
weird,
Discord
man.
in public in front of everybody? If you
See, it's
really
the way
care
you
about it,
interpret things that's why I think
you're
that's the
fake.
main issue.
You're
That's what I think.
fake.
I think that
You're
that's why I
fake.
honestly think you got a serious mental issue, man. I honestly think so.
Is that your new catchphrase instead of tap dancer?
No,
I haven't heard you
oh
say
man,
tap dancer.
it's
Is that your
something.
new
I
catchphrase?
think
You seriously have
I know freaking well I have not been talking all that time and I've been muted. So mad. So basically I muted them so I can speak and y'all can hear me. Ain't that some shit? So anyway, I was saying thank you guys for joining. Thank you guys for being here. It's actually like 1:51 here on the East Coast. So thank you for being up with me. If you have not hit the like, please hit the like. And if you have not shared the live and you know some people are up, please share the live. Also, my Cash App is growing across the screen. So if you would like to donate, any donations are greatly appreciated. I did shout people out and said their names. Mr. Speak on it. I mentioned his comments. Rock, you shouldn't have a wrench or anything on anybody's channel. Mr. Speak on it also said, Rock, that you was tripping because you can bring people on your platform if they are banned. Lionel Suggs asks, why are you so angry? Mo says muted. Lionel Suggs says muted. I'm sure that even the private chat is telling me that I am muted. I had no idea, you guys. So I am going to bring the panel back up. Like I said, we were talking about mental wellness, mental illness. We were answering the question of, are you living a purposeful or pleasure-driven life? Also, if people knew the side effects about you that you deem and recognize about yourself, would you be a good catch or someone that you can invest on? I am going to drop the link again, so if anyone wants to join a panel and answer those questions, you definitely can. But in the meantime, we're going to bring Blue Jay, Lead, Blackish, Cracker, and King Shenard back up. Thank you guys for being patient.
I would love to hear from Lead. I know he's been kind of quiet.
Yeah,
Doesn't
B, what you over
listen to
there?
all the drama, but I mean, not wants to.
No, I'm just sitting back listening. You know, you have a question for me?
Yeah, sure, lead. Since they can't really think, I got a question for you. Was you always, did you always have the same kind of mindset you have now, or was there a pivotal point in your life where you had a like a decision to make or something that happened to where it changed your perception drastically?
My mindset developed over the years, and it's still developing. you know, um, I learn things, relearn things, do away with things. You know, um, when I was in my 20s, I thought I knew everything. I thought I knew everything there was to know.
That's a
So,
political kind of
um,
question. Are you
so
independent? Are you
you
conservative,
talking about like,
Democrat?
oh, politically, I'm registered as an independent. Politically, I'm a registered independent.
Have you
I
always
don't.
had that kind of political? It was kind of like political thoughts, like not personal, kind of,
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Political. Yeah, I'm independent. Um, I don't agree with either side, either party. Um, when it comes to that, I deal with policy because to me, they just gangs. And from what I see from each side, you have people that will go against their own best interests for the sake of the party. So you have people that's more invested in their party than actual policies and things like that. A prime example of that is when um, during during COVID, when it first started, Trump was trying to I think he
Let's
implemented.
try to keep that certain keywords and stuff. Try to change them up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. During that time, he tried to do the jab, and a lot of people on the Democratic side were saying no. Uh, we don't know. We there's not enough testing. We don't know nothing about it, et cetera, et cetera. And then as soon as um, Biden came into office, those same people were pushing it, and they actually showed like Twitter posts from before and after of the same people. Not and that's just an example to me of how like party politics and how people like what side of it. So when it's one side is okay, then the other side is not. Is like how do you feel on the topic? Period, regardless of the party. Don't say okay when Trump is doing it because you don't like him. He's a Republican. We can't roll this thing out because we haven't tested it. And then when Biden's in, you're saying yeah, do it, do it, do it. No, and that's just in what again. That's just one example. So I'm for policy, regardless to either party. But if I guess we like putting people in boxes. So I probably would say, if I'm being truthful, I lean conservative. So as far as like things on like abortion and things like that, so yeah. Yeah, I hope
And
that answered your
you've
question.
always been naturally like that, because I've always been naturally that. I've always been like naturally like patriotic. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a patriot. I'm for whatever is the best for the country. Whatever's best for humanity. And that comes from not just my personal beliefs, it comes from understanding of history. If you don't know history, you're doomed to repeat it, type shit. So I was always really big on history. I've always been real big on knowledge, just like you like to sit and watch lectures of people you don't agree with. I do the same thing, you know and I watch people change over the years. I watch them have different understandings. I watch them grow. Just that's kind of like we all do. But I've always been, I say, an old soul. I've always been the same, and that's why this it doesn't really phase me. It annoys me more than it phases me. It's just annoying because it's people that are coming from a disingenuous place. they're completely fake. So I hate fake ass people. And that's just what it is.
Well, the best thing you could make sure you do is to make sure you're not one of those people, because all you have control over is your own actions. You know what I mean? You don't have
Yeah,
control over no, you know.
you got
There's
your name and
there's
your
all kind
word.
of people in the world,
Yeah, there's only a couple things that no one can ever take from you. It's your name and your word. That's what it is, you know.
but
And and that goes to self accountability. We was talking about that earlier. It goes back around to that. I think the most important uh, skill someone can have is self accountability. That goes to this whole mental health
I
crap.
agree with
It's,
that.
you know, this whole this is bull crap. You know, there's these kids that run around school beating up the teachers, but yet when they go home and their brother walks in the room, they know not to beat on their brother. So all of a sudden, the mental illness is out of the window. You know, if they want some candy or something that they want, and you know, all of a sudden they can act right.
So if you find yourself to be a person of high integrity, that would mean that you feel it's acceptable to call women CUNTs and Bs, and just because you happen to disagree with them on some minor level.
Yeah, it's called freedom of speech. One man's
So you
vulgarity is another man's. Hold on, one man's vulgarity is another man's linguist.
and you don't care
You
how that
understand?
makes
You
you
understand what that
appear
means?
to
Okay, so
most.
what that means is words that you take offense to and you might think they're vulgar is how I speak.
The majority of
So
people believe that. So you're making
so
yourself look unhinged.
you hold on, no. You being offended by the words I speak do not trump my ability to speak those words, because you might be saying things that I find that are vulgar.
Okay,
You
well, a
get
lot of
that,
people
right?
would deem that to be self-absorbed,
That's
self-important.
not self-absorbed. That's freedom of speech.
You gotta lay off the weed, man.
You're still affecting other people, but more so than affecting a
Yo,
person, you're showing yourself to be a very volatile person, a person with very little self-control.
That weed
no,
is messing with you. It's messing you up,
the
man.
only difference between me and y'all is y'all filter yourselves. Okay, you care about what other people think
It's
about
called
you.
manners. It's called decency, common
This
courtesy,
is the dude. This is the internet. This is the
manners.
internet. What are you talking
So
about? You're on a random chat on a random website that's called YouTube with
Manners
random
are
people,
transferable
and
skills.
you want respect.
so Rock.
That's what you coming up here to get. You're coming up here to get respect. You're
No,
coming up here to get the.
your words don't
You're coming up
affect
here for the
me.
wrong
I
reasons.
find that you're more telling people who you are than you're telling people who I am.
That's how I see it. I
I
think you
don't
care more
care
about
who you
what other
are.
people say
So,
than
Rock,
what you
how
think
has
you
it
really
been
do.
going? The fact that you have stopped cannabis and marijuana use, how has that been for you?
I don't smoke as much as I did, so I like it. I like not smoking all
Hmm.
the fucking time, you know?
Have you noticed any massive changes or direct changes
No,
since?
no, I'm the same. I'm always freaking awesome, man. I'm like when people see me and they meet me and they get to talk to me, I put a smile on their face. You know what I'm saying? Idiots don't have anything to say, so there's no conversation there ever. So you know, I don't really care, but
Well, most of
always
the
try to
time
make
when
people
people
laugh.
brag and when they
You
say I
have
Always try
don't
to make people
care, they're
smile.
they're
I'm the best
insincere.
in customer service. Oh, recently, like the last 5 or 6 months, shit. Actually, for a while, I've had I've always had very good reviews all the time. I get requested to come back and do additional work.
Well, you have a
You know,
motive. You have
people.
something to gain in that case. You're making money. What shows who you are and your integrity is when you don't, the way you treat someone that can't do anything for you.
Yeah. So, Rock, you feel that because we're on a YouTube panel, that you can talk to people any kind of way and it doesn't matter and no one deserves respect.
Yeah, he called some. He
That's
was
how it is
making
in the
fun
real
of
world.
someone with a mental
That's how
disability.
it is in the real
Crazy.
world. What are y'all talking about?
And Dale, like
In
I
the
don't
real world,
understand
you
that.
have to
You're not
respect
you're not
people.
obligated to respect. Nobody's obligated to respect you. What are you
You're,
talking about?
you're not obligated to respect people, no, but
No.
you get better results by respecting, keeping your hands to yourself, allowing people to speak, and when you're finished, things of that nature. What do you mean? Like you just not out here in the
But you're
world.
not obligated to do it.
You're not
Choose to do
obligated.
it.
Yeah,
So would
you're
you do this in real life, Rock? Would you
Paul, you
disrespect
consider
if
yourself to be a Christian?
so
if me
you
and you were in person? Would you disrespect me the way you do online?
great question.
If you the same person that you're online, hell yeah.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, hell I would.
No, you wouldn't.
Lee, what do you think about Rock's perspective in
You're a
regards to
fool. You're a
disrespect?
fool, King Shadar with no shoulders.
I
Shut
think
up.
what everybody's I agree with what everyone else is saying. Just because we're on the internet doesn't mean you have to be purposely disrespectful. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's the internet, but shouldn't it be a reflection of your all around nature? Like me, like okay, we don't know each other. We know each other from CT or whatever like that.
Mm-hmm.
But if someone that does know me see me, they're not gonna say I'm putting on the air or acting. They're gonna say, "Oh, that's how he really is."
Yeah.
So we on that whether we, all we doing is camming up or logging in, but we're still the same person
Mm-hmm.
unless once we cam up or log in, we start putting on an act. So
So
I don't. I wait. Hold on. Let me just finish this point. I don't agree with just purposely being rude. Now, if someone disrespect you,
Mm-hmm.
how I say you have right to throw it back at them. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Because I look at it as self defense. Like I'm not gonna let someone put their hands on me and just do anything they want to me. I'm gonna defend myself. So I would defend myself verbally. But I don't think that's what you're saying, Rock. You're saying, it's the real world and no one has the right to show respect. And I don't agree with that. In the real world, every day,
no, no one
it's
no one has the right to walk around and not be offended. And that's how y'all are trying to treat the internet. You're trying to treat
I
the
mean,
internet as you come on
no
Then
one could
you
coddle
come
feelings.
online.
I understand that,
No,
but
no, no, no. You're
what,
trying to treat the internet as you come online and anyone's supposed to tiptoe around your triggers, and that's
no,
not
that's
how it
not
is on
what
the internet,
that's
and that ain't how it
that.
is on in real life. Yes, it is.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Yes, it is
I,
because no, no, no.
I
Because you're trying to say that people are taking offense to something that I'm saying. I'm just saying it. I'm not doing anything to them. All I'm doing is saying
you kind
words.
of, in a way, you're backpedaling and you're downplaying what you were really saying before, what you was originally saying before. What you were saying before is like, oh, you have the right to disrespect, and that's what you're saying before. What you're saying now is totally different. You're drawing it down now. So regardless to whatever, that's just my opinion. I don't feel like just because we're there's such a thing as etiquette. You have online etiquette, even going back to the pandemic when we all
No,
had
no.
to do things
Listen.
via the internet. Businesses,
Station.
this is the norm now. This is the way
Listen for
people do
one
their
second,
work,
lead.
their
I'll
jobs.
make an
But
analogy.
I've been quiet this whole time and I haven't said
But
anything.
let me
Just
make
allow
this
me
analogy real quick,
permit
please.
hold
I'll
your
be quiet
analogy and let
after
me
it.
finish my
I'll
point.
say this
Hold your
one analogy
analogy and let
because
me
you're
talk. No,
misunder.
no, 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 because I haven't said anything,
If
Rock.
you walk
I've
into
been
the
quiet
gas
this whole time.
station and the clerk says
So
"screw you," you
when
have
when you thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that because I've been quiet. I let everybody talk. I haven't said nothing. Um, yeah, right now, what we how we this is a form of entertainment that we're doing, but this is also how people do their business. This is how people work now. So I don't understand. This is how people do job interviews now. So you're just gonna come on and just be no, no, that's not that's what he's doing. He's being wrong and strong. He's being defensive. He's being wrong and strong. And from what I see from him, he has a problem with correction. And no one is right all the time. And he's just from what I see and what he's presenting, that's going to be a personality conflict. You can't be right all the time. It's like you're bumping your head on the wall. So that's what I have to say.
Yeah, my opinion is, your true character is shown when nobody's looking. Like, for instance, we could all probably get away with, a lot more crime than, or, treating people worse than we do, but we don't, because the person that we can't escape from is ourself. And so in order to have your own self-respect and live by an ethical code, what you did, or how you conduct yourself, whether or not you care about the person that it affected a lot.
You know what? You know what's really funny? Y'all take offense to what I'm saying, and
I
then
don't
you
like to
say
be
that
called the
I'm
C word and the
disrespecting
B.
you because you're taking offense to what I'm saying. And
You
in
You
the
know what's
meant
same
it to be
breath,
disrespectful?
in
offensive,
the
When
Ross.
same
someone is
breath,
talking,
You
you
don't
in the
call
keep
same breath,
interrupting
someone
them.
I'm
you don't
wrong
call someone a
for
C word
having
and a
an
B
opinion, the
without
same kind
meaning
of
it
opinion that you're
offensively.
having, because I disagree with your opinion. So we're both offended.
So
So
you didn't mean
your offense overtakes mine.
to be offensive by calling Ross and I names, is what you're saying. Yeah, we took it that
Why
way,
does
but that
everyone have
wasn't
to
your
bring
intention.
someone else into it?
Because this is her show and she's here, and Lee brought it up earlier.
Why isn't Ross? Why aren't you talking about it, Ross? If you took so much offense to it, Ross. Maybe Ross didn't.
Maybe she doesn't want to speak about it,
But
but
you
I
know
do.
what? It's not even
I have
about
a
that. It's
Maybe
say.
she
about other
doesn't
people were
care.
there and we were there
Maybe she
and
doesn't care.
But the
You
Brock,
said on her show she cared.
there are a set of general rules for respect that everybody has that's universal. So I don't think that they're personally saying there are things that you're saying. It's just the way that you're conducting yourself that naturally cutting people off, telling people to shut up, screaming at another man. If you and another man were in spaces physically, that type of energy between two men wouldn't
We'll be
exactly
fighting.
go
We'll
on.
be fighting. We'll be fighting.
So
If they
it's
wanted to fight, we'll be fighting. That's what
yeah.
it would
So
be.
the
So
issue
that's
is
what they're
that
talking about when there are a set of standards of just known respectful things that you should do and shouldn't do, and it seems like you're deviating all of that because you feel that it's a YouTube space and you don't have to have that.
No. I'm saying that's how life is. And
Mhm.
if you think that you can walk around and somehow your disrespect trumps someone's freedoms, you live in a fantasy world. And then you're trying to take that fantasy world onto the internet. The real world doesn't work like that, and the internet doesn't work like that. That's why we have the issues that we have now, is because everyone's
rock.
walking around
In
with a
the
chip
real
on their
world, if
shoulder,
you go around
taking
disrespecting
offense to
people,
everything.
you will not
That's why
live
these
long.
kids are killing each other, because they're taking offense to each other. They're taking things of disrespect as if it
just
actually
off the
matters,
subject.
as if they're supposed to have respect in the first place.
The way our brains process the words that are said to us have no difference whether they're over a speaker or in person. The way you're disrespecting
What are
people
you
is
talking? No, you're a
disrespect, plain
fool.
and
You don't
simple.
understand language. You don't understand language.
How
You
is
don't
that?
understand
Where
language.
are you getting that
You
conclusion
don't
from?
understand
If
language.
you're
Why
talking
why
about
do you get
fool,
that
that's
conclusion that I don't
disrespectful right
understand
there.
language?
Because she is. She doesn't understand language.
Why, what do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is language changes depending on where you're at, right?
Your reaction and your ability to act on,
No, no, no,
those
no,
things
no, 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 no,
does.
no. Okay, so like I'm trying to think of a term we use in Florida versus like Texas. Okay, so this is a Spanish term. Way, okay, way could be interpreted as friend, okay, or fool, depending on where you're at, depending on what
What that got
dialect.
to do with what you was saying though?
That
No,
has everything to do with what I'm saying. Is
In
because
English language, fool is fool. So if
but
you
B
call
word and
him
C
fool,
word
it's
are not
intended
ever
for exactly
interpreted,
what you meant it to be.
and
no,
saying like,
fool could be interpreted as someone that is willingly
can we just cut the shit? We heard your
or
tone. We know how you think shit.
unwillingly
This is You're not gonna talk in
misinformed.
circles.
That's no, because it's you're either willingly misinformed or you're unwillingly misinformed.
Then let me ask you, kind way, like a joking way, and I misinterpreted it, or did you mean it to be derogatory?
I think you misinterpreted it,
I'm asking you a straight question.
because I didn't say fool in an attacking way. I said it in kind of a caring way.
I don't recall you
I
calling
said
me
it in a
fool.
way. I hope you actually try to gain more knowledge.
So you're caring about me, but then you say make a big announcement that you blocked me.
No,
I've
I don't understand that.
I've
she
never
cares.
known.
She
I've
must care
never,
about me blocking her.
I
I've
don't,
She
but
never
I
brought it
think
up.
you're lying right now,
me.
and you
Excuse
praise
me.
yourself for being so honest and straightforward, and you're lying.
Yeah.
Yo, that whole block. If you're a man, you gotta block somebody. That doesn't make sense, man. That's really feminine.
I have never in my life known the word fool to mean what Rock has said. If anybody has known that in their life, please help me. I couldn't even use the word fool as a child. I am appalled when I hear it now. We couldn't even use words like stupid. What I have known fool to be is you're calling someone silly, you're calling someone senseless, childlike when you calling them a fool. That's what I've heard. So if I'm wrong, please correct me. But to be foolish is to be silly, to be childlike, to be senseless, to be just, out in your way. That's what I've known it to be. So I had to, bring everybody back now. But help me.
Okay, to be fair, I have heard like people say, "Shut up, fool!" Like if you say you clown them, and then they like, "Shut up, fool!" like jokingly. But the
Mhm.
problem is that first of all, he didn't call me a fool, so I don't know why he's using that example. He called me a B and a C, but
Yeah,
you
he
know,
called
He
you a
did just
fool.
call you a fool
but I
earlier.
understand
Fool.
tone and nuance, so I know
Hold
how you
on.
meant it, and now you're backtracking and trying to make it seem like you were joking and I overreacted when you know that's not true, and I just don't understand why you're doing that. At least be real.
Rock.
Whatever. Whatever.
Well, your
Listen.
authenticity is being questioned at this time, Rock. Would you like to say anything in regards to that?
This is what's wrong. Okay.
You're what's
I'll
wrong,
use
bro.
a more acceptable
Listen to what
term.
people are saying to
I'll
you.
use shut up. I don't listen. The reason I make $1,000 a day is because I don't listen to stupid people.
Sure you
Okay.
do. Sure you
I
do.
listen to successful. I made $5,000 this last week. I finally hit my goal. Shut the fuck up. Finally hit my goal. Haven't hit that shit in like 9 months. I was making shit. I was making like $40,000 a fucking month, motherfucker. What the fuck you know, nigga? I was paying $5,000 a week
The
labor. You
language.
don't know nothing about no real money, bro.
What does
But
that
that's
have to do
besides the
with
point.
anything?
Listen, hold on, Ross. I'll use a
He's
more
lying. I already
acceptable
cooked him
term.
on that.
I'll use a more acceptable term. Uh, Blue Jay, you're a clown. You're a tap dancer. You're a coon. Okay, is that more acceptable? You're a Republican.
You see, this is what I
Is
mean
that
about
Sting?
mental health and why it's so important.
No, no. Listen, tap dancer.
You
No,
know what I
listen,
mean?
tap dancer. Listen, you clown. What are you talking about, clown? You just don't know what you're talking about, clown.
This is typically when people learn in
Uh,
elementary school that you don't call names.
Yo, isn't that funny, Ross? I use their same language, but you know, I can't say it. They're allowed to say it.
The people in the chat are saying some things. They said nobody on planet Earth but him. Mo Love says no, you attacked her because of her perspective, calling her a fool as an insult. Keep it real. Dirty Dude says he's trying to do the Jedi. Lionel says he's backtracking. Lead is thinking
Tracking
about
on. What am I backtracking on?
Lionel also says he keeps bringing up money like it gives him the right to say whatever he
Yeah,
wants.
listen.
However,
The game of life is a monopoly game.
Mr. Speak on it
It's
said
money.
the dude's a cornball. I don't think that people are feeling the attitude and how you're approaching Blue Jay or
Well, if I look at society, I don't think most people really know what the hell's going on when most people are in debt and they don't have $1,000 in their bank account. I'm just saying. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
So Rock, it sounds like your validation comes from the money that you make. Is that what I'm getting from
No,
you? This type of
no, 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 no. It comes from my vast knowledge of information.
But you're talking more. But you're up here talking about how much money you make, your employees, you being this leader, folks
Yeah,
don't.
because it comes because in order to do something like that, you have to have intelligence and you have
Mm-hmm,
to make decisions and you have to make tough decisions sometimes.
mm-hmm,
And character comes from over time making tough decisions and getting goals accomplished. You
mm-hmm.
know,
I guess if
and
they all quit, I
in
think that completely
in order
quit.
to have a higher understanding of life, you have to do those types of things. So for people that have never done those types of things, maybe they just don't have that understanding. Maybe they don't see the perspective that I have. That yeah, dude, you don't have a right to be not offended. And I've always said this, but you do have the right to offend. That's the First Amendment. That's freedom of speech. As long as I'm not going to say I'm going to kick your butt or drag you down the road behind my pickup truck or some crazy stuff, or chop you up with machetes like they do in Jamaica.
Okay, you're going off.
I can say whatever I want to because
You
it's
have a
freedom of
right to
speech.
not
I was
kick,
born in America.
not hold the door open for a
I'm a
person
free
trying
Right.
to.
man.
You have a
You
right to
have
My
not let the
rights,
person
my
take it
rights come
over.
from God. My rights come from God. They
You're
don't come
very
from you.
hypocritical. The Bible
They
does
don't
not
come
say
from
that.
man. So your
you only can
opinions on
say
my
what
freedom of
say
speech
Your
does
rights
not
literally come from
matter.
man.
you only can say what a person allows you to say to them, how they allow it, Rock. You can't just
You can
walk up
say
to
whatever you
somebody
want to.
and say something to them. If you come at them incorrectly, they will correct you. So
They
you can
could.
go around with that mentality, but you know that with that mentality comes some type of consequence or repercussions.
And the biggest question is, why do you want
See,
to be rude?
you're
Why do
taking
you
it from
want to upset
you're
people?
taking it from a surface level understanding. Of course, people understand the basics of do unto others had as you have them do unto you. I don't really give a shit. It's
Then you're not
funny
following
that
the Bible.
they're all playing the victim card right now, but yet they always attack me about any stupid little shit they can, but yet I can't defend myself.
Rock, I don't
You
think
know,
that it's
I
bad
can't say
news for
nothing
them.
back. When I
They're not
say something
perfect.
back,
Can I speak?
I'm wrong.
Can I speak?
I,
I don't think you're
No,
offending
it's because
anybody
you're a
on a deep
fucking
level.
hypocrite and
But my
it's dumb.
question is,
This is
why?
Blue
What is
Jay,
your
Blue
intention?
Jay, King Shenard. This is why I blocked y'all in
Okay.
chat because I don't have time to spend on
You don't have time,
stupid
then go do
people like
something
you,
else. You keep saying that.
disingenuous people like you. I
Why
don't
you
mess with
then?
them
You got
in real
something
life.
to
I'm
do.
not gonna mess with them on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? What the only reason I'm up here right now is because I'm trying to provide entertainment for the people that are watching.
You're doing a great job.
Um, really,
You're always on YouTube. Who are you trying to kid?
I'm always on YouTube. What are
You
you
are, and
talking
that we're
about?
not
right. So
judging you. A
is
lot of
there
us
a
are always on
demand for
YouTube.
your presence on YouTube? Are people demanding your presence for your entertainment? Because you say you're trying to provide an entertainment for them. Do they request you?
And now you're on YouTube trying to insult the people
Can't
by
hear.
saying that
But yeah,
we're always on YouTube, like it's a
I've been
bad
asked, hey,
thing. Like you
why
are
haven't I
always.
seen you? Why haven't I seen you on?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Rock, I think that I believe that you feel that you can say whatever you want to people, but I also believe that you might get into certain altercations or conflict because of that stance. And I think that is surface level just to think that you can say what you want to people, because the bigger picture is what they don't tell you. The devil is in the details. So yeah, they tell you you can say what you want to say, but if you are led by that and go on with that, you're always going to learn the hardest way, in my opinion.
Oh, sorry, I had to go walk across the house real quick.
Say,
I had to go to the kitchen real quick. What'd you say?
I was saying that I think that you believe that you can say what you want to people, and that is okay. But I also think that repercussions and consequences come from that, and you might encounter particular conflict that you don't understand going on with that mentality. I also think that it's surface level just to think that you can say whatever you want to say, because it's more to that. It's more to what they tell us and what people say.
So when you meet somebody, you need to ask them, "Hey, what are all the things I shouldn't say to you?"
Mm-mm.
No.
You
I
already know
that
No,
those
you don't
things.
got to do
You're an
that. You just
adult.
don't
Well,
have to curse them if they
you know
drop you
what's
off the panel.
no.
You know
This
what
You don't.
you
this
That's
should
all.
do
You just
for
don't
now
got to
other
listen.
curse them if they
people.
drop you off the
I
panel.
live in
You don't got to ask
America.
them their
I live in
pronouns or
America.
what they like and what they
He
don't like.
he
I
knows
You
what's rude and
people,
what's not rude. He's
I
Or
not
think
even
even
make me
making up
sick.
intimidated.
lies. You don't got to
I
do
Y'all
think
that,
you
make me
man.
should have a
sick.
certain level of tone when you're talking to somebody.
Y'all make
I
me
think that
sick.
you should have
You
a
really
certain
do.
level
You
of
make me
respect.
sick because
I think
you're
that you should have a sense of
all
communication. There's
crybabies.
a question and an answer
You're
session.
children.
They're
You're
universal
sticks
things.
and
We're
stones.
actually
You
in a way
never went
trying to
past
help
the.
you, but it's pretty
So
pointless.
that's what happens when you're disrespectful to people in their talking. It's very disrespectful to speak when other people are talking. So in the real world, when you're talking and somebody else is talking, they would either walk away from you, they would either shut you down, cuss you out, correct you, however they see fit. So since this is a YouTube panel, what I would do is cam you down. And if you would like to leave, as Rock just did, that is what will happen, because what we're talking about is having respect, Rock, and there's a level of respect that everybody is entitled to. If you don't want to have that, then you don't have to be up here talking. We appreciate your presence, but no one requested you, no one is asking for you, and you are not in demand. So you are not up here because you are trying to entertain the people. You are up here for your own gratification and your own satisfaction. So please don't try to woo us because we're not wooed. We're asking to respect us so that we can speak. Anybody have something to
That
say?
was very well said. And I totally agree with you because in real life, you have to normally be invited into situations. So when someone is just, aggressive, confrontational, just kind of a pest, really, you don't get invited again, even if they don't come out and tell you and make it a big deal because it's not that
So
important to
that's
them.
why y'all keep crying about everything I say.
Right.
Nobody's crying.
Y'all the ones that are bringing all this crap up, and you're the ones that are crying. I'm not even. All I'm doing is talking like everybody else. I'm not bitching about what you're talking about or your opinions. I'm just calling you out for your stupid shit you do and you say.
Well, if you're
When you
practicing
when
your
you
First Amendment right, then we have a right also.
no shit. So why the fuck are y'all trying to silence me?
We're responding to you.
No, you're persecuting me, and you're trying to say that I'm in the fucking wrong because I have my opinion, and it's ridiculous. It's
Bro,
why
we
this
can't.
country
We
is
can't
like it
all be.
is.
No,
It's
everyone
why this
can't.
country's like it is because
We
there's a
can't
bunch
all
of
be
little
wrong here,
crybabies
Rob.
running around think their
The
feelings
chat,
fucking
they
matter
can't
no
all be
more than
wrong.
anybody
Everyone
else's.
up here can't all be wrong, bro.
No, it's because a bunch of crybabies running around this country acting like their feelings matter
You're the only
more than
one that thinks
everybody
that
else's.
that you're right.
Why
So
should I
you
censor
think that the
myself?
world wants everyone to be censored and to care about people's feelings and emotions?
That's what it's gonna be like if these people win, like Blue Jay and King Shenard.
What's wrong
Well,
with
what kind
that?
of world would
It's gonna
it
be like
be?
the movie
What's the
Equilibrium, and you
matter
have to
with
take a
people
shot
being
every day
nice?
that balances out your emotions.
What
I
kind of world would it be if they did not care at all about people's feelings and emotions? And if they walked around being disrespectful, what kind of world would that be?
No, see, this is why you're misinterpreting their position.
Mm-hmm.
Their position is they have a right to be offended. So by them being offended, it trumps my opinions.
This
I'm
is
not
crazy.
saying that it's disrespectful. I, in my opinion, is not disrespectful. What's disrespectful is walking up to somebody and slapping the shit out of them.
well,
Okay, that's
I
just
don't know
or
that we're
spitting on them
offended
or
about your
stealing from
opinion.
them or
Okay.
Listen,
stealing from them.
we're
Okay,
offended that you publicly make
but
these declarations
would
about
you
us.
hush?
What
I,
All I bring up
and then
is
you
facts that you brought to me. All I do is use your own words against you. So don't get mad at me for using your own words against you.
what words? I'm sorry, I missed that part.
I'm not gonna go this over this with you, Blue Jay. But
Because you're just throwing out
what is
lines.
Ross? You're misunderstanding their point. Their point is they have a right to be offended. And
Mm-hmm.
my point is you don't have a right to be offended, but you do have a right to offend because it's in the Constitution. And this is based off of me being a citizen of the United States, me following the laws of the United States.
It
I
Mm-hmm.
can't
doesn't
think of the
mention
Supreme
anything
Court.
about
I can't
offended
think of the Supreme
in the
Court case right
Constitution.
now, but it's a very famous Supreme Court case that dealt with the First Amendment, and I quoted it earlier. One man's vulgarity is another man's linguist, which basically means one man's offense, what they take offense to, is another man's language, how he speaks. This is how I speak. So why do you have a right to silence me and censor me and persecute me for how I speak?
Okay, can I answer the question?
Because
Because
when
That
I
was a
follow the
question.
laws
Now you're
of
saying
the
because,
country I
and now
live
you're just
in,
talking.
no, I actually have a right to offend, and it's
Okay,
in the law.
that
we
must mean
understand
you
that.
also
You
have a
asked the
right to make
question
up
and you keep
minds also.
talking.
Go ahead, Blue
Anybody
Jay.
want to respond to
My personal opinion is it's just actually, you know, we may defend ourselves and we may seem to you as though we're crying. However, in my opinion, you're actually showing your own true self, which is that you're opportunistic and you'll take advantage with, you'll get away with everything you can, regardless of who it steps on, who it hurts, and you don't really care. And that's actually not helping you, but you don't seem to understand that.
What? How does that come? How is that me having freedom of speech saying I'm an opportunist? I'll just step on anybody I want
Because
to.
of the
I
way
don't
you
have any
weaponize
morals.
that right. You're
Because I have
weaponizing that
freedom of
right.
Oh,
I
God.
have freedom of speech. I don't have any morals. What?
I didn't say those words.
That's what you just said.
I said you're
Say what you just
opportunistic.
said again.
You will get
My
away with
apologies.
what you can,
Hey,
regardless of who it hurts. And if you want to take that as morality, then maybe you're right. It is maybe pertaining to morality. My opinion is just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And that's where everybody is disagreeing with
I
you
think
on.
Rock grew up sheltered for some. I don't think he, you know.
I think he grew up defensive.
I don't get you, Rock, man.
I don't have a right to,
y'all niggas grew up watching
you know,
Barney all the
analyze
fucking
his
time.
childhood.
I don't know
I
what the
don't
hell
know.
y'all grew up
I
watching. Y'all grew up watching
the
Barney and Sesame Street and Blue's
I
Clues and
used to
shit.
watch Forrest
You think the world's all rainbows and
Blues.
You don't know
golden
about my life, Chloe. You have no idea.
fucking pots of gold at the end of the
You don't
rainbow.
have a
You know,
clue how I grew up.
y'all live in some kind of fantasy world, man. For real.
You don't know that
This
about
is
people.
crazy.
You
It's
make
okay though, because it's all it does is give me people like me more opportunity.
You're
there's not a
describing
lot of
yourself,
people like
Rock.
you. Let's make that clear.
Because this is the exact point I just made. You could be taking it as a disrespect by me saying the words that you said to me.
Maybe we should look up the definition of disrespect. So first of all, you don't like it when people assume things about you, but you feel like you can tell everybody how
Disrespect
their childhood went,
is
how they feel, what's wrong with them. But if somebody says that to you, you get offended. We have a right to not get. We can't be offended, but you can.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right.
Yo, Roscoe, I'm gonna knock out.
I don't care if you're
Y'all
offended.
peace.
That hasn't been
Y'all
my
have a good
argument
night.
the whole time.
That wasn't the question.
I never cared if you're
Yes, you did. You
offended
keep
or
saying
All right, peace,
you have a
Shinnok.
right to not be offended, or I don't know. You keep using these like very confusing sentences, saying it's in the Constitution, which it isn't. But free speech, yes, but there's also limits to free speech as well, and you should know
it's a
that since you know
Supreme
the
Court
laws so
case
well.
dealing with the First Amendment, dealing with freedom of speech.
Then what's
That's how
harassment?
what?
What's harassment? It's illegal.
Okay,
How do
so
you define harassment?
constantly contacting someone against their will
No, it's
after
an
the
abuse
person.
of the First Amendment. You're crossing the line of what the definition of
No,
free
you.
speech is.
Oh my God, I actually know the law.
Okay, then what's
So
harassment?
the definition of harassment
What's
is
defaming?
contact. You gonna let me answer the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. The definition of harassment is contacting someone multiple times within a certain amount of time against their will. Like if somebody's texting you over and over again, and yes, of course you could just block them, but you shouldn't have to block them. If they're just texting you, calling you, and you don't want them texting and calling you, and you tell them, hey, stop texting and calling me, and they continue to do so, that's considered harassment.
Okay, well, technically, what you did to me would be considered defaming because you lied. Which it's not that deep. I don't care. I'm not saying I'm ever even gonna
Sue me.
consider that.
Harassment
I'm
is
just saying it's
Sue.
not that deep. You're not listening.
Sue me.
But you did
harassment is
violate your
aggressive
First
behavior,
Amendment by stepping on it.
intimidation, and things of that nature, Rock. Like not just, excessively. Yes, excessively, but it is in a way that you're going about trying to
No. When it comes to the law, you said harassment's intimidation.
intimidation, aggressiveness, putting fear into someone, things of that nature.
And even slander and defamation of character. Those are things that, yes, there's some lies about
Against you.
someone on
Why?
a
How
public
could that be
platform.
slander?
By telling lies about somebody on a public platform, that is.
I don't care. Sue me. So sue me.
I don't care that much, but I'm
Sue
telling
me.
you.
You
The
know
whole
what? You
point
keep
was
talking that crap.
you're
I'm
making
gonna
it
sue
seem like.
you.
Can I
You
speak?
keep talking that crap. I'm gonna sue you, Blue Jay.
Free speech has limits.
You
That
better
was my
watch out.
point.
I'm gonna sue you.
Free speech.
Ross,
I'm serious. I'm
Blue
serious,
has
Ross. If
limits.
she keeps defaming me and attacking my character, I'm going to sue you, Blue Jay. I'm
Okay.
giving you fair warning right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay?
I've never defamed
I'm
you. I don't
warned.
make
I've
lies
already
about
blocked
you.
you in chat. I don't want to be contacted by you anymore.
When have I
Okay?
contacted
You need
you?
to
What are you
stop.
talking
You need
about?
to stop.
Sir, wow.
See, that's a lie. That's another lie. I've never contacted you.
You
Hey,
are right now.
what's up? How are you? Thank you for
I
joining.
think you got a crush on me.
What? What's going on?
He's always he's lying. But no, he's actually joking now. I can tell the difference. I understand tone.
Ross, what's happening is she loves my golden skin and she knows that she can never touch this because I don't date white girls anymore. Yeah.
You figured it out.
She's projecting.
Oh, you don't
Yeah.
date white girls anymore.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't date
A
white
white
girls.
girl threw his weed in the fire.
Is there a reason why you're not dating Caucasian women
That's
anymore?
why.
See, she remembers all the details and
Yeah,
shit.
we had this
She's
conversation.
obsessed.
I don't drink.
Obsessed.
I remember everything. What's
You
wrong
want
with
me
that?
to unblock you, Blue Jay?
You literally told me that on a conversation between you and I speaking on a panel. Why would I not remember that?
Who cares? No,
Well,
that's not why. It's because they're
She
all
asked why you don't date
freaking
white girls, and I
bipolar.
said why. Am I lying?
Bipolar, just like you. Bipolar.
I would know if I was bipolar. I don't. Not,
Y'all wanna try to
Like me?
fucking, no,
no,
not you,
he's
Blue
talking about
Jay.
me.
Blue Jay bipolar. Y'all
No.
wanna try to fucking, prescribe me
true?
prescriptions and shit.
Is it true
Yeah,
what I
Lionel
said?
still
Is that
likes
why you don't
white
date
girls,
white
but
girls?
you're ugly as shit, Lionel. I'm sorry, bro. Good luck. She's kind of,
He's cute.
she might like ugly black dudes, but she's
He's
not a
cute.
fat white girl. Fat white girls like really tall and skinny, ugly black dudes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. You ain't never seen a LeBron James with a fat white girl. Just saying.
Are you saying I'm fat?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying you're not fat.
Oh, well, actually, Lionel cammed up yesterday. He's cute, but anyway, that's beside the point. Is it true that white girl threw your weed in the fire, and that's why you don't like white girls? They think they're crazy, or at least part of it.
No, they are crazy, and I'd rather be with my own people.
Yeah, whatever you said.
Oh wow, Rock!
Mulattoes.
Rock says he would rather be with his own people. So does that mean biracial people, or what do you mean? So you're only dating biracial people now?
Yes.
And when you approach these women, or they approach you, what do you ask them? You quickly ask them their race and ethnicity?
They approach me.
And then do you ask them their race?
No, you can tell. You can look at somebody and tell.
Does it matter to you if it's the same parent, like the mother is one race and the dad's the other, or does it matter?
No, I
Because
don't
they're
really
raised
care.
differently typically.
It's got to be beautiful. That's all I care about. Like, be beautiful, intelligent, and intelligence probably first of beauty.
So you're
You got to
mostly
be
dating
intelligent, beautiful.
biracial for the looks, not the experience in life. I
What the
mean, it's
fuck?
kind
What
of
do you
far
You,
as
mean?
the
are
way
you
they've.
pro biracial?
Yeah, we're gonna take over the world.
So you're dating to create more biracial babies or
Yep,
descendants
we're
of
taking over the world.
parents?
Look at the numbers. There's been studies on it.
Well, yeah,
Hmm.
there.
The
That's
new
true. I
majority
believe that.
is biracial people.
20% of new marriages are interracial.
And are there some distinct differences between the biracial, I guess, race amongst the Caucasian race and the black race? Besides,
Yeah, I think they have a very unique perspective on things, and they get to actually look at things from outside the box
mhm.
Because
when
most
a lot
people,
of people are stuffed inside a certain way of thinking
I
because of their race.
Oh, okay. I often hear that those who are of mixed races or nationalities usually are confused or are usually feeling unaccepted or
Does
unwelcome.
that ever come from biracial people? Do biracial people ever
Yes,
say that?
yes, that's what I'm speaking on. Biracial people who
Who
can
said that?
biracial people who can say that sometimes they don't belong because depending on what race they are, they either not black enough or white enough.
Yeah,
Or,
because listen, they're walking around. Those are children. Those are children. There's children in every race, and children walk around with a chip on their shoulder,
so
acting as
that's
if they shouldn't take offense to anything or ever be made fun of.
so that's what I hear oftentimes when I hear the biracial people speaking. Not that it is something that is true. I don't walk a day in their shoes because I am a black person.
I think.
But
Okay.
I do want to. I'm sorry, Blue Jay. 1 second. I just want to say. So, is this biracial community that you are representing? Are they going to be, I guess, teaching those to accept themselves fully as both races? Like,
Well, see, I think us biracial people that have any sense don't have any time for
our race
fools
doesn't
that
matter.
would walk around hoping to never be offended or to never be made fun of, because those people need to fix themselves. No one else is going to fix them.
Do you think it
You know,
matters what area you grew up in? Because, like, for instance, my area that I grew up, it was very like multicultural, and the biracial people didn't have that issue because there were so many races, and and they are very beautiful people normally. So, and athletic and everything. So they didn't have that experience in Utah. But I'm guessing if you're around more of one race, maybe you could feel that way. I don't know. I was just curious, Rock, if you think that matters.
well, the problem is if you accept fake people, they kind of rub off on you. So if you only deal with real people, you're always going to have a good time. You're never going to, you're never going to like, it's so weird worrying about what other people think about you and shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Do
Like
you think
it's
it
never
matters
been
what
like that
your
for me. It's
dad?
never been like that for me ever anywhere. Everywhere I go, people are naturally just attracted. They're naturally attracted. And it's like being freaking famous. When I went to school, everybody knew me, everyone liked me, and I didn't know half their damn names. They would come up to me, know my name, ask me how I'm doing and shit, and it would be weird. So I've never lived this experience of, oh, I don't know where to be accepted, you know, because I went to the all black schools and I went to the all fucking white schools. I've been in the all black neighborhoods and I've been in the all white neighborhoods. I've talked to black millionaires. I've talked to white millionaires. I've talked to uh, black bums, white bums. You know, I,
Yeah, I get it. I was surprised. I didn't really know there was still such racial divides until I got on YouTube like a couple of years ago, honestly, because
there isn't.
I had,
That's not true.
well, I mean,
That's
there
not
in some
true.
areas it seems that there are
It's
more
all up
than.
north. It's all up north.
Okay. Oh, I got to
Yeah,
shout out to
like
Moses real quick because I can't
when
do
I
that.
make fun of people north of the
Thank you,
Mason Dixon
Moses.
line, it's for a reason. It's because it like switched. It's like all the actual racist white people are up north, while the cool white people are down south. You know, like
Do you
dude,
think they're
it's
racist
so
black
crazy.
people?
The crazy stuff I hear about up north, like the bail reform stuff.
I don't know
Those
about.
illegals kicking the cops and stuff, and they get let out the next day, and they're flipping off the camera. You think that would happen in the South?
I've never lived in either
No,
area, so
it
I don't know
wouldn't.
what it's like.
There'd be people waiting outside the jail
Mm.
for real. And listen, I live in San Antonio. That it would be happening in San Antonio too. There'd be people born and raised from San Antonio waiting outside the jail. You know, say, hey, if border patrol ain't gonna pick them up, I guess we're gonna snatch their ass up and go take them to the motherfucking border. They ain't gonna be disrespecting our motherfucking people like that. You know,
Mm.
y'all
Yeah,
got
that's
some
right.
crazy y'all got crazy disrespect up there. You know, and you want to try to come online and act as if you supposed to be respected or some shit. You ain't. No one has the right to be respected. You know, if you're gonna have that mentality, you're always gonna be worried about what someone else cares about you. You know, like that's a crazy life to live.
I
And
don't
you
think
worry about everybody
respect.
else what they care about you.
I
That
don't know
doesn't
that
mean that
respect
you
is the right term. I think it's more so just a like a
no,
proper
because
protocol of treating people.
y'all are taking it fucking wrong. Y'all are taking it the wrong way. You're taking it as if I just fucking walk around and disrespect people all the fucking time. The reason I got beef with you and King Shenard is because I actually have a fucking reason. If I didn't have a reason, I wouldn't have no damn beef with y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I don't just walk around talking shit to every fucking body. But if somebody's mean mugging me, I might just fucking say something to them. You know, if they say something
Right.
stupid to me, I'm gonna say something to them.
It's the over, in my opinion, it's overkill with
Yeah,
how
cause
far you take it.
you know what, I have to be like that, cause I ain't gonna fucking, I'm not gonna be the one backpedaling. I'm
I
not
don't
gonna
think
be
you
the
have
one.
to. It's a choice. But if you
Well,
choose
yeah,
to, then
well,
you're that's fine.
what it is people gonna realize when they fuck with me, they're gonna realize that they shouldn't just fuck with me. They
What
shouldn't
would
be
the
fake
world be
around
like
me.
if everybody acted like you?
I want to give it'd be a better world.
It'd be chaos. It'd be
No, it wouldn't.
war.
Because you're acting like my language is some form of disrespect when all it is words. You never learn the sticks and stones may break my bones
Because that's
analogy.
a fallacy.
No, it's true. It's true. It's one of the
Emotional abuse
truest
is
things.
worse than
It's
physical
one of
abuse.
the truest things in the world because it is universal on every continent and every every fucking universe known to man. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
Okay, I don't personally believe that. I think that saying is wrong, but I mean that's your opinion.
Get up out of
It's
here with
true.
that.
It's true.
I definitely think that.
If you choose to not be hurt by a word, how can it hurt you? But if you choose to
Um,
be hurt by a word, it will hurt you.
It depends who says it. When
and
you
words
say it
can
out,
be.
I just feel like
It
it's
depends on
kind
how
of
you
weird and it's actually embarrassing to you, is my opinion.
you know it depends on how you interpret it.
Words can be very divisive. People can be very intentional with words. People can have the intention to hurt you so they can take the deepest things or deepest secrets that they know about you and throw them at you just like
Because
threats.
True.
they
Um,
have the intention, but how do they hurt you?
and they can hurt you.
Because
Like
you allowed it.
It's just inappropriate,
that
especially
anything
people you
has
don't
the
know.
ability to hurt people if you have emotions. And I'm not saying that everyone is hurt by words, but there are some people who have the capability of being hurt by words. Words will hurt some. So I think that that's an encouraging riddle or whatever it is for kids to stay strong and to be confident. But when you're living life and go on, there are some things that you're going to encounter. that will hurt you, and you might be resilient from that. So that's the strength and joy that you get from that. But being authentic and able to say that there are some times that some words have hurt you and you've come through that, I think that's the most rewarding part of it. So yeah, so you're saying you've never been hurt by words before, Rock?
Nope.
Nope. So there's never been a time where you've been on a panel at work, in life, personal, the fact that you're, as you mentioned, biracial, your upbringing, never. No one has said anything that has hurt you.
Nope.
Okay, well, more power to you. I commend you, and I think that is resiliency and a great strength to have. Lee, do you think that the nursery rhyme that Rock spoke on is true in some ways or something like that?
Sounds good, but it's false. You know, you got people in jail behind words and people dead behind words. You wars are started
Words are
behind
actions.
words.
Words are actions.
So
Words are
you
action.
know,
Which, hold on.
words.
There's a difference, right? Words are not actions, right? You go to jail for actions. You
It
die.
started. It started off of words.
It
The
doesn't
words were the
matter.
onset. It
You
does
said words
matter.
will
How
never
did
hurt
Yes,
me. Hurt is
they were? You said you go to
you're
jail off of
different.
actions,
You're
right?
different, bro.
But
You
the
cannot.
but
You
the
can't
the
say
words
that
started
words
the
are
action.
actions. You can't say that words are actions, dude, because they're completely different.
then
I
it's
They're
didn't
not the
say that. I
same.
action.
said the
Then it's
words.
hurtful.
I didn't say words are actions. I said words started the action. Some words were exchanged and then the action started. We could look at the news all day in every state of this country and see that all across the planet.
Magicians, hold on. There's magicians running
Would
around
you?
manipulating
Did you?
people's bodies through
Did you?
words.
Did you vote for Bush?
What do you talk, dude? Listen. So there's
Did you vote for
magicians.
Bush? I
Of
don't
course, I
want that
voted
example.
for
I want the
Bush. Of
example that
course,
I'm
I
saying
voted
because
for Bush. I
you're a
voted for Bush.
Republican, right? Because you asked
Yeah,
me
yeah,
about
yeah. Hold on. Listen,
you asked me about
dude.
politics
Hold on,
earlier, right?
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
So
dude.
so you voted for Bush, right?
Hold on, dude.
You you
Dude,
you
listen,
voted for Bush, right?
listen. The only person I
You
ever
voted for
voted
Bush?
for was Donald Trump. Okay, I
Okay,
got
but okay,
100%.
if you was able to vote for Bush, you would have voted for him?
No. But
No?
listen, dude.
Did
No,
you so you wasn't old enough at that time?
I never liked Bush. No, dude, he's an idiot.
Okay, so let me use the example. I'm gonna go with the same
Go
example
ahead,
anyway.
fool me once,
In the
Shame
interview
on
with
you.
Bush, Bush said,
fool ain't gonna get
no,
fooled
no,
again.
not that one, not that one, not that one. He also said, before he went to war, he was like, he threatened my daddy, talking about Saddam Hussein. Do you remember that, sir? He said, meaning Bush, the second Bush, he said, he, meaning Saddam Hussein, threatened words, my daddy,
So,
war.
so he's a crazy man that thinks
I'm just
just like y'all
crazy or
do.
not. That's not the point.
No,
The
no, no.
point I'm trying to
He
say,
thinks
crazy or
just like y'all
not,
do. He thinks
the
just like
no,
y'all
no,
do.
no, no. Listen,
Yeah.
you don't live. What we're saying is in the real world, words
No, 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 no,
have
no.
consequences. See, you could
Bro.
say I could say whatever I want, man. It doesn't matter, man. I can say whatever I want, dude.
No, hold on. So
I have my
you're
freedoms,
saying
man, and it doesn't matter what the fuck happens, man. I have my freedoms. Listen, that is true. But like Roscoe said, there are sometimes there's consequences behind it, and that is just a fact. You ever heard of the rapper Chi Ali from New York?
motherfucker. Listen, dude.
You ever heard
So
of that
what you're
rapper?
saying, no,
Go
what you're
Google him.
saying is there's
This is a
magicians
rapper.
walking around.
I've been
What you're
quiet and I haven't
saying
said
is
nothing,
I
so
don't
now I'm
give a
going to
fuck about
talk.
your lame
There
ass
was a
rapping. I don't
rapper.
follow rappers, bro.
Okay.
I don't follow lame
He
ass
was a rapper
rappers.
in the '90s. He was a child
Shush,
rapper,
shush,
and he had
shush.
a lot of hits and everything like that. But anyway,
You're
so this
saying
is what
that
happened.
people are
He had a
walking around
fallout
magicians.
Rock,
with
what the heck?
his
Walking around
brother-in-law. I want
manipulating
people to
people's
understand this. His
words.
brother-in-law, which is his
What are all these
wife's
magicians walking
brother,
around
her
manipulating
blood
people's
brother.
words?
Guess what happened?
They're
The
they're telling
brother-in-law
people
told
wrong.
the rapper Chiali SMD. Do we know what SMD means? Yes, we know
Dude,
what SMD means. Guess what happened to the brother-in-law? He was shot in the head. He's dead. Words start actions. So I gave you a macro and a micro example of how words start actions. So you can continue your way, Rock, and say that you can say whatever you want. The only thing I hope, and I certainly mean this, because you are in Texas and y'all have all the guns out there, is that you don't butt up against someone who doesn't like your words, sir, who doesn't like your freedom to say whatever you want to, sir. That's what I
You know
hope.
what, Lead? You really need to take some Motrin or something. But besides the point, what I think is you are trying to justify
I'll just go smoke a
stupid
split.
people doing stupid things by
There was
words,
there was no
and
justification.
no
If
one
you
can
think that I'm trying to
manipulate
justify
you.
that, you missed the
No
whole
one can
exercise.
manipulate
It went right over
anyone.
your head. And
Yeah,
that's a
but
problem. Your
it's not just
comprehension
you're
skills is
justifying
lacking.
it. You're
There was
justifying it.
no
You're saying it's
justification there.
okay.
There was no
You're
justification
saying
there.
it's
Your
ridiculous.
comprehension skills is lacking, sir. There was no justification. I gave you examples. Examples of saying no justification either way.
You are because
That wasn't
you're
inferenced in
agreeing
at
that
all. You missed the whole
that
point. You missed the whole. I don't agree
actions.
with nothing.
I think
You're
he
agreeing. Yeah,
understands it. He
you're
just won't
saying
admit
that
it.
Oh,
actions
so he's
are
just
okay
trolling Blue Jay.
to
Yeah, I think
react to
he's
words.
See,
prideful.
I disagree with you, Blue Jay. I think he really is a knucklehead and he doesn't get it.
What
I think
what
he's on the spectrum.
There's definitely a piece of that as
dude?
well.
I think he's on the spectrum.
Well,
I think
yeah,
he
So
had like
no,
four or
because hold
five
on, no,
kids
no,
in his
no,
class,
no.
and when you walk
Can
past
I
the
get a
class, they were
second,
playing
Ross?
Connect Four in there. While you had to
Can
go
you shut
do,
up? Can you shut up for a
algebra, they
second?
playing Connect Four.
Like
and
really,
his
who gives a fuck
reactions
about
to
rappers,
words
bro?
are so over
Listen,
the
listen for
top.
a second.
They obviously
What
affect him.
what you're saying is these
It is
people
not about the rapper, sir. It's just a
you
real
know
life
what you're
example of
saying
how
is
words
can you
end up sometimes in a bad way. That's
And
no
all it
don't
is.
shit,
believe
no
he
shit.
only does this
How
on the
many times are
internet
you gonna
because the
say the same
internet's
thing?
not real.
But you seem not to comprehend that, sir.
If you don't think I'm not comprehending it because you keep saying the same thing over again and not giving me a chance to speak, go
No, I
ahead
think
and
you don't
comprehend it
comprehend
that
it
way.
because of the things that you're saying. By your rebuttal, by your answer, by the things
I
that you're
haven't given
saying,
a
makes
chance
me
to
know that you
answer
don't
what you said
comprehend
about
what
the
I'm saying.
rapper. I haven't
And not
had a
just the
chance
rapper.
to
I made an example of Bush too.
okay, Bush and all these people in prison. What you're saying is these people end up in prison because of words, right? Right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So
Words exchanged.
so hold on. So
Absolutely.
you're missing a step in between words and prison or war or whatever, shooting somebody in the head. Those three analogies that you used is an action,
He didn't
right?
deny
No,
that.
the
He
word
was denying
Exactly.
that words hurt.
provocation
Okay.
Words hurt.
can
That's
be
the
Okay.
argument. You're
So
deflecting it.
what connects the words to the outcome
The
of
hurt.
the examples that you used?
what connects the
Actions,
words.
right?
Yes, but what connects the words is the intention and the provocation of the words. The words are
Oh,
provoking.
hold on. And there's also there's a little thing in there called decision.
True.
Oh, wow. Look.
Wasn't the question, do words
So
hurt? You
it goes
said words will
words.
never hurt me. That was your argument. You said words do not hurt. So if whether or not
They
there's an
don't
action that follows,
unless you make a decision to react.
that's different. They can
So
hurt and you don't react, but it still hurt.
1 second, you guys. Can y'all hold that thought? So, you guys, we do have some other people who've come to the chat. We have What Up Moses who joined the chat. Thank you, What Up Moses, for coming. And we have here for the Teeth who is here. Thank you for joining. If you guys haven't hit the like, please hit the like. We have been here now for about 4 hours. We will be wrapping up soon. I am dropping the link again. So if you would like to hit the link, definitely hit the link. Today's discussion was about, are you living a purpose-filled, a purpose-driven, or pleasure-driven life? Also, what are your side effects? And if people knew your side effects, should you be a choice or something that they should take a chance on? Now we're talking about sticks and stones may hurt my bones and words will never hurt me. And we're asking the question, Are words painful? Do words hurt? Rock says words don't hurt, and it seems the other three panelists, including myself, are saying that words do hurt. If you would like to speak on it, say that in the chat as well as hit the panel. You guys can continue with your discussion.
So in life, there's logic, right? Like there's rules of the universe. There's chain of events. There is actions, right? In order for something to happen, you have to have an action.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that action is after a decision for normal people. Okay. Now, if you're not normal, you react before deciding or discerning something. Okay. You're a reactionary person. I don't think that's the correct term, but that is the difference between somebody that's clinically insane, that's running around shooting rappers in the head, or going to war over what someone said to their daddy. Okay. And you're trying to justify that insane way of thinking. And what I'm saying is, words are not magical. Words can't manipulate you into doing an action, of course, unless you're just a reactionary person.
What Lead is saying is there are reactionary people. So although you may feel like
Exactly.
And
you control
that's
your actions,
insane. You're crazy.
then
If
there
you're
are
a
crazy
reactionary
people
You don't
person,
around
live
you're
on an
you.
crazy.
island
You
by
because
You're
yourself, sir.
crazy. You're crazy.
You
You're
Rock, can I
see
crazy.
what
speak? You've been
what
talking
you see. We're
nonstop.
talking past each other. I'm sorry, Pooja. Go
No, go
ahead.
ahead, Lead. As long as Rock, he just
Oh,
talks over everybody.
did that one sting for y'all? Huh?
We're talking past each other. What you're saying, we understand fully, but you're not understanding what we're saying. We're not disagreeing with what you're saying. We understand that. Normally when someone says something to you, if you're a sane person, you just, you don't, even if you're angry, you don't react till you go about your way because you know the consequences of that, right? But we're saying that we don't live in, this whole stream has been about mental health and things like that. We don't live in a fair place or where everyone is sane. People kill people off of words. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
Do we know that is there
Exactly.
action that comes behind that? Of course. That's
Bullying.
going to happen, you
That.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ross, you're right. People take their own lives over words.
Yeah.
Is
Lead mentioned that, like bullying, cyberbullying, kids going to
I feel
school.
like Ross. I feel like he's low key threatening me right now.
Oh,
No,
stop.
he is not.
Yeah,
You're
yeah. That's what I feel. I take no. Hold
hyper.
on. I feel offended. I feel triggered. I feel violated. I feel attacked and
Right.
harassed. You know, because they're
Well,
saying people like me, Ross. They're saying people like me get shot in the head. That's what they're saying. They're
they
saying
Who
say
people
said
like me
that?
unhinged
that
people.
just talk what they think is on their mind. You know
Who said?
what they feel, and that's
Okay,
willing to
Rock.
say things that might
You know
offend
what? You're
people.
right. You're right. Because I'm gonna be honest with you. You're absolutely right. If you're in a certain
Yeah, yeah.
environment
You're
and you
you're
say
low key
Because
SMD to the
threatening
Rock
wrong
me.
is an
person,
abusive language.
you will get hurt, sir. You
You
will
know
get
what,
hurt.
Lead?
That's a
You're a
fact.
bitch. You're a bitch.
Okay.
He's
All
giving
right.
you good advice.
All
He's not
right.
threatening you.
You
And
are
Here,
also,
Okay.
Rock,
bitch.
you're still
you are
Come to
deferring a
Texas.
point.
we
We're
are
I'll
trying
meet
to
you
When I
have
halfway.
said
Where you
that,
want to
sir,
meet? You're a
that can
bitch.
happen.
You want
What
to
what I
fucking
just
low key
said,
threaten me? You fucking bitch.
what I just said could happen
wow.
anywhere, sir.
you need a timeout.
I don't. He doesn't.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Lead, but he need a timeout. I don't find nothing funny about another man calling another man a bitch. Like I don't. I just think that that is so derogative. I think it is so emasculating, and don't be trying to run now, Rock, because you always got something to say. Now, when I cut you off, you want to run. Rock has ran off, and he does not want to be accountable or face the music. But I think that is something that is just low blow, and you're on a YouTube platform, and people can't reach out and touch you. And you know, I am a Malcolm X supporter. So we're not gonna call other men all of that. It's never a point where we getting up here having a conversation that warrants that we talk about that or come and address people like that. So I just need to take a pause. Rock, at any time you can come back up here. Yes, if you feel like it's a victim mentality, whatever. But we got some rules over here and you have to respect them, and that's to save you. Because if it ain't no rules, if it ain't no respect, everybody will be running around being amok, and it'll be chaos. Sorry about that, Lee. You can
No, it's all good. But
finish.
let me ask the both of you. Do you
Mhm.
feel that I was like throwing a sub at him?
No, I don't.
Okay, I think it was clear because something like that that doesn't just happen in New York. It happens in Texas, Florida. It happens anywhere. That happens anywhere, and it's not just it could be road. It's not just like hood areas. It could be road rage. You know,
Hmm.
people arguing on the highway or whatever. Any little thing. Um, you know, y'all seen that movie? Y'all seen Menace to Society? I know that was a classic. Yeah, I had to see
Yeah,
that.
I've seen it a
Yeah.
long time.
You remember the crackhead? He was like, I
Hmm.
got this cheeseburger. Yo,
Yeah.
about your cheeseburger. I don't want no damn cheeseburger. He was like, man, look out. He said, what? He was like, oh, bang, bang, bang. Those words.
Well,
Hmm.
Art
there's so many
imitates life.
factors. People can be on
Huh? I'm
substances.
sorry.
They can be. Oh, I was just say people can be intoxicated. There's a lot of reasons why people can go overboard based on words. But obviously, you were not threatening him. You were giving him a tangible example.
Right.
And I think what he was doing was deflecting because every time, because at first it started out, words don't hurt.
No.
Then it went to, well, you control your actions. So that was like not even really what the point we were pushing back on him was because he gave that sticks and stones thing. So the argument was words don't hurt. And then he moved the goalpost. And then once you gave a tangible example and he was kind of had to admit that it was obviously true. Then he moved it again. So I just think and then he tried to start joking like, "Oh, I feel harassed," and then he had to throw the B word out. It's just like a low level of discretion and self control, and good. There's not good faith in that. He's not actually trying to have a resolution or come up, with new thoughts or like accept new, or he doesn't want to agree. Basically, that's how I take it.
Mm.
So this goes back to what I was saying to you before. Like you think he's doing trolling. I think he has a comprehension problem. I think it's not get like it's not. We're saying one thing and it's like bop 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 like some Charlie Brown stuff. Like I don't think he's getting it. You think he's trolling? I don't think he's trolling. He's not
I
under.
see
It's
that.
like we speaking Chinese arithmetic. He's the computer ain't computing. I'm telling you,
He
he
has
ain't trolling. Cause
tantrum.
ain't no. That's why I said, wait, am I tripping?
No,
I know I just burned me a spliff. Am I bugging out? Like, yo, did I? I'm not throwing no sub. And you know what's crazy? This stuff would seem to be common sense. Like, how you get to this age and don't know these things?
right,
Yo, I'll be wanting to say shit all the goddamn time. I just keep. Sometimes it ain't even worth it. Like you want to say it, you don't even have the energy. You be like, you know what? Let me just go my way. This goes to what I was saying before about just avoiding people. Like once you see their energy, once you see how they are, you're like, you know what? You going that way? I'm going this way. Wherever you at, I don't want to be around because you just got bad energy and you always in something. I don't want to be around you. That's it.
right. That's how
No,
I feel. He's been kind of throwing out insults at me in chats and everything, and I just always kind of make a joke or let it go. But when somebody comes up and they say
I'm
let
not
it at
speaking
you,
about him
that's
per
like
se. I'm just saying in general, though.
right. Oh yeah, and I know I'm just using this today but for me, when somebody comes up and they publicly declare something about you that's not true, that's like a burden because now you have an intuition. You have almost an obligation yourself to correct that because you can't just let that go. So that's where it becomes a burden to me personally. If it's just back and forth, I don't care, or I walk away and whatever. But yeah, if I feel like somebody is painting a picture of me that's not true and it's something that I'm like vehemently against, then I forcing me to involve myself, and that's why it's so frustrating. And it's like I don't want to do this, but now I feel like I want to because I need to make this clear. You know,
Yeah. Hmm.
Roscoe, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think that a part of mental health and wellness, as far as maintaining your mental health and wellness is recognizing that you may have a problem.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think that it's like any other problem or issue, recognizing that you have a problem and accepting it. And the moment you recognize it and accept it is the moment that it's clear for you to follow through and make a decision on how you're going to treat it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one of the issues. And then speaking of Rock specifically, like he has some type of psychosis, but he is undiagnosed because number one, he himself doesn't think he has an issue. And then I think there's a lot of specifically Americans like that. Like they think that they're normal. They don't see that there's an issue, don't see there's a problem. They feel that they don't have a problem. And I think that that just sends them down like a wrong road, you know? And we see
Yeah.
it all the time when people like crash out, do things. It was just a story of a guy that the police shot in Baltimore recently.
Mm-hmm.
You hear these stories all the time, like death by suicide by cop,
Mm-hmm.
or people jumping off of buildings, or whatever destructive thing. It don't even have to be suicide or death. There's other things that you could do destructive, taking drugs, etc. But I also I asked you the question because you said that you work in that field, I don't work in that field. I'm just going off of whatever little information I have. But I feel
Yeah.
like yeah, you did. I think because me, like, I'll speak about myself. Shit, I ain't all there. I,
Yeah.
but I, but I know that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and even talk about like self medicating. There be times like, you walk up, like I'm speaking for myself. I wake up on the wrong side of the bed,
Mm-hmm.
grumpy, whatever. I go have me a little sativa.
Mm-hmm.
I come back like, you know what, man? I was tripping, man. I'm sorry. I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry, y'all. My bad. I was just a little whatever. I took it out on y'all. Please forgive me. So I think a part of that healing process is knowing yourself
Mm-hmm.
and recognizing um, the mistakes you make, and then trying to build on those things. You know what I mean? And like I said, going back to me, for me, solitude in nature, like one of the best things. Like over here in New York, we got the Hudson River.
Mm-hmm.
There's certain parts that you could go where
Mm-hmm.
you could sit and you're just like by yourself, and like
Yeah.
there's just quiet, just all you hear is the sound. There's not a car honking, none
Mm-hmm.
of that city stuff. And then that
Yeah.
right there, man, that's just healing. I don't know how to explain it. I just know for me is a surreal feeling with that calm, quiet nature by yourself, no
Oh yeah.
electronic, no talking, and just
Mm-hmm.
being in the moment.
Mm-hmm. I can definitely understand that.
Sorry for being long-winded.
Oh no, you're good. I can understand that, and I totally agree. I can understand when you describe the peacefulness that you seek, or that you that creates your solitude. Not only do I work in it, I don't work in it as much as I did before, but I also suffer from bipolar disorder. So when you ask, like, is recognizing it real important for me? I always knew that I had a mood disorder. And I didn't necessarily want to accept it because at that time the only remedy that I knew for it was that they would give you medication. So for me, the biggest thing was accepting treatment. I would go to therapy and stuff like that, and it got to a point where, like, smoking marijuana, I had basically hit my baseline and it wasn't doing anything for me anymore. So I cried like very hard when I had to be like, yeah, I'll take this. And that basically got me back like on a normal level where my emotions wasn't here and there, and I wasn't angry one day and rageful the next, or it was a lot that I had to do. And also hearing people, like having the support system and hearing those people who support me say things like my like I'm too much for them to carry, or I'm a burden to them, and you never want to hurt those people who support you if you're conscious enough for that. then you also want to try for them. So like I said, I used to take Seroquel, also Zoloft, and it was a thing of where I needed to have a pep up in the morning so I wouldn't be depressed and be able to go to sleep at night. But that stuff made me sicker than whatever. I started to lose my hair and it fell out. So I used to have a head full of hair, but I cut it off because the medicine made my hair fall out. So I eventually stopped taking that medication. And like you say, you self medicate. I told my psychiatrist that I didn't want to take this. I'm going to smoke marijuana, continue to smoke marijuana. They basically was against that. Of course, in Texas, they were against that. And I invested in um, growing marijuana for myself, and looking at products and things like I said that like the sativas being a upbeat thing to help with depression, looking at certain type of indicas to help with anxiety, to help with stress and things of that nature, things that will make you go to sleep, and compare with, like I said, working out, food. I love nature. Like you said, I'm in DC, so I like to go run and I like to go to Rock Creek Park. It's like a whole, you know, I'm sure you probably know this area or something, but I like to run there and I like to run the neighborhood. So it's just something about that. CT described that as a runner's high, but it's something about the natural resources that God gives us that He wants us to utilize and take because it is a healing for you in all types of ways. So thank you, Lee, for being so transparent and authentic with what you just said because it helped me.
I have a lot of respect for that because I feel like sometimes people use substances to run from their, afflictions, but where you have already recognized something that you have to deal with, and it is genetic. I don't know if people, but they've actually located a DNA sequence that's passed through families, like I mentioned before, with ADHD, OCD, and bipolar linked, and it manifests in different people. So I find it interesting that we're so accepting of these genetic disorders, such as high cholesterol, or even certain types of cancers, and all these things that we inherit, and it's totally acceptable and nobody has any judgment about that. But when it has something to do with the brain, all of a sudden everybody has an issue with it, and it's that person's weak, and they have, they're purposely choosing to do this or be this way, and they if they just tried harder, where that's not true. These things
Yeah.
are physical, and I have a lot of respect for you because you've realized like this helps me, and I'm proactively seeking ways that I can minimize the symptoms of what I'm dealing with. You're not trying to run, hide from it, if that makes sense. I think I see that very differently.
Oh yeah, like that's apparent in my life as far as like even with the streaming, going to sleep at a regiment time, having like a structure and stuff like that. I can't be running around. I need to be up by 5 and in the bed by 9 type thing throughout the week because like even sleep deprivation plays into those symptoms that can come from certain for myself, for my own disorder, I suffer with certain things from that. But it's never a crutch for me. Like I take full accountability of the things that I have to do. I can recognize when I'm in an episode or part of this is an episode. So those days are even harder because it's a harder fight. But my motivation is always my daughter and my boo thing to never have them have to feel like they have to pick me up or build me up. Though I know that they are here, that's never their responsibility. Um, but a lot of people don't see it as that. A lot of people, like Rock was saying, people are emotional, people are sensitive, and people see what they could say as "woe is me," so they don't have any accountability. I'm like this, so I should be able to do this, and you should accept it. With the even though you have a mental illness, there always is a level of accountability. You're not walking around here like not sane or anything. You probably lack the skills to make the best judgment, but you still have to be accountable for those things that you decide to do, whether it harms someone or not. You know.
I do. And one thing that I feel a lot of people will say, for instance, depression, which is another physical ailment, right? So people
Mhm.
say, well, if you just exercise and you do this or that, but the thing is that people that are in that depressed state, they don't have enough motivation or
Exactly.
discipline to do that. So sometimes you need the medication. I've had bouts of depression here and there, maybe 2 or 3 times in my life that I've had taken medication and it helps a lot. And then I don't have to continue taking it, but I don't judge anyone that takes it for the rest of their life either.
Hmm.
Because if something replaces what's lacking in your brain, then why not? It doesn't, if it has bad side effects like it did for you, then
Hmm.
that's a decision that an individual can make. But just to throw a whole blanket on depression, usually those are people that are completely ignorant on the subject, haven't done any research, don't know what they're talking about, and then they have a judgment against people. And that I have an issue with. But
Yeah, I think it's because a lot of people see it as sadness, that they see people who are sad that they can get over it. And if you're depressed, you can get over it too. But they never see people that can possibly lack the skills or inability to get over a sad day. Like they really need somebody to pick them up and help them. Like I've seen doctors who need people to go out and make groceries for them. They might not be depressed, but they suffer from some type of social anxiety where they can't necessarily be out in public. And then you think about, well, how did you get through life? Because people put on a mask for such a very long time. And now we're living in a world where it's more culturally accepted to be open and not to suppress your feelings. But you have to be able to, everybody's not clinically diagnosed. Some people are just sad and they're going to get over that. But then there are some people who are laying in the bed for 4, 5, 6 weeks and they can't get out the bed. That is a clear distinction that this person is clinically diagnosed and needs some type of medication or needs some type of therapy to help them or treatment to get them out of that. Um,
sometimes people aren't sad. Depression, people always
mhm.
mistake that for for sad and down,
Yeah,
and it's not always that way. Sometimes it's
it's not
apathetic.
good. Yeah,
Sometimes it's tired. Sometimes that
yeah.
depression can manifest, so it's not always distinctly identified. And when it's dealing with brain chemistry, then that's something that people that aren't educated just kind of need to be patient with them, and
Hmm.
not take it personally, because anyone that's actually done, educated on the subject understands the difference between
Hmm.
chemical synapses in your brain reacting correctly, levels of serotonin, dopamine, all these things that factor in. So, but
Hmm.
I agree that that it is increasing as far as awareness and more support, especially for men, because
Yeah,
historically men have been shamed if
yeah.
they have anything. So
I was going to say that even people who have temperament issues or anger issues, a lot of those men may need some type of what is it, anger management or anger therapy to teach them how to maneuver through their anger or maneuver through those moments where they're feeling some emotional turmoil, because they can't maneuver through that in the way that they display that. It can come off aggressive, it can come off
Right.
physical.
Coping
Yeah,
mechanisms.
they need, yeah, teaching them coping mechanisms, because the way that they display their anger when they in those moments can be aggressive. It can be combative, or cause confrontation, and it's all because they are not able to control their anger, or when they're being triggered, they don't know how to, the tools to step away or walk away, or to say, hey, I can't talk about this right now, because most men feel like when there's a problem, they need to give a solution. They need to fix that problem in that moment. And they're probably fueling in that moment, trying to help you or whomever they're trying to help. And I'm not trying to say that all men suffer from anger
well,
management.
I've had anger management myself. I suffer from anger problems from a child, and it does help because your reactionary instinct can be relearned, and
Yeah.
and I've had the rapid eye movement, the EMDR.
Hmm.
At that works great. I've done cognitive behavioral therapy. I've taken a lot of steps where there's actual um, like programs. It's not always talking, and that's one thing that people mention
Exactly.
through therapy is talk therapy is only effective 10% of the time.
Yeah.
Usually you need to have some type of, like you said, the anger management where you learn. And one thing that I really took when you guys both said kind of the same thing about just a peaceful moment, there's so much freedom in knowing that you have a right to just let your thoughts pass and just
Hmm.
live with them. And then when I was drinking a lot, that's one thing I had to realize I was terrified of my own thoughts. And
Hmm.
so by being able to escape them chemically, that's why I didn't want to stop drinking, because I knew, well, how am I going to sleep? How am I going to deal with life? And I feel much better because I actually have so much more control over my environment and my reactions. But that's the thing that we are all sort of afraid of, is like actually feeling what we're feeling and realizing that it's temporary and they do pass.
Hmm.
And there's a lot of peace in that.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I
there's
agree.
yeah, and with those type of things, basically, and with mental illness, it's basically reprogramming your thought process depending on that type. They all aren't the same. Like I say, there are personality disorders, there's psychosis, there is anxiety. And when I'm saying these things, I'm talking about OCD, bipolar, schizophrenia. All those different things are in many different categories. Different parts of the brain are triggered for that, as Blue Jay says. We have Lionel Suggs in the back who wants to join the panel. Hi, Lionel. Thank you for joining us. What would you like to add?
I was listening, and I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to add that I've met people where moments of peace are the worst parts of their life.
Mm-hmm.
They can't have moments of peace just because of the experiences they've had. So they've always had to have noise in the background, something going on, because those times when they've had peace is when some of the worst things would end up happening to them. If that makes sense.
I totally understand what you're saying. Yes, I
Yeah,
agree.
I understand that.
And thank you, T. Sorry, I'm not commenting back to people on the chat because I can't comment. It's trying to send me to another page and I'll get dropped. So I'm not ignoring people's. But thank you.
Yeah, I have experience. I'm a kind of person like I do that too. Like I don't like to have silence, so I have the TV on in every part of the house, and people get upset. But I have to hear some noise going on. This comment says, "Y'all all experience frustration when a man comes up with a solution. It doesn't work out like that. Someone goes back and forth arguing at the solution, brings the misplaced anger." Yes, that's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to describe. Blackish Cracker, I am a real damn man in a world where real men are under attack. They tried to tie me to someone who would hurt someone just for words. Here for the tea, that's true. I know people like that. Here for the tea is agreeing with you, Blue Jay. And Blackish Cracker says, don't be a sheep. So we are talking about mental wellness and mental illness right now. Lead asked the question about is it good to recognize that you have a problem, and how effective is that in your treatment? And for that, we have a Blue Jay on the panel, Lee, as well as Lionel on the panel. The link is dropped, so if you would like to hit the link, please do that. And if you would like to hit the like button for me, you can do that as well. If you guys have something to say, you can definitely speak on it. Now I'm done. Y'all quiet.
Well, I
Hello.
want to say I really appreciate you doing a panel like this because it's kind of something that a lot of people don't want to approach. And it's, something that has been considered almost shameful. And so I think there's a lot of courage in what you're doing. And then, like, people, even if they don't come to the panel, even if they don't comment, it slowly can, like, chip away at the defenses that people have against acknowledging mental health. And
Mm-hmm.
so I think it's really better for the world, really. If everybody could address their issues, then the world could be a better place. I know it sounds kind of stupid, like, or maybe a little bit flighty, but I really truly believe that.
Do you guys feel that there can be some harm in the things that Rock states when he says that this is an emotional world? People are always hurt when it comes to mental health and mental wellness. That it might deter people from expressing or asking for help with the mentality that he has.
I
It's
think
a
everybody.
weak
Oh, sorry, Lee. Go
position.
ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I've been talking, so go ahead.
In my opinion, is a weak position to try to promote, because you're hiding and you're running from the issue, and you're deflecting. You're deflecting from what's eating at you. You're being wrong and strong, so you're deflecting off the issue and saying, "Oh, it's this and that." And usually, the best deflections are legitimate issues. So
Mhm.
yeah, there is a legitimate issue with, in my opinion, in this country with people being overly sensitive. You can't say this, you can't say that. A lot of that you see, honestly, with the LGBT community. You can't say certain things, pronouns, things, different things like that. But not just that. Other ways too. I think people are more sensitive. I even brought it out with the sitcoms and everything like that. But you can't use that to say, that's very different from cursing out someone because you don't like, how they looked at you or something else. Like that's a you issue now. You know what I mean? And trying to say one thing for the other, that is definitely the definition of being disingenuous. So, yeah, to answer your question, Ross girl, it is very harmful. It's very harmful, and what we're seeing is people with this type of mentality running off of a cliff and doing damage to themselves and to others.
Mm. Oh wow, great answer. Lana or Blue Jay, what do you guys think? Do y'all need me to repeat the question?
No, I
Uh,
agree with him. I can't even add anything.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think sometimes people don't even realize their own, behavioral like issues. I think sometimes people truly do believe that it's other people, and everybody's on their own timeline, and so some people never realize or that the common denomination is themselves, or that their life could be better if they would address hard truths about themselves. Some people truly cannot see it, but even people that do, denial is extremely common. As a self-preservation defense mechanism is to not admit, wrong. Or so I think that even though people, to us it may be obvious, they may either not be ready or sort of have a fuzzy perception of what's really going on. So I think it's both. I think that it is not taking accountability or not wanting to change out of defiance, but I think part of it is actual delusion as well.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Here for the T has hit the panel. Here for the T, thank you for joining. We have been here for a very long time, and we are talking about mental health. Do you have something that you want to say on the topic? Oh, we can't hear you, T.
Sorry about that. Hey, you guys.
Hi.
Hey,
Yeah.
guys. I know I'm super late, but this is a really great topic. The last few minutes I've been listening, I really enjoyed. So
Oh,
I just
you.
appreciate the conversation.
Oh, thank you. We started off by asking because I would mention Kevin Gates had a new album out, and in one of his songs, he talked about how he had to choose a purpose-driven life over a pleasure-driven life. So the question today was, are you living a purpose-driven or pleasure-driven life?
Um, Overall, I would say purpose driven, even though I do, of course, enjoy pleasure. Of course, we're human, but overall, I would say a purpose driven life because, of course, I have children, I have a family. So it is very important to live a purpose driven life, especially, to me, if you have children, because
Mm-hmm.
you want to show them that, you can be successful, you can do this, you can do whatever you put your mind to. So,
And were you always purpose-driven, or did you have to grow
no,
into do that.
Not really, especially in my 20s. So,
Mhm,
I've grown to be, I'll say that, and I still have a lot more growing to do.
mhm,
So,
mm. And we also asked the question on the thingy was what are your side effects? So I described like when you see these commercials and they present such a great medicine, but it has a million side effects and you have to choose if you wanted that. Um, if you know your side effects, like side effects in being the most deepest things about you are your horrible traits, if you're mean, if you're emotional, if you're all this. If you know your deepest traits, what you deem your deepest traits to be your side effects, and people knew that, would you be a choice or something that someone should invest or take a chance on if they knew that?
hmm, that's a great question. I know that I can be really moody at times. So that's definitely that's not always good because sometimes you can't always control the mood. Um you can try sometimes, of course, by doing certain things, but sometimes it's kind of hard to control your mood because of whatever the situation whatever that situation may be, depending on how crazy or or serious that is to you as a person.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the mood or the feeling, the emotion is uncontrollable. So for me, I try my best to distance myself from people when I'm in those certain emotions and moods
Me too.
because yeah, I can get a little crazy.
So that is a good thing, T, that you're saying. I'm not saying that it's a good thing to distance yourself, but I am a person who will distance myself and shut down when certain things happen. I need to
That's
walk
me.
away, and then I can come back and think about it, and I'm in a clear mind, and I'm not as angry as I was or as emotional as I was.
Mhm.
I can talk to you. A lot of people take that shutdown or take that needing your time away as pushing them off or not
Mhm.
addressing it. How do you deal with that? We spoke on accountability, like you know that you have to do it, but other people won't receive that well. So how do you take care of yourself and also meet the needs of them in those moments?
You know what? To be honest, I'm still working on that. Because I distance myself a lot from family, from friends, whomever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and certain environments or certain people, they just give me a sense of like, I don't know. I just feel uneasy sometimes around certain people. And so
Mm-hmm.
the minute that I feel that way or I feel like I have to go to an event around certain people, I get very anxious and irritated. So a lot of times I just don't show up because I don't like the feeling
Mm-hmm.
that that emotion around certain people that I get.
Have you
So
found that type of the way that you deal with that to limit you in some ways in life?
I think so, yeah.
Mm.
Um I think so. So I started back therapy this week. So I think
Okay,
therapy is gonna help me.
good.
I haven't been in a while, so
I'm
I
happy
think
for
it's gonna
you,
help.
T. That
Yes,
is
girl.
awesome.
I'm excited. I'm excited about it. So yeah, it's a
That
new
is
fresh start.
awesome. I'm going to come back to you with some questions. I know you just got on the panel, so I just wanted to warm you up. Um,
Okay.
Black Moses is up here. Thank you, Black Moses, for joining us tonight. Um, how are you doing
Hey,
tonight?
Roz, you got a good show going on here. I'm doing
Hey,
great. How you doing?
I am
I was
going.
up
I'm.
watching Griselda. I was watching the Griselda series on Netflix. That shit
Oh
is
yeah, I
good.
started watching that too. Like it's been so many Griselda reenactments, but
Yeah,
I like this one. Are you there? Because we can't hear
yeah,
you.
it's cool. So, and I got on
Oh,
some
Hey,
YouTube and saw
Marcus.
some Roz Girl.
oh, well,
Can
you
you hear
know
me?
how? Yeah, we
Can
can
you hear
hear
me?
you.
Yep.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh,
So Moses, are you living a purpose driven or a pleasure driven life?
kind of half and half. Kind of half and half. I always have a
Okay.
purpose. My purpose is just to help as much as I can. Youth. I was a youth coach. I have a big family, so I just live for that purpose. Just to make sure everyone around me is good. And then I have stuff I do for myself as far as business wise. That's a purpose.
We can't hear you, Moses.
But then again, there's it's. Can you still hear me?
We can hear you now.
Oh,
Oh,
okay, all right. But what I came in for because I heard a lot of people talking about they going bother me because I didn't hear that so much until I started coming on YouTube and hearing how people was having emotional issues and how they dealing with them. And I
mm-hmm.
just and in my opinion, that just I didn't
I
come up with that. I didn't, and a lot
Black
of us
Moses,
maybe because I'm older,
Black
but I'm
Moses,
not
you're going in and
that
out.
much
So
older than y'all because some of y'all are almost 40. So I'm like, well, they're not that much things that happen, huh?
you're going in and out.
Hello,
Yeah,
Like
it's breaking up. Yeah.
you're going in and out. Can you
hello.
go out, come back in?
I'm going in and out.
Yeah, can you go out and come back
Yeah,
in?
yeah, I'll do that. All right.
I think you delayed too.
Yeah, yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Thank you. So he's going to come back. I do want to address some people in the chat. It looks like Smitty joined the chat. Thank you so much, Smitty, for your support, and thank you for coming through to support. So the Blackish Cracker, we are not by any means talking about you. Please do not feel offended. But he has said, "What the f? It is the same thing." He also is saying that this stream is stupid. Mo Love has hearts in the chat. I believe she's feeling warm and fuzzy inside. So thank you, Mo, for that. And she's also giving her support to you by saying, "Yes, sis, I understand." And here it said, "I'll disappear to the car with my music blasting." So here for the tea. So I think that is very, excuse me, noble of you to start back therapy. Was that a
Mhm.
hard decision to make, or you just was now getting around?
Mm, it wasn't really a hard, decision to make. I've always been an advocate for mental health.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's important sometimes to, just get that extra push of motivation or inspiration. And I think therapy is one of those things that definitely has helped me in the past. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, why not do it again? Because it works. It definitely works. So,
And what do you think about people who don't think that they think that mental illness or mental wellness isn't real? They think,
um,
yeah. It seems
well,
like that's what Alvin was going to say when he was up here.
yeah, I don't really know. I don't really, I can't really say, I don't know. I think that people should at least give it a try. But of course, you can't make anyone do anything.
Mm-hmm.
But, I guess that if you, I guess, show the example, maybe they'll try it, seeing if it benefited you, maybe it'll benefit them. So just lead by example, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay. Yeah, so people like well, I hate to use Rock as an example because he's so upset in the chat, but he doesn't necessarily think that mental illness is like a real state. Yes, there are some
oh,
mental
it's a
illnesses, what he
thing.
says, but he thinks that people are woe is me, they're crying, they're super emotional. We can't say anything to offend people anymore. Things of that nature. The world has become overly sensitive. Do you agree with that?
No. Well, in a sense, the world has become more sensitive in the last maybe decade or so,
Mm-hmm.
or longer. But I just think that people are opening up more, and tackling those emotional issues that they may be having. Whereas
Mhm.
years ago, that wasn't a thing, like,
Yeah.
especially with men, specifically black men,
Mhm.
because black men were looked to as, strong. You
Yeah.
have to be strong. You have to have a certain level of strength, whether that be physical or mental.
Mhm.
Um, so these days, I think that, people are opening their eyes more as
Mhm.
to, getting that mental, getting their mental together. So I
Yeah.
don't see anything wrong with it. However, I do also think that some people are overly emotional these days.
Mhm.
And I think there should be a balance when it comes to it, so
Mhm.
that's just my take.
I just want to say one thing. I think that's all men. I don't think. I mean, I don't. I'm sure it affects black men too, but I don't really
Mhm.
see any group of men that is really like Asian men, Hispanic men, white men. Maybe white men most open to it. I don't know, but
Mhm.
as far as what I have been, you know, exposed to, I think just men in general have been discouraged from because
Yeah,
it's
you may have
considered.
a point. I just don't know. I don't really communicate with any other race, so I'm just going by, what I've
Yeah, and
seen.
I understand
You know what
that.
I mean? So I can only
Hmm.
speak to what I've been around, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
No, I'm just saying, Roz, I'm serious. I really haven't. And that's no shade or nothing. Like, I love everybody, but I just don't know a lot about other races.
Yeah, and I only said that just to like make it more clear that like so I don't think that I don't want black men to feel like they're the only ones that are like this problem because that I think people feel more comfortable when they realize it's not like just me
Yeah.
and my brother. It's everybody, it's
We
Yeah,
understand.
I got you.
We have Black Moses back on the panel. Moses, if your audio is together, please finish what you were trying to say.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay, great, great, great. No, the only thing I said, I noticed a lot of emotional issues and psychological. I don't know if I want to say psychological, but emotional issues that carry. And I heard Blue Jay say that, you know, I guess something from childhood, and that's what I want to touch on because y'all are like, y'all ain't youngsters. When I used to come on here, I think people were younger, but you guys are like approaching 40 or you're in your 40s, and you have these emotional issues. I didn't experience them, but I think the main reason is that y'all have them is they follow you from childhood. You never would address or confront what bothered you from your childhood. Like if we were young and somebody was trying to, I guess, talk down to us or make us feel bad about ourselves, we gave them an automatic, fuck you, and whatever came with that, but we would confront it right then and there. And like I've like dated women over the years, and when you talk to them, a lot of them was assaulted when they were younger, but they would always it would always take them into a different behavior instead of confronting the person that actually did it in life. A person that you may be in your family or somebody you grew up with in your neighborhood that did that to you, and you will see that person, but you never will confront them. So it
that's
just
really
carries over.
complicated.
The
It
best
oh,
way that I've always thought to confront these emotional issues is to confront the person that caused them head on and let comes with it come with it. And that's just my opinion on it. You
Not
know,
that simple.
uh, just to
it
confront
is
just
that
to
simple. It
I
is that simple. It
I
really
Promise
is.
you
It's
it's
But
not.
but I know what
it's
you're
really
saying
not.
because people are, and that's why I said when I put in the chat, this latent emotionalism comes from fear. It comes from fear. That's I know you mean it doesn't come that easy because people are fearful, and that's what you got to get over,
That's
especially
actually not what I
later
mean,
in
though.
life.
I mean the inverse, actually.
The what now?
I know I meant the inverse because I personally know a little girl who would tell everybody about her situation and nobody would believe her. Nobody would protect her. No one would defend her.
But did she keep doing? Did she keep telling? Did she keep reaching out, or did she
She
just
did it
let them
for
smother her?
she did it
Because
for a
sooner or later
decade.
you keep sometimes it's not instantaneous. That's the thing. Sometimes you're not going to get an instantaneous reaction, but you got to keep on and keep on until somebody says, okay, let's get to the root of this and resolve it. Yeah.
And nobody did. That's what I'm
And she
telling you.
stopped. Did she stop?
Well, she grew up.
She grew up and she still didn't confront it, or she still didn't say nothing. Did
I'm
she ever
telling you,
stop talking about it?
she did confront it. She even made a whole documentary about it.
Okay, so since she did
About
that, how's she doing now?
She's full of nightmares.
Because she confronted it?
She's full of nightmares.
it's trauma. It's actually it
Mhm.
changes your brain chemistry. What I was saying about childhood, I was expressing how I had experienced like anger, even like I had a temper. Like I would lash out. What I was saying is I did address it. I did get anger management and I did get therapy for it. And now I don't get angry like that. I have a different reaction because I've relearned how to react, and it takes proactive steps. It doesn't just it's not talking into it. You actually have to practice, certain protocols and count, just breathing. Sometimes it's counting in your head, sometimes walking. There's different things that you can do. That's what I was saying. My child, it's not that I'm, plagued by these disorders from childhood and I'm just like okay with it and I put my emotional burdens on everybody. Where our point was that you can address these things, but a lot of people don't realize that it is a physical brain chemistry. And if that were more known and more accepted, it wouldn't be, the thought pattern that you have. For instance, your perspective on it is confront it, get over it. But sometimes people don't even remember their trauma, and
Mhm.
subconsciously their behaviors manifest something that their brain has protected them from. So it's more complicated. But I understand what you're saying about confronting, but a lot of time that would put somebody into a whole, like a, it's like, what do you call it, where you have like a mental breakdown. Most
Mhm.
would just be able to
Facts.
confront their
It's
assaults.
not that easy.
No.
That's all I'm gonna say. To confront
So
whatever it
so
is.
so when you confront, I mean, you say demons or whatever, is it are you confronting the person that caused it? That's what I'm asking.
Um. Well, me personally, yeah, I have. I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but
Well, they may
yeah,
not
but it
react the way
doesn't.
you want them to either.
Yeah,
It
like
backfires.
when you tell certain people that may have caused you pain or emotional distress, and it's not easy to have that conversation, and especially if the person that you feel hurt you is not giving you the response that you may have thought that they would give you. It's like,
They
what
could
was the
even blame you
purpose?
for it and
What
say
was the
you
purpose of
did
even
it.
doing this? Yeah.
And also,
Well, what response are you expecting from a person like that? And I'm not trying to sit up here and
Accountability.
That's why I don't think
resolve this. I'm just trying to say,
Accountability.
what response are you expecting from a person that would do that to you?
Accountability.
you are expecting accountability. You are expecting them to take
Yes.
responsibility for what they
But
said.
instead they brush it off.
You
Like,
are,
oh, I didn't do that.
yeah, and you are
Yeah.
expecting
And
them.
that's bullshit.
You are
Well,
expecting.
when you expect somebody that really
Do y'all hear me?
afflicted you like that to just take accountability and say, and to say, "Oh, I'm sorry," and it's either forgive them or fight them. Whether it's fight them, tell them, "Hey, motherfucker," or just it's either or. Ain't no in between.
But
You
black,
don't let them just get away with saying, "Oh, I didn't do that." I don't.
but
I
black,
think that's the problem. You don't really confront it head on.
but
I don't
black
think you should
Moses.
confront them
Yes,
at all.
Can I
no,
say
you
something
have. We
to
like
that?
I have though.
1 second.
Sorry.
Can I say
Your own
something?
This
self.
is triggering. I'm sorry.
So Black Moses, I understand what you're saying, but just because you confront someone and just because they're taking ownership and they apologize, there is still some affliction and damage that is done to you. You may have been living your life a certain type of way. You may become fearful. You may be anxious now. You may have developed all those things. That apology doesn't take away what has been taken away from you in life. So just because they apologize and take the accountability,
No, see, that's it
that
right there.
makes
But
it right.
that's it right there. You're
Still,
expecting an apology. Don't
you're not even,
expect an apology.
I'm
Once you confront them, that's the
not.
power right there.
I
Well, why
am not
confront them?
saying that you're expecting an apology because, in my opinion, I don't need an apology and I don't need you to take accountability. What has happened to me now has happened, and I need to take care of myself thus forward and learn how to live and cope with this.
Mm-hmm.
So, what one person may need, the next person doesn't need. What I'm
Right.
trying to say is, it's not just easy for someone to say what they did and for you to confront them because you don't even know what that's going to do for you in that moment. You've already been living this particular way with what has been done to you.
Right. You're inviting them to hurt you again when really that's giving them the power, and true forgiveness is within your own
Fact.
self where you're taking your power
Yeah.
back.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Facts. And that's why distance is important to me. Because why would I invite myself into an environment that makes me feel uneasy? I'm torturing
Well,
myself.
I understand what y'all saying, but at the same time, why let somebody get away with shit? That's the thing. That's the resolution. Not letting somebody get away with it. You put it in their face every fucking time you see them,
I could see going
and when you
off.
refuse to do that, and then you turn. It's kind of like turning tail and run. And I'm not saying y'all are doing that by going to therapy and stuff like that. And I'm sure that stuff helps.
But how
But
does
if
that
Yeah.
you don't, if you once you stop confronting that person or giving them hell whenever you see them, because you got to give them a little hell every time you see them,
so
But
you
how
never
many times do you confront them?
so
Like,
as
why
many
why
times
do
as it
you keep doing?
takes,
I'm not
they
as
doing
many
that.
times as it takes.
already
I'm
Yeah,
know?
not doing
that
that.
shit ain't
I'm
healthy. Is that
sorry.
Sometimes it takes more than one time. Say,
is
hey,
that,
motherfucker, I'll never forget what you did. I'm on your ass.
is that a healthy way to
I'm not
get
doing that.
Yeah, that's the healthiest way.
Are
No,
you
Sometimes
saying
you
that as
need
a
you need that
man?
friction.
it's
You
not
need that
Are you
healthy.
saying that as
disruption
a
in order
man,
to cure
or are you
yourself.
looking at it from a woman's perspective?
That's not healthy, Moses. I'm
I'm
sorry.
looking at it
I'm
from a
not that.
human perspective because
No, you got
it's
to look at it from a
men
woman.
and women like this. It's men and women like this.
Have you
I'm
ever
looking from a human perspective.
when people find an absent parent after when they're an adult, someone abandoned them as a child, and they don't get the reaction they want, that damages them way more than if they just still had their own theory of why they left, or that they've found, a replacement or peace within themselves. But by allowing them to be aloof and still show no emotion, no regret, that starts the whole thing over. I don't think that's a good idea.
Yes. Thank you, Blue
You
Jay.
don't allow them. You don't allow them to be aloof. You don't. That's the thing. You don't allow them.
But
You
we can't
don't.
control people.
Well, it's not controlling them. It's putting them on notice every time. So every time they see you, they start ducking.
So best case scenario, you're going to get them to lie to you and say they're sorry, but
but
they're
it's not
obviously not.
about them.
No, you don't need the I'm sorry. You don't need it.
But
You
Yeah.
don't need the I'm
you
sorry. You just
that
you,
you
you
don't
just
allow.
letting them know every time I'm seeing you, I'm putting you on notice. You don't need the apology or nothing.
I
They
think
just that's how you get your power back. That's what I feel you get your power back.
you don't
I'm
see
serious. I've
that
watched dudes.
before.
Growing up, I saw a lot of cats take a lot of talked down. They was talking into women, ignored them, and it affected them. But they never got over it. I'm talking about even to this day. These are cats that are still alcoholics and drug addicts in their 50s, going into their 60s. They're still like that because. And I remember going back. I said, "Yeah, man." People used to talk down to them. Girls didn't like them. It was just horrible for them. And they never confronted none of that in their own way. Now, some of those dudes did. They was able to compensate for it materially and do whatever they did and shine a little bit, and that's their way of dealing with it. But some of those dudes didn't, and these are the drunks, the alcoholics, and the dope addicts that's still in the hood. When you go to the, you see these cats. These are the cats, the ones that dealt with it, confronted it right then and there, was able to deal with it. They don't have issues like shoot. Where I grew up, whenever you came outside, somebody finna start snapping on you, and a lot of cats couldn't take that. But a lot of cats that couldn't take it, they would still say, "Nigga, what you say?" And it'll either be that or they'll snap back. But the ones that didn't do either, those are the ones that are most affected today that I see.
So if those men went and sought them out, say they found him on Facebook, or those women that were rude to them, if they confronted them, I mean, some of these women are married, some of them women are probably dead, but like if they confronted them, what would be what would the optimal outcome be? What can they expect from these women who don't know them at all, don't even probably remember it, because we remember things that hurt us, but most people don't remember things that are that passive. So what would that really do for those men that are still suffering that they shouldn't be able to do for themselves?
What would confronting it do?
Those women, yes, if they were to find those women, track them down on Facebook or whatever, and just say, hey, you really hurt me, and I just want to confront you about it, or have you acknowledged it? What would be like, what could that woman say or do, or that could really resolve the issue.
There's nothing they can or say. There's nothing because that person probably ain't even thinking about it until they're confronted.
Right.
But the person that's confronting them, because how it made them feel, it gives them some feeling of gratification,
What if
little
the
by
woman
little.
says, "Why are you contacting me, weirdo? You should be over that. You're creepy." Is
No,
that
no,
better?
no.
Or
It's not creepy though. But regardless of how they feel, the person that's confronting them, it still gives them some joy, something to move forward with.
I don't know.
And
I
that's
think
what really matters. It's
I
not
feel
the
embarrassed.
person that afflicted them. No, they really don't matter. So yeah, if they say, "Hey, you're goofy, you're creepy," yeah, whatever. But I'm still letting you know you was a bitch.
Okay. I guess it's, yeah, different
You got to
situations.
me, you got to confront that shit head on when it happens. And if it's later down the road, you got to be even stronger with it. And it's got to be continuously until you get over it.
See, I
Mm.
can see pressing charges against someone that, did something horrendous to you that was illegal
I
and
don't.
Yeah, of
you
course.
finally got
And
marriage. That to me would be more retribution because you're protecting others as well because most are repeat offenders. But that other that just their reaction or just getting it out to them, they already know what they did. So you're not telling them anything new. If they were going to do it in the first place and they didn't come to you to apologize, they probably don't feel bad about it or would do it again. So I don't know that in my personal opinion, then that would be a very like productive.
Man,
uh,
please. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you probably don't see it, but I guarantee you, people around that I see that's when they see somebody say, "I remember we was coming up, you was a hoe ass or you a punk." Yeah, and you tell them because then that person might be in a disadvantaged spot, and then when you call them out, hey, put it on them. That only works. It can only work for that person. Just holding it in, and when you see that person, you probably ducking or cutting your eyes. So, no, that's not healthy.
okay. So you're saying something that you do see regularly. I can see that. But I'm
Yeah,
you more saying like
y'all talking on here.
someone
Y'all
else.
talking on here. I see people like y'all in real life. I'm not gonna say on a regular basis, but enough to know to identify what y'all are saying. And I just want to go on a little tangent here. I hear people saying, emotional, 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 or do you be emotional? You need both. You need emotional and logic. And I don't like saying logic because I know that's one of these YouTube words
Right.
that people, you got to be logic, you got to be logical. You just need common sense. And you can use emotion. And a person that's completely emotional, yeah, that's a wreck. And a person that's completely logical, that's a wreck too. You got to be able to balance it out. Just like right now I'm talking. I sound emotional, don't I? But I'm making sense about what I'm saying. Some of y'all might not think I make
No,
sense,
yeah. I think
but
the
No,
I'm
I
just
agree with
talking.
that.
person
You got to be able
you
to balance emotion and common sense.
I
Like I said, I don't
logic
like
agree.
to use
would
the word logic because a lot of these niggas on here will say logical and they didn't even graduate from high school. Now all of a sudden they got YouTube master's degrees and they super logical. No, nigga, you the same person that didn't graduate and didn't even get a GED. So
well
miss me with the logical.
is
You
it
know what I'm saying?
logical
So
to
yeah,
accepting
huh?
something is hindering you in life and it's something that is emotional or there's a behavioral pattern that you need to address and it's logical to say I need to fix this because this is holding me back in my life in order to progress and be happy I need so that's a logic because you're actually taking steps
so
to
we
it.
wasn't.
Is it really just logic or is it just plain common sense? You telling yourself that?
So
No,
we
but that's
wasn't
what I'm
talking
saying. It could
about
be
that.
both. You can have the mental, afflictions, and it's logical to not just stay emotional, like you're saying, and just, let your life go downhill or push people away or have a manifestation in your life that are negative. It's logical to say these things are affecting me in a way that I don't like, and I'm going to do something about it. So
Mm.
yes, you're accepting the fact that there is an emotional mental issue part factor, but the logical part of your brain is saying, I have the ability and the power to change this.
Hmm.
So what we were asking
Maybe.
tonight,
Sound like common sense to me.
what I was asking tonight, Black Moses, was, what do you do to maintain your mental wellness, and do you believe that mental illness is real? Because nowadays people are so emotional and so woe is me. Are they actually going through real mental illness?
I think it is. Yeah, I'll agree, but I'll say most of it is self inflicted. That's what I'll say. Like some of y'all are talking about.
y'all emotional or psychological issues from outside sources. But some of these younger people, a lot of their mental issues are self-inflicted. And then you got to know that a lot of these youngsters or came from a rough generation, which my generation, a lot of my generation, and like the late baby boom generation, we really did put some pressure on these kids with that whole crack epidemic thing. A lot of these people that come from my generation and a little bit before were addicted. They had kids, and now their kids were affected, and then the grandkids. Now we on crack grandbabies, and these kids are really mentally disturbed. But some of it is because of that, but a lot of it is this victimhood, and that makes it self-inflicted because you can be so much of a victim to where you drive your own self crazy.
Can
And
I
I
have
think
for
that's what's
example?
going on.
Can I have for an example that has nothing to do with childhood? Okay, say for like a war veteran, and they have PTSD from things they've seen and experienced, and they do the EMDR or EDMR. What was it? I've had it done, but I forget this. But it's basically this eye movement, rapid eye movement treatment. They do sounds, and it's nothing that you really have to actively participate in. You actually repeat, but it's effective 95 over 95% of trauma patients. So that's something that would be like there's a lot of children that have trauma because they've seen things or, you know, been imposed upon and things like that. And sometimes they remember it, sometimes they don't, sometimes it's vague, but something like that, where that's not childhood, it's not really victimhood, but they didn't choose to be traumatized by what they saw. Or does that make sense? And would that be more acceptable to you in that way of thinking?
Yeah, yeah, but here's an example. I know two brothers that were in the military at the same time. They both served in the war. They both served. One came back perfectly fine, and the other came back, I guess, with PTSD. They both like wartime. They was there. What was it the Desert Storm, Desert Shield? They were both there, not in the same, but in separate
Okay. So
camps
they
with
didn't
separate.
see and feel the exact same things then. They had different experiences.
Yeah, one came back. They pretty much had wartime experiences, casualties and things like that. One came back and he's living a perfect, just a regular normal life, no flashbacks or nothing, perfectly normal life. And the other one, he's had to go to therapy and he's talked about how, picking up the casualties and all that stuff. And he had a drug addiction. To be honest, he died of an overdose. He
Mm.
died of an overdose, and that's what he talked about. The casual, it really affected him. Alcoholism, drug addiction. This, and we're talking about a guy that at one time had a family, a home, nice home. He was a little league baseball coach, and he kept slipping to where he had to move back to his hometown with his parents, and eventually, within the last few years, he OD'd.
So that treatment probably wasn't available for him. Yeah, and a lot of people don't realize that substance abuse is a symptom of mental illness. And so it's a way of coping. But yeah, usually if they attack the actual issue, then the need for the substance kind of goes away or lessens. So yeah, that's too bad.
Yeah, yeah. So it really boils down to the person, but a lot of times because the person won't confront or just, and I know what you're talking about, but there's a lot of times people won't confront that. They just like to duck and hide away from it, and that doesn't help. Confronting it, cussing it out, whatever you got to do, you got to act out towards it in order to make yourself better.
I
That's what works. As far as what I've seen,
yeah,
and
you need to
as
be
far as what I know, just you know, therapy with a stranger. Okay, if that's working for you, I think that's a temporary fix.
it's only yeah,
You
talk
know,
therapy is only effective 10% of the time. They actually now, as things more and more accepted and more research done, now they actually have, I don't keep wanting to say programs, it's not the right word, but like treatment plans, I guess would be better, where there's actually proactive steps. Like you said, you have to unlearn and relearn things, or, you know, like the rapid eye treatment. Basically, what it does is it separates the event from the emotion. So you can recall the event, but it doesn't trigger a response of trauma So there's different things now that they didn't know before. But yeah, I agree with you. You can't just say, well, it's not my fault. This happened to me. And then you're actually abusing and affecting other people and you're just making an excuse for it. And that I
Mhm.
agree, that's wrong. I think you do need to address, you need to accept and then address and then proactively take steps to do what
I
you,
agree.
better yourself or it helps you, but it also is if people have children that they're going to affect their children with their, problems if they don't, try to get help. So yeah, I think that the therapy is not really the end all because it is just talking. Sometimes the talking just really helps you hear yourself say out loud what your problem is. And then you
Mhm.
have some way to like find acceptance and then take the next step.
You're muted, Roz. If you're talking, you're muted.
Oh, thank you for that, Blue Jay. Um, Thank you, here for the tea for the Cash App. I greatly appreciate that.
No problem.
If you guys have not hit the like button, please hit the like button. Please share the live. I am going on 6 hours, and I'm definitely coming to the
Please
end.
support Roz. Send her a
Yeah,
coin.
people in
I'm just
chat, would
Hey,
you do that?
I want to say something that mentally affected me within the last few days. I did a hell of a show on Chaotic's channel the
yes,
other
you did.
night, and
Yes.
Uh-huh.
nobody hit me on the Cash App. So I'm confronting you.
Nobody.
I'm confronting you niggas right now.
Thank you,
And
Blue Jay,
Let
for.
me let me hit your cash app. Hold on. Let me see.
Oh, I feel like all the time.
and I can't say niggas because it is nigga history month.
Well, we don't use that word over here on this panel. You
Man,
for
you can't use the N word doing nigga history month.
no,
God
we
dog.
actually have to address each other as kings and queens for Black.
Oh yeah. Oh
Oh Lord.
no.
So,
Did you say kings and queens?
yes, that is what I said the first night on
Oh my God.
So, Black Moses, the question that I asked tonight is about side effects. What are your side effects? Being the things that you know are the worst things about you, are the most unlikable things about you. And if someone knew those things about you, would you be a person or someone that they should invest in knowing those things?
With me, and I hope I'm answering this correctly. Say that one more time. Just one more time. I want to make sure that I'm answering it correctly.
Side effects, like if they have medication and got all the long side effects on it. So you as a person individually, knowing your side effects, the worst things about you are the things that you find most unlikable that you accept about yourself. If people knew your side effects, would you still be a person that they should invest in, or someone that they should invest in? Thank you.
Yeah, I would say yeah, because the only side effects from medication, I guess.
No, not for medication. Thinking of your side effects. Think of like if you had a temperament, if you was always
Oh, okay.
late, if you was mean or something like that. If somebody knew those side effects of you, the things that you know about yourself that no one knows. Should,
Oh, I would say yeah. I would say maybe a temperament, but more of a an indifference. I would say an indifference. A lot of times, like I have a lot of associates. I have a few friends that I can call friends, but I have a lot of associates, and a lot of them do dumb shit. And one thing they call me is, man, why are you so analytical? Because I'll tell them, dude, why did you do that? That was some dumb shit. This, that, and the third. And I'll tell them what you did because niggas, they do, everything is surface level with them. Everything is carnal. They want to take care of their carnal needs, and they don't really think about how it affects them. And I
Mhm,
usually will tell them, and I won't tell them in a nice way. And I think that's the problem. I say, nigga, that was dumb. I'll say that. And I think but they still should be invested in me because I'm telling them right. I'm
mhm.
telling them right. They just don't like the way I say it.
So, are you a critical person or analytical person, and that can turn people off about you? Is that what?
I'm more analytical than critical. A lot of times I don't care, which I don't care enough to be critical. So I
Mhm,
would just say analytical because it has to be something really dumb for me to just speak. Like I got a homeboy, he's like in his late 40s, almost 50, but he got a chick pregnant. And I'm like, damn, dude, your kids are grown and all this, and because midlife crisis. A lot of these cats have midlife crisis,
Mm-hmm.
and one of the part, and sometimes in the midlife crisis, some of these Negroes they'll get a young chick pregnant, and all of them have problems. All of them have problems. The worst thing you want to do in a midlife crisis is get a young chick pregnant, and you're on child support in your 50s. That's the worst thing you can do. I put something in the chat to say, shoot, the worst, most hurtful thing I could hear right now is some chick telling me I'm pregnant. Those would be hurtful words to me right now. And I said that because there's some dudes older that done got some young broad pregnant, and I'm like, bro, you don't know the hell you finna go through, because these young chicks, because they giving them money, they taking care of them or whatnot. And now this chick finna have a baby by you. She finna put you on child support. She don't want to be with your old ass till you up in your 60s, and the child he's a teenager now. You in your 60s. She's still young and fresh. She don't want to be with your old ass, so she gonna put you on child support so she can get out there and kick it and be with the young cats that she want to be with. And now you stuck out on child support, and that's how I see it. So I'm analytical like that. I'm just not critical like just on a nigga all day. Sometimes I got a partner they drink. I say, man, why you always drunk when I come around? You ain't got to drink all the time because some of these niggas drink like that. So
So, Black Moses, would you say that you have some side effects? Do you have any side effects?
mm, I would say no, because one thing that's important to me is control. I always have to be in control of myself first.
Mm-hmm.
Every once in a while, like I do the edibles, I take me a little gummy or whatnot and just chill. But that's usually when I'm at home. Unless I'm at a game, I'll drink a couple of beers if I'm at a game or something. But my main thing is being in control.
Could
And
that be a
it,
side effect? Being controlling or
Yeah.
no, not controlling, in control of
okay.
myself, in control of
Gotcha.
myself.
Mm.
Okay.
That's the thing. So if I'm in control of myself, I've had a couple of beers, but I got a partner around me that's been drinking a whole pint of Crown Royal by himself, and now he's slurring and
Mm-hmm.
stumbling and starting conversations with people that ain't even fucking paying attention to him. Then I'm like, bro, you really out of pocket, man. So I'm in control, and I got to deal with this nigga because he might put us in a situation. So I like to be in control of me. Now, if you drinking and all that, cool. I'm gonna be in control because 9 times out of 10, I usually drive myself. So that's sometimes a situation, but no, I'm not controlling. I don't care what other people do in their life. I'm not trying to
Mm-hmm.
control what other people do. But
Mm-hmm.
long as I'm in control of myself, that's what's important to me.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mm. Oh, okay.
Mm, okay.
Ooh.
Okay. So I have a question, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I guess I guess what I think maybe a different way to word or elaborate on that
Mm-hmm.
question that you asked about side effects.
Yeah.
Could you compare that to like asking someone, what are your flaws?
Yeah.
Do you have any flaws?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I said, I can be extremely moody.
Exactly.
I have other things, but
Mm-hmm.
so but yeah, just to see if we could elaborate a little bit more.
What, can I ask a question then?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why are you moody? Where does that come from? Where does it stem from?
See, that's the thing. I think it has a lot to do with like we were talking about earlier, childhood trauma, things that I feel like hasn't been resolved. Even though I've tried, like you said, you need to confront those things. I've tried that, but I didn't get the response that I was looking for. So I'm still working that out, that particular, those particular things out.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Okay.
So I
Did you
think that
keep confronting them or did you stop?
I've done it several times. I no longer do it because now I'm in the process of actually not worrying about it anymore. I just don't even want it to bother me to the point to where it's like I just want to be okay with it no matter what. Just moving
Exactly.
completely along with my life when it comes
Mm-hmm.
to those particular things. So that's the part that I'm working on now because I never got the response that I was looking
Mm-hmm.
for years after confronting it several times. So
Mm-hmm.
that's where I am now.
Okay. So basically, you're saying at one point, because you didn't get that response, that was holding you back, and now whether you get a response or not, it
Hmm.
doesn't matter because you just want to move forward in life.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
Well, I just want to ask this. So are you looking? Is this a person you're trying to get a response from, or
I was, yeah, I was, but it wasn't what I needed to heal.
Hmm.
So yeah, it was kind of like, oh, that that didn't happen, or you're exaggerating. But you can't tell someone how to feel, or you can't tell someone their personal experience unless you actually felt those emotions.
Hmm.
So,
exactly?
All right,
That's
let's.
when you turn it up. That's when you, regardless of what they say, that's when you turn it up. I think it's based on how you in the degrees in which you do it. If you do it lightly and you confront them, they say, "Oh, that didn't happen," then it's time to turn it up. Yeah, that
I,
did happen.
trust
That
me,
was
I
fucked
have.
up.
I know how to turn up. Trust me.
You turn up some more. Turn that shit up.
Damn,
And I say it comes from
I ain't
fear.
trying to
Comes
go to
from
jail,
fear.
okay? I ain't trying to
No,
go to
I'm not saying
jail.
you have to get physical. Turn it up vocally. Put some inflection, some more serious
Yeah,
inflection in your voice. It never has to be
I have
physical.
though. See, that's
No,
the
you ain't did it
thing.
enough
I
because you're still not
have.
over it.
But she's
I,
working to get over
I
it.
have though, Moses. Like
Yeah.
I have. It just doesn't. It hasn't worked. So.
And sometimes you'll find out that it's not even about that person anymore. Like you really don't need
Mm-hmm.
what you thought you needed from them to get over it.
Yep.
It's some things that you have to work out in yourself just to get over.
That's what I'm exactly, and that's what I'm doing now. So yeah,
Yeah, I think
I've
that's
come to
too much
realize that.
responsibility on the victim when they're already not at fault, and then now
Mhm.
they're responsible to make another person who harmed them, you know, fair.
Well, yeah, but the victim's happiness is their responsibility. It's completely up to them. Their happiness, and if
Mhm.
there's something that's preventing their happiness, then
Right, but
yeah,
it's outside
that's
of
their
that person.
responsibility. Their
At
happiness is
that
their
point, that
responsibility.
person, right, but
I
that
get what you're
person just
saying.
happens to be, part of the problem, but that person doesn't have the tool, or they're not the way to solve that problem. The problem is being able to release that person from having any type of hold or that memory or that event to having control over you anymore. And so that person is just happens to be, you know, a tool, like a pawn in that story, but you really need to separate from the entire story. So that person shouldn't be someone that you need to validate from. I personally think it can be more harmful to even, address that person because their reactions, because yes, part of it is thought process, but a lot of it is actually a physical. So that's something that you don't have any control over.
Mm.
There's a physiological tie. So your
Hmm.
brain can still have cause reactions that
Sure. Well, you guys, thank you so much for joining tonight. I have been up here for 6 hours, and I cannot believe that. Thank you, Black Moses. Thank you, T. Thank you, Lana Suggs, Blue Jay. Barney was up here tonight. We also had, who else came up here? Do you remember, Blue Jay? Who else we had up here? Oh, Lee was up here as well, and we had wonderful
Red
discussion.
Rock.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Was
and
King Shenard up here?
Rock and King Shanard were up
Oh
here.
Man,
wow,
you had
it
that
was
Ninja
lit.
Turtle looking Negro King Shenard up here?
We had wonderful discussions about mental wellness, mental health, side effects, and all of that. Do you guys have any last words that you want to say? Lionel, do you have anything that you want to say before we get off?
Hey, this was a great show. Appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Lionel. And Lionel was up here for a minute. I got to interview him. He told me about his books that he writes. He also has a website. You guys should look into him if you don't know him. So he was very new to me tonight.
Lionel's very
Salute,
excited.
salute.
What's up?
Oh, I
Only
got
thing I
you.
got to say is if you have past trauma, you know,
One
face
second,
that.
Moses. Lionel was talking before he left. Before he
Oh,
leave.
I thought. Oh, I didn't know he was still talking. I didn't.
No,
I
I
didn't
was
hear
just
him.
saying I'll put the link in the chat.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining and enjoy the rest of your work shift.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, Lionel.
Bye, Lionel.
Hey EAE,
Salute, Lionel.
hey EAE, I see you down there. Thank you for joining. Go ahead, Black Moses.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you have past trauma that's affecting you, you got to face it head on and with fire. That's what I'm saying. I remember when I was little, and like sometimes I, get into a fight with like an older boy or something like that, and I come to the house mad as hell, and I tell my dad, and my dad say, "Boy, if he jump on you again, you pick up the biggest rock and bust him across his head." My dad didn't say, "Hey, you need to," just no. My dad told me to find a rock and bust him across the head. That's what I came up with. So if anything is affecting you physically or emotionally, you pick up an emotional rock and you bust it across the head. You don't sit back and be woe is me for decades. That shit don't work for nobody.
Mm. I mean, a lot of people don't work out their but okay, I just want to say that everybody who suffers from some type of mental instability, it doesn't always stem from trauma. So what would you say to those people who have issues and it doesn't come from trauma? It's not based in trauma.
Give me an example.
um, those who are depressed, those who have social anxiety, those who have dissociative disorder, those who may have personality disorders or schizophrenia or bipolar, things of that nature. What do you say to those people?
Well, those are clinical issues. So those need to be handled clinically, especially like schizophrenia and bipolar. Those are clinical issues. So it's not, and like I said earlier, some people's mental issues are self-inflicted. They take these messages inside and it just messes them up.
Mm,
They got to confront it or confront whoever's giving them those messages, where those messages, where they're coming from, the outside source of where they're getting them, and question them first. Nobody questions anything, especially in these YouTube spaces. People will come on here and say some of the wildest shit, and people will take what they say for gospel. No, you question everything and believe nothing. That's the start of it because I don't know where these people get their information from. I know they use a lot of old conspiracy theories and they twist them and all that. But you got to question that shit, because there's a lot of people on here. They they are not like they don't have a background in learning. People are learning for the first time on YouTube through the internet now. This is how people are learning things, and a lot of the information they're getting is misinformation you know, and that's a problem. So, like I said, believe nothing and question everything and research it for yourself.
mm, okay. Were your last words,
Yeah,
Moses?
those are my last words. And like I said, I'm dealing with the trauma right now from Black History Month. It is a pain, you
Well,
know.
I think you did a really good show last night on Chaotic Truth Live. You had a lot of energy. It was a lot of people in there. I thought it was awesome.
That comes from happiness. That comes from happiness. Stop being just the plain you. One more thing I want to say. Don't be
Mm-hmm.
one note on a piano. Be
Yeah.
the whole 88 keys. Switch it up. Change it up. Don't just be the people think you're being fake and a fraud when you get on here and sometimes you change your voice, but it's all in good fun. Don't come on here and be monotone. Don't be one key on the piano. Be all 88 keys.
Yeah.
I
And with
agree.
that, I'm gonna leave and say, "She happy nigga history month."
Say that. Good night, King.
Good night, Moses.
Night,
That is
Moses.
hilarious.
Thank you, Blue Jay, for joining. You was here with me for a while, and I really appreciate that. What are your last words?
I know. Thank you for having me for so long. I would just say, kind of to the point where even Moses, agreed that there is clinical diagnosis. There's, a lot of people will happily accept postpartum depression, but then they can't seem to make the jump to there's other imbalances that can cause depression, not just, pregnancy hormones. So there's a lot, the more that it gets accepted. But I would just say the first step is if something is impeding you from being, successful in relationships or your life, or you're just feeling down or lethargic or whatever it is, or a memory from the past seems to upset you, if you, or you can't think about it, or you have a substance abuse problem, things that are obviously like signs that are not healthy, I would say
Mhm.
just take the steps to go talk to their. If it turns out that it's nothing and it's something you just need to go to the gym, okay, fine. But it may not, because those people don't know they have a clinical diagnosis until they take that first step. So I
Mhm.
would just say, that there's nothing shameful about that. There's nothing weak about it. It actually takes strength to do, something for yourself and admit that maybe you could use some help. So I think that actually stronger people want to better themselves and are willing to like let their pride down a little bit to do so. So
Mhm.
that's all I say. And I appreciate you doing this topic. I think it's awesome. And it's
Oh,
nice to have like an uplifting topic that everybody can join in. It's not, so divided or like fight. We had a little just agreement here and there. But overall, I think it was really like very beneficial and very positive. So I appreciate you.
thank you
Oh,
so
and I did
much,
send
MJ.
you a message in the back if you want to,
Uh-huh.
if you can like check that too.
Sure. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful night, and thank you
You
for your
too.
donation so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Good to see you too. T. I'll see you soon, I'm sure.
You too, love. Thank
Okay.
you.
T, how have you been doing?
I've been doing great. Wonderful. How about you?
I'm well. Some folks were asking about you in the 10 o'clock hour when the show started. They were asking
Yeah, I
how were
had a
you
crazy night last night.
I don't,
Um,
I missed it, and I'm always looking for it, and I fell asleep.
yeah, I went late actually. So it was like 1:30 or 2 when I actually went live.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's another story, girl. I don't even want to get
Uh-huh.
into that.
I don't want you to get into it either.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining tonight. Do you have any last words, or was this helpful for you tonight?
Yes, this was really helpful. Wonderful show, wonderful conversation. I think these conversations are needed, even though sometimes they can be hard to have. I think they're very important, and
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate this. Seriously, I was almost not gonna hit the link because it was kind of triggering
Mm-hmm.
for me, being that I just started therapy again this past week. So I
Yeah.
was like, "Oh, do I really want to?" I don't know, because when you're addressing certain issues again, it
Mm-hmm.
can it can be triggering. So this week has been kind of emotional altogether for
Mm-hmm.
me, but I appreciate you and this stream and everything that you're doing. I hope that your channel continues to grow this year, and I know that it will. And I wish you nothing but the best. But keep doing what you're doing,
Thank
and
you.
God bless you.
Oh, God bless you too. I hope you have a
Thank
wonderful
you.
night. And
Thank
you
you.
can send me a message anytime if you need somebody to talk to or anything like that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good night.
Good night.
Well, you guys, look at D. My baby girl Roz point. Oh, Rod always on point with the lies. D, I've been here for 6 hours. I only seen you hit that chat 2 times. 2 times. Like, are you serious? Anyways, you guys, thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. It's been a wonderful Saturday night, and now it is early Sunday morning. We have Barney on the panel, lead on the panel here for the T Blue Jay, Black Moses, Lionel Suggs. Who else did we have? Don't let me forget anybody, you guys. Rock. We have Rock on the panel, and Rock does what Rock always does. He likes to, you know, rock some things up, shake some things up. um, thank you everyone who's still here. What up, Moses is still in the chat. Blue Jays in the chat. EAE, thank you for joining. Mr. Speak on It, good night to you and thank you for coming. We also had Mark L. He said he was in Liverpool. Thank you so much. Dirty Dude, Mo Love, the Blackish Cracker, Mr. I'm sorry, Smitty's Corner. All you guys. Something that T said in her closing remarks that was really prevalent to me was that it took her some time to hit the link because she knew that it may have been triggering to her. But you're definitely not alone in that because I spent a whole day trying to figure out if I was going to go back into it again of talking about my diagnosis and being ready for the questions or the backlash that can come from it. But I realized that this journey is always bigger than me, and I always want to encourage somebody to be motivated and to be strong and to accept the things that are going on in their mental wellness journey. It is something that's real. It is a condition that you cannot see, unlike diabetes, unlike heart conditions and the ailments that come from that, a broken leg or anything like that. We do have people in this world who are walking around with fragile minds, so sometimes people need a little bit of compassion, a little bit of empathy, a little bit of structure and direction. And if you're able to give it, to be somebody's support, then be that. If you have friends who you haven't spoken to, family members who you haven't spoken to, situations that you might need to iron out, just give somebody a phone call because that always helps. It has been a wonderful night. I want to thank Eve for joining. I want to thank DS for joining. He is a day one. Mike Dougie for coming through. He is a day one. I really appreciate you guys and I really appreciate the support. I hope to see you guys Thursday right here on this channel. If you have not shared the live, please share the live. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe. If you have not hit the like, please hit the like. And as always, my Cash App is RossGirl37 or Kimberly Shante on PayPal. It has been a wonderful night. I see Miss C here. She says, well said, very beautiful. Thank you, Miss C, for coming through. I appreciate you. Blue Jay, have a wonderful night. Um, I hope to see you guys next Thursday. I wish you guys a wonderful week. Stay prayed up, be motivated, positive, productive, and be encouraged. See y'all later. Bye.